All right. I think all the streams are going. I've got both the YouTube streams up, y'all. I've got the Twitch stream up, and here in just a second, we'll have our TikTok stream up. All right. Bada bing, bada boom. We're ready. Ready to rock and roll. I think both the guest boxes are open as well. I double check, make sure the guest boxes are open. Dope. Okay. Guest boxes are open, friends. Everything should be ready to rock and roll. Happy to be here with you all tonight. Welcome in on this great Wednesday night. Should be a fantastic night. I know some of the Christians are still getting out of Bible study. They'll be out of Bible study soon, or Wednesday night church or something, and they'll come in and I'm sure give a robust defense for their faith. Hell, fuck, might even convert some of us. Who knows? We'll have to wait to find out. Nevertheless, hey, welcome in. I'm gonna grab while we're waiting for some guests to load up. I'll grab a couple super chats, and we'll get the thing going. I got to refocus my camera real quick though. Hold on a second. My camera's like focused on my background. There we go. Rather than me for a second. Now it's a little bit more crisp. There you go. I probably should lock in the focus on that camera at some point, but it seems mostly okay for now. I probably should move further away from my background too. If I move further away from my background, I probably wouldn't struggle so much. But Enu, hey, thanks for the $5 super chat, friend. Says, cheers, Justin. Here's to a good stream with plenty of barbecue, no sauce, Texas style. Was Jesus being racist in Matthew 15 with the Canaanite woman? Well, kind of. To the question on whether or not Jesus is racist, like, I don't know if that's the right word I would use. The thing of it is, race connotates like a skin color, and the situation with Jesus wasn't that he had a different skin color. It wasn't racist. Was it bigotry? Sure. Right? Like, it's like the opposite of anti-Semitism, right? He called the woman the thing because she was part of a particular people group for sure. But I would be careful using the word racist because I just don't think that's the right word for it. But he was absolutely being a bit of a bigot. But if you read the rest of the New Testament and you read his parables and whatnot, it seems pretty clear that the Jesus that we read about in the Gospels does want, after the Israelites fuck everything up, he does want the rest of the people to come into the kingdom. So it's a little difficult. It's hard to know if his mission was to come to these people first just because they were chosen first, or if he wants to come to these people first because somehow they're like inherently better or different than the rest of the people. It's not entirely clear, but I'm with you, Enu. I think he probably is being a bit of a bigot in that particular passage. And Herbie, my friend, hey, thank you so much for the the £10 super chat. Much appreciated. Says, do you remember Ben Thorpe phoning in on Unapologetic a while ago? I do. I really do. He phoned Dalton yesterday. No fucking way. That's crazy. I will never get over why somebody doing what he is doing will have the balls to show his face in public. These people have no shame. None at all. And if you want to know what he's up to, just like Google Ben Thorpe and daughter, you'll figure it out. It says, I saw him on a chat and warned Ashland. When he came up to talk, Ashland told Dalton who he was, and he dropped. Yep, he should fucking drop. That's embarrassing shit. It's crazy that he thinks he can hide. It's crazy. Like, I get it. The world's a big place. And people will forget. Kind of like, people forget that, like, once upon a time, Mel Gibson, like, beat the shit out of his girlfriend, or I forget if they were married or whatever. I forget the whole situation. But like according to the report, like, he like knocked her damn teeth out. He like had to go to court over it. It was a whole thing. And then people forgot. And I suspect that's the kind of thing that Ben is hoping for. That with enough time, people will forget, or people who don't know will. Who never knew, will climb on board. But That's some crazy stuff to think you're going to get over. It's like that Woody Allen? Wasn't he the one that was like married to his daughter? Hold on. Woody Allen. Yeah, that's the guy. If you're out there doing some Woody Allen shit, yeah, I wouldn't show up in public. That's all I got to say about that. Also, Irby, thank you for the 10-pound follow-up. Says him. Oh, yeah. Ashland wanted to know if I could give more details of Thorpe's appearance on Unapologetic. I've tried to find it, but I can't. Do you have any way to find his appearance? Thanks, if you cannot. Actually, I know exactly when he appeared on Unapologetic, and I purposely clipped it from that episode off the end of it. It is saved on my computer. I still have it, but it is not published. And the reason why is because I don't want to give this litigation happy maniac fuel to try to file some sort of a lawsuit against the Unapologetic show. It's just kind of nonsense, and he's crazy enough to do it, I think. Anyways, DB, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says, Justin, what is your take on Caesar's Messiah? Well, I watched the movie. I didn't read the book. Didn't find it convincing. They got history wrong on a couple of different points, and I just thought to myself, oh well, I don't know. Sounds more like a conspiracy theory than a real actual theory. Plus, I don't believe the Roman Empire had a benefit to doing what they did. If they thought that this was a beneficial thing for them to do, it's weird that they later complained about it. They later came back and complained about the Christians. In fact, there was writings from particular Romans in nobility who were like, hey, listen, these Christians are fucking making us look bad because you're taking care of the sick and the elderly and the hungry, and we're not. Like, it was just one of those things where, like, I get it. I understand, like, if you think that the New Testament is, like, fabricated, you'd want to look for, like, well, who would fabricate it? But I don't think the Roman government or the Roman elites would be the first target. Donis, thank you so much for the 20 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really, really appreciate that. It helps the channel a lot, a ton, in fact. One of the most helpful things you can do for the channel is be a regularly contributing member. So big W for sending out 20 of them. That's huge. And also, thank you for the 666 friend. It says, hi, Justin. Managed to catch some live from the start. Happy cooking. Well, thank you, Sonis, for being here all the way over in Argentina. Really appreciate that, friend. I'm going to grab 2 more super chats, and we're going to get Bobby Time Traveler in here. Okay. Gary says, hey, bud, stay away from the Holy Roman Empire shit today. Starting my NRSV UE studies, annotated with notes by listening in, you should get Rivian R2. Actually, I like the Rivian a lot. And y'all may not realize this. The Holy Roman Empire shit, I think, is deeper than most people realize. I went through the rabbit hole on Tuesday. I went down the rabbit hole on Tuesday to try to figure out why the series of events as given by my Catholic teachers were so different than the secular events. And I went through the Catholic Encyclopedia, the Magisterium, the Catechism. Then I even double checked all that shit with Justin, the Catholic AI bot, and I think I posted the video in the Discord server. And all of these sources regurgitated exactly the shit that I told everybody on stream. Everything that I told you all on stream is exactly the Catholic narrative of what happened. And so I was comparing, I did do some extra research as well, trying to figure out, okay, why is the Catholic narrative so much different than the civil or the secular narrative? I kind of came to the realization that, like, it's most likely the case that the Catholic narrative is propaganda. Like, it's looking at it through like a romanticized religious lens, which wasn't, I don't think, probably true to history. So at some point you have to ask yourself, who's more likely telling the truth here, the secular history or the Catholic Church? It's clearly not the Catholic Church. If you have to choose between secular history and a church that is known for diddling children and covering it up, you got to go with the secular history. So the reality is, while there might be some middle ground there, it certainly might be the case that it's somewhere between the Catholic edition and the secular edition. It might be somewhere in the middle. I don't think it's worth arguing. I think probably the best thing to do is to toss out the Catholic edition, the version of events, and go with the secular version of events, which means I've formally changed my position. I think the Catholic version of events is probably stupid, and I was wrong. So it is what it is. I will, however, if the Holy Roman Empire comes up today, probably be changing teams. and throwing out the Catholic version of events. Anyways, good point there to bring up at the beginning, though. And not the Bible. Jason says, I'm pretty sure the big foreplay was... Oh, shit. I'm pretty sure the big foreplay was right before the Big Bang. Prove you wrong. I could never prove you wrong because I agree entirely. Listen, I refuse to believe that prior to the Big Bang there wasn't some sort of a mass foreplay event. It just seems like awfully anticlimactic, if not. Maybe there wasn't foreplay, and that accounts for why everything's so shitty now. Maybe that's the case. Actually, could be right, could be wrong. We'll find out. Okay, let's get the Bobby the Time Traveler in the guest box.
Hello, how are you?
Good, how are you, Bobby? Did you travel time just this instant, or did you not hear me?
Hello.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Awesome. So, can you do me a favor and stop eating whatever you're eating, though?
Sorry about that.
No worries.
Is that better now?
Yep.
Okay, so man, I just wanted to come up here, and I'm glad that you deconstructed from Christianity, but I wanted to come up here and just say I invite you to the nation of Islam, the one true religion, and
that's adorable.
I hope you deconstruct
the pedophile religion. Yeah, that's the one I'm going to convert to. I left one religion to join an infinitely worse one. Yeah, that's the thing I'm going to do.
Baba, I have too much to do, Baba.
Oh boy.
Wait,
buddy,
so
if you think trying to get ex-Christians to join your pedophile cult is a good move, you're in the wrong place, man.
I can convince you in DMs, okay? So
you certainly couldn't. You couldn't. There's not a single thing you could ever do that would convince me to join your cult. Nothing.
Why call it a cult, man?
Because it is.
Kind of, okay. You know what? I'm gonna hit you up in DMs. I'll show you my proof, and Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim.
If you can't show your proof right now, your proof is useless. I certainly won't be wasting my off time debating you in my DMs.
Oh, okay, so you won't engage with me. Okay.
I'm engaging with you right now.
The thing is,
to be clear, Bobby, but I make my living by engaging with religious believers. The way that I make my living is by running this show, right? What I don't do is make a living debating people in my DMs. In fact, I answer like 100 DMs a week, and you know what I don't do? I don't debate a single one of them. Every DM that I answer is somebody that's actually genuinely wanting to dialogue with me. I don't do a single debate in my email. I won't do a single debate in my DMs. I don't get paid to debate clowns like you in my DMs, and therefore I won't be doing it. If I'm going to spend my off time answering DMs, it's going to be from people that are actually worth my time.
I'm worth your time. I'm going to provide the evidence.
You're certainly not. Do it now, then.
No, the thing is, I just got Buffalo Wild Wings, and I want it to be fresh.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah, Buffalo Wild Wings preventing you from making a good argument. I know.
Dude, I really need to eat it right now. I got jam and jalapeno and lemon pepper. So goodbye, okay?
Yep. All right. Bye.
Okay.
Oh fuck! Anyone convert? Did he win anyone over? But he's gonna DM the evidence, guys. Oh well. Make some notes in my notepad. Interesting. I've not met a Muslim time traveler yet. That's a first for me. That's a new thing. Oh well, we do what we can. JMR with the follow-up. Holy shit. Sorry, the artist formerly known as JMR, not the Bible Jason, says, you stopped answering my DMs. Well, that's because you probably DM'd me on Discord, and for that I apologize. I try to keep track of my emails much better than my Discord messages, only because like all of my official, like actual business, like working with other creators and like advertisers and things like that goes through my email address. That's like... And the amount of people that are in my Discord DMs is huge. And the reason why I prioritize email is because the reason why I can never get unburied in my Discord DMs is because the minute I respond to somebody on Discord, they get a notification and then they respond back immediately, and then I have to respond back to them immediately, and then we just fucking get into a conversation, and then I lose an hour of my life. So the problem that I have with Discord DMs is I can't just shoot off an email and then come back a day later and respond to the follow-up. It always drags me into an actual real conversation with somebody. And when you've got 100 people trying to do that, the reality is you can't actually get anything done. So I just kind of prioritize my email at this point. I will, to be fair, I am answering everyone's Discord DMs eventually. I just don't know how soon. Like at this point, it's probably like 4 weeks behind. Shit, it could be 5 weeks behind. I don't even know. Discord DMs are fucking is a mess right now, y'all. It's an absolute mess. But I love you, not the Bible, Jason. I promise you, I'm not ignoring anyone. It's just that if you have limited amount of time, you have to kind of pick what you're prioritizing and what you're not prioritizing. It just happens to be that I have to prioritize my emails because that's where all my official business comes in. Texas Panhandler says, sent 5 DZ Debate gift. Oh, you didn't say anything, but you did send 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Big W. Really appreciate that. And last super chat for now. Boots and Cat says, Justin, do you think this is a fucking game? We're gonna need to see those kitties, and we're gonna need to see them soon. Actually, they moved. They're over here. They're on the edge of the shelf. I don't know why they picked to cuddle over here right now. It just is weird that usually they want to cuddle over here. But for some reason that they're not on camera. But you know what? So what I'll do is when they get up, I'll put something in that spot so that next time they get up on the shelf to cuddle, they'll cuddle in camera. Listen, I fucking agree with you. If I was here and there were no cameras, no kitties on camera, I'd be a little upset too. I'd be really upset actually, because they're like the cutest things ever. So like, they'll be on the stream though. We're not gonna go kittyless on the stream. Don't worry. All right, let's get Aldo in here.
Hey, what's up?
Welcome in, Aldo.
Hello. Yeah, so God obviously exists.
Sure, which one?
The Islamic God. But God in
Sure.
general exists.
I'm sure. Aldo, are you at least 18?
Absolutely, yeah. I'm 18.
Awesome. What's the evidence or the argument that would warrant a belief in the Islamic God?
Can I give you evidence for God in general, and then we can go to the Islamic God?
I mean, you're welcome to, yeah.
Yeah, so it's just going to be that, with the inferential modus ponens, if ex nihilo is true, then God exists, followed by the antecedent that ex nihilo is true, conclusion God exists.
I disagree with both premises.
Would you like the argument for premise 1 first?
You can give it if you want. If you want to
so
give
ex
support for
nihilo
premise 1,
essentially just means
do you actually
that
want to hear
matter-
why I disagree with premise 1, or do you want to give the support?
No, I know, I understand why you disagree with premise 1, but I'll just give you the evidence for why.
Crazy
premise
that
one's true.
he's now mind reading. He knows why I disagree with premise
am.
number 1.
Yeah,
Okay.
so it's just going to be premise 1 is going to be true, by virtue of the fact that we're going to take 2 times points T1 and T2. T1, which is going to be logically prior, so we're going to represent that as 0, meaning the matter did not exist, and then T2 is going to be when the matter does exist, right? So we're going to represent the matter as 1. It could just be any constant number. 1 divided by 0, as long as we're not using the standard ZFC axioms, 1 divided by 0 is infinity. God
Did you
is
get
infinite.
concussed on the way in? Are you lost right now?
No, 1 divided by 0 is infinity. God is infinitely
Bro,
powerful.
literally thought he was going to come in here and do math rather than support premise number 1. What a
I'm
boring
supporting
waste of
premise
time.
number 1.
So let's
Yeah,
talk
1
about
divided by
premise
0
number
is
1. I'll
infinity.
just
God's
tell you why
infinitely
premise
great.
number 1 isn't true, and then you can tell me why I'm wrong. How about that?
I'm giving you why
So-
it's true. Can you? What's your contention against it? 1 divided by 0 is infinity. God is
Mike-
infinitely powerful. God is the cause.
Adorable. So my contention, which is why I'm going to stop you right now and tell you what you need to support rather than you guessing, is that I don't believe in ex nihilo. I don't think there ever was nothing. I don't think there was ever a state where there was nothing and then something came.
So you're disagreeing with premise 2.
So what I would need for you to support then isn't the idea that there was once nothing before we can even talk about whether or not premise number 1 is true. But I also disagree with premise number 1 in that just even if there was an ex nihilo that there was like an event from nothing that gave rise to something, I still don't believe that you would need a God for that. That's something that I don't think that you can support. But I believe both of these premises are going to fail based on the first thing that I pointed out, which is I have no reason to believe that there was ever nothing.
Okay, so I just told you matter can be represented as 1 and nothing can be represented as 0. 1 divided by 0 is infinity, depending on the axioms, right? So if I said 1 over n as n approaches 0, then the limit approaches
This guy's so
infinity.
fucking confused right
Out of the
now.
equation.
No,
1 over
listen,
n,
nobody
well, n
cares
is
about your
0.
math problem, kid. Nobody. We
We'll
want
take
to
the
know
argument
what
from
is
premise
this,
2.
what is the support that there was ever nothing?
What's the support that there's ever nothing? Yeah, so it's just going to be there for any nomologically possible proposition P. If P has a non-zero probability, then given enough time, P's possibility raises to 100. This would be true under the second Borel-Cantillo lemmas, stating that
Yeah, if you say it fast enough so nobody can hear it, then it's true.
No,
Is
so
that,
if
that
the
your game?
sum
Let
if
me
the
just
sum
say
of
it as fast as humanly possible, and then they can't dispute it. What a clown show!
yeah, so all I'm saying is that
Let
for
me put some
anything that
time
can happen
on the
nomologically
Philbro
possible,
timer. I guess we're
then
probably already
it
down
is
to
going to
like
happen.
5 minutes at this point. Hold on, we'll start the Philbro timer here.
Wow, I
At
get
10
10 minutes,
minutes.
not 5. That's
Well,
wonderful.
you start with 10 minutes, but you already wasted 5 minutes, so we're not gonna.
Come on, give me the
we're not
extra 5 minutes. I need it.
You need a whole
Please,
lot more than
Justin, I
5
need
minutes
this.
is what you're gonna need. All right.
Yeah, so it's just going to... Oh, can you give me 10 seconds, please? I'm going to continue for 10 more seconds. Yeah, so it's going to be for any nomologically possible proposition P. If P has a non-zero probability, then given enough time, P's possibility raises to 100. All that means is that if something can happen, then given enough time, it is going to happen, right? Which would just be true under the second Borel-Cantillo lemma, such that the sum of
then
n is
God
equal
not
to
real.
1. Sum of n is equal to 1 for the probability that A, being the event to the subscript nth of n, is less than infinity, then the possibility is 1. Right, so
yeah, actually, I'm
Big
just
Bang
gonna
is an
do
event
everyone
that
a
happened. Wait,
favor
hold up.
and kick you the fuck out of here now. We're not gonna do this tonight. That's crazy. Imagine trying to hotbox your argument from mathematics without even understanding the problem raised. Fucking crazy, these people. Oh well. River, thanks for the $5 super chat. Says, reading Matthew 6, should I tell people gigging? I think you mean giving money. Giving money to homeless and recording it and fake kindness. So, I mean, okay, I see what you're saying, right? Okay, so what you're suggesting is, based on Matthew chapter 6, people who give money and record it are not actually doing something good. They're doing something for their own benefit to appear a particular way. And yeah, I agree. I think that's the best reading of Matthew chapter 6 when he tells about the hypocrisy of the Pharisees, right? That being said, like, I mean, fuck, if you're not a Christian, who cares? But if you see a Christian doing this, if you see Christians like videotaping themselves doing these types of things, you certainly do have to ask yourself if they're doing it for the views and clicks or if they're doing it out of the kindness of their own hearts. And I think that's a fair reading of the text. Speaking of Kitty, here comes Faraday. Get some necking done. Sour, good to see you, my friend. Says, hey, Justin, today I learned you went to Ashland. That is the case. Ever get to the Shakespeare's Festival? Hope all is well. Actually, I never went to a Shakespeare festival. So no, I and to be fair, like, I hate going to like performing arts events, but I do actually like plays. Not a huge fan of festivals, or not festivals too. Not a huge fan of festivals or ballets or musicals, but I do love a good play, and Shakespeare is pretty dope. So if I had the opportunity to go, I probably would have. I just never went there. But they do, Shakespeare's pretty readily available. I'll get around to it eventually. Interstate says, no religious person has ever answered me this. Where are all the tops? What? Is verse just a scam? Why is every church bottom town? Interstate, I do assume that meant something to you, but I don't know if it means anything to me. I don't know what those words in that sentence structure mean when it says where are all the tops. Are you asking are all the Christians bottoms as opposed to tops? I guess I don't understand. I've known enough Christians to know that you've got a mixture of tops and bottoms among the Christians. This has been my experience. But I don't know. You'll have to. Maybe you're in the wrong place. You know what I mean? I'm going to grab 2 more super chats. I'm going to get Thunder in here. Smack, good to see you, my friend. Says Devil's Advocate. They think Jesus means fulfilled, as in having fulfilled an oath. Once fulfilled, it's done. Bad wording. Is there a better word? Well, yeah. so the Greek word employed here means to bring something into a fuller form. It doesn't mean to complete. And they certainly could have couched it that particular way, but also the covenant wasn't an oath, right? I mean, they signed it with an oath, that is for sure, but the covenant is ongoing, right? So when people talk about this nonsense about how, well, he fulfilled it, therefore it goes away, well, it's bullshit. I'll take them to all the spots in the Hebrew Bible where God said, no, you follow this bullshit forever. And then now it doesn't really matter what the fuck Jesus says. Whatever you think fulfill means, it's meaningless at that point, because you're like, the God who wrote the law said to do it fucking forever. So if Jesus is saying not to do it forever, he's just a heretic. Also, Pineapple says, I know you said you wanted to stop eating food that harms certain animals. Heads up, certain hard cheeses like Parmesan use parts of animal stomach. What? Parmesan is made using animal stomachs? That's a thing? Well, fuck me. The good news is I don't eat all that terribly that much cheese anymore because, I respect my bowels. But shit, I didn't know that. I appreciate the information, Pineapple. I had no idea that they were using animal parts to make some cheeses. That definitely does change some things. I certainly don't want if they're still killing animals to make non-animal food, that food needs to be avoided, at least from what I can ascertain. All right, let me get Thunder in here. If you're watching on YouTube or Twitch, you can join as well. You don't have to be on TikTok. If you're on YouTube or Twitch, just go to tiny.cc/DZ live on your phone, tablet, or computer, and you'll be placed in a queue, and we can talk about your God, and hopefully it's not some weird, crazy, bullshit mathematical problem. Oh, Faraday, honey, you farted so bad. That's nasty. How you doing, Thunder?
How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
I'm good. So I'm a Muslim, okay?
Yeah, they always come in packs, and that's fine. Can you not eat while you're on live stream, though?
Sorry. I'm having Buffalo Wild Wings. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Okay. And are you at least 18?
Yeah. I'm 23.
Cool. And what do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Muslim God being real?
Okay. There is only so when I was taught in my Islamic school, we were taught that there's only one book that truly came down from Allah. Okay.
Well, I'm sure they said that.
Peace be upon him. Okay. And the evidence does prove
Please
that
definitely
book
be upon
does.
him.
I mean, if that's what you think, but okay. Everyone's entitled to their own opinion. Okay, so I got a little sidetracked here. You keep on saying police be upon Muhammad, okay? But you have to understand the age of consent in America in the 1800s was like 7 years old.
I don't give a fuck about the age of consent in America.
But why?
Because why the fuck would I? Listen, if the age of consent in America was harming little girls, I'm going to say that was some bullshit stuff. I don't agree with the age of consent being that in America just because it was at one point in time. I would disagree with them the exact same way I disagree with you. And a whataboutism will not win you points here.
Okay. But did he also so he waited until 9 to have sex with her?
Oh, he
Just to be
waited.
clear.
Goodness gracious. What a human being of great empathy to wait until she turned 9 to boink her. Yeah.
Well, he did it so he couldn't hurt her at 6.
Oh, he could have just waited until she was fucking like 16 or 18. He could do that.
But it was a prophecy from Allah.
I'm sure it was. Do you think that 9-year-olds should be having intercourse?
Made it back then, yeah.
Well, why back then but not now?
Because maturity was reached at a faster level. Plus, what
Actually,
was like the life
that's not-
expectancy?
that's
What was the
not
life
remotely
expectancy?
that's not remotely the case. In fact, there
What
are
was the life-
multiple hadiths indicating that puberty was actually happening faster back then, and we have zero scientific evidence suggesting that women were reaching puberty faster back then. Also, I don't care.
But the Quran says that puberty was reached at a lower age back then.
Where? Show me the verse.
Here, I'll find the verse. 1 second. Can I send it to you in the DM because I'm trying to enjoy this meal?
You can just tell me what it is. Sure, you can tell me the chapter and verse number.
1 second. Let me go find it for you.
Please stop eating on live stream. I know you're hungry, but no one wants to hear you eat.
Can you pull up Surah?
No one can hear you, Giggly.
Sorry, my dog.
Okay. Well, that was a blast. I guess we'll move on to the next one. Poop Man, hey, thanks so much for the $5 super chat. Says I belly laughed about as hard as you when guest invited you to join Islam. Thanks, I needed that today. It's crazy that these people think ex-Christians are targets to convert to a religion even worse than the one they just left. Fucking wild that they think that's going to be the case. And Zen, thank you for the $9 super chat, says, too bad that you and John Cohen are live streaming at the same time. I know. It's a hard choice. He's fucking awesome. I was forced to choose, so I chose my great guru, you, and now a Justin no-file. Rock hard for Doug. What's a Justin no-file? Holy shit. I feel like I should know what this means. I'm now... Oh, like a cinephile or a... audiophile. You're a Justinophile. Hey, I like that. Thank you, Zen. I really appreciate that. Thanks for the kind words and for being here tonight. Also, Scribble says, meow Volta in Faraday, meow meow, meow Scribble. Indeed. And I would even add meow 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 meow. I mean, how could you not? And E-Boogie. So I almost said Boogie. E-Boogie. Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says long time no chat. Much love, Big Dog. Love seeing you with the other debate greats. Have you worked with Joven yet? Praise Doug. Hail Satan. Hail Nero. They are awesome, by the way. It's really cool that I get to work with some of these people. I only got to get online with Jovan once. We're gonna do more. I just haven't got around to it yet. But yes, I was on his stream just the one time, and we're organizing another. But I'm gonna grab 2 more super chats, and then we'll get to our next guest, Zen, with the additional $19.99 super chat. Really appreciate it. It says, when I was watching John Cohen, my Justin 2, I loved a feature that he had where he allows chat to vote if it gets should be continued or voted out. Would you consider allowing chat to vote occasionally on booting a guest? This is not a bad idea, actually. I actually like the idea. I've never considered this until just recently when I saw John Cohen doing it. I'm definitely on board for setting it up. I don't know how I would run it just yet, but certainly I would be interested in doing something of that nature for sure. And real Marcus Holloway, not to be confused with the fake Marcus Holloway. Appreciate the $20 super chat. And they're saying if 1 + 1 = 2 and 2 / 2 = 1, and 1 over n goes to infinity as n goes to 0, therefore God is obviously true. Checkmate atheists. Rock hard for Doug. For sure. I mean, listen, if you wanted to do an argument for infinity, we can certainly do that. That's certainly something we can do. But that is, in no way is going to be an argument for God. I think you're just joking, obviously, though. Oh, we're all with you. Atlas, thank you for sending out 5 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. Hope you're doing well and enjoy the show. All right, let's bring in... Didn't we just have Aldo in here a second ago? What was Aldo doing? Why is Aldo back in the guest box? You guys remember what Aldo was up to? Was he the one that gave... Fuck, I forgot what Aldo was up to. Oh well. Anyways, toxic misogynist also in the box. That was the math guy that we just kicked out. I think you're probably right, because before that was Bobby the Time Traveler. I didn't even write down Aldo. Yeah, I think Aldo was the math guy. All right, toxic misogynist then is up next, and welcome in, toxic. Actually, I would say rather welcome back, because we've talked before.
Oh yeah, I'm glad to be back on here again. I really enjoyed the conversation.
So refresh my memory. What is your position? I already know you're over 18, so I ain't got to ask you that. What's your position?
Oh yeah, my position is that God is not imaginary; He's real.
Sure. In which God?
And the Christian God.
Awesome. And what do you think is a good evidence or argument for the Christian God being real as opposed to imaginary?
Well, I mean, you can hear his voice, but I guess that's more of qualitative than qualitative evidence, and really.
What's it sound like?
So for me, he sounds like a deep, strong voice.
A deep, strong voice, like
Yeah.
James Earl Jones, or
I've never really compared to celebrity, but I guess that's the thing about it. I can help you hear it, so you can tell for yourself. But I know that because I know you were a former Christian, right?
Actually, well, you reproduce it for me. Do your impression of God's voice for me.
Yeah, it's like right, hey Gabriel, something like that. Like it's like a deeper, strong voice. It's like I don't know. You know how when Christ was baptized and they heard like a thunder sound when he said, "Listen to my son. This is my son with whom I'm well pleased."
Mm-hmm.
It's like that's like, oh, this is my son with whom I'm well pleased, something like that. It's like more stronger like that, but it's like after a while I get used to it
with like a lot of authority.
Yeah, like authority and power and stuff like that.
Yeah. Does the ground rumble when he talks? Because the Bible says that the ground shakes when he talks.
I'm guessing probably since Pentecost, I probably haven't really have God shake the ground when he talks, but he does shake my heart. Like it's like you feel like he's speaking to your whole being. Yeah,
maybe he went through like
being.
reverse puberty. Do you think maybe he did reverse puberty where his voice got higher pitched and weaker?
I mean, there's still levels to it. I could probably ask God to be able to speak and have the ground shake. That never really thought
let's
about
do that. That's what I want to hear. Actually, fuck, I'll be a Christian today.
I mean, well, you were before, right? I mean, not just no one becomes an atheist, first being religious and out of nowhere.
No,
unless
there's
they're
a lot
agnostic.
of people. There's a lot of people who are atheists without having committed to a religion.
Oh, yeah, I mean, good point. I mean, typically they're agnostic because I mean they don't really believe in God, but when it comes to the proof there is. Okay, fair. We can agree to disagree.
No, I mean you're just wrong. You don't have to be an atheist, or you don't have to be a former believer to be an atheist. Like you can literally not believe in any God, whether you ever believed in one prior, and still be the same as what I am right now.
Well, I mean, technically, like, I guess, I mean, you could, that is a good point. You don't have to be former religious. It's just that commonly, a lot of them are former religious. It's common that a lot of them are former Christians because you don't really hear Muslims becoming atheists because I guess they just don't.
They get murdered.
Like to be fair, yeah,
they get killed by the
and that's why I say the Muslim religion is not real because I mean because I guarantee you that's just not that the Muslim faith is more of a cultish kind of faith, but Christianity is the one.
Christianity is not a cult at all. They just abuse children and cover it up.
I mean that showed the e-files showed that a lot of secular folks do it, and they just there are a lot of Christian folks that do it as well. This is irrespective of faith, really. It's not a sin that you're a Christian.
So there's no difference between Christians and non-Christians in regard to diddling children.
Because that's a sin. Everyone sins. It's like saying sin. Everyone sins. Christians sin. Non-Christians sin.
But doesn't the Bible say that you'll become a new creature? And doesn't 1 John say that Christians won't commit those sins anymore and that you'll be fundamentally different than the world?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, the same way the Bible says that the path to heaven is narrow and very few find it. Yeah, because there are those who genuinely go through and go transformation. But it's like the whole 80-20 rule. 80% of Christians probably aren't really really understanding it, they're more cultural in that sense. And then 20% are the real serious ones, but are the ones that have the true faith and talk to God. But
Yeah.
they're going to be drowned out by the 80%.
Those are the ones that get to talk to Mufasa every night. Okay, so what's the evidence that this God is real? Because I've never heard the voice. Chat's never heard the voice. You claim to hear the voice. We doubt that that's the truth. So how could
I
we know
guess
that this God is real?
I guess the most common way is through miracles, because Christian faith is one that really believes that really believes and does have evidence of miracles being done. Than most other religions. Muslims don't believe that. They believe only Prophet Muhammad could have done it, and he's already how many years been disposed of. So,
Are you suggesting
um,
that only Christians attest to miracles?
to do that they can perform miracles today. Not saying like
Can you
historically,
do
but
one?
just actually, yeah, I've done one before, and actually, I do have evidence of a
Oh,
miracle that has
let's do
been
one.
done recently.
Let's do one.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Right?
I
No,
think
right
you would
now.
need to
Let's
see
do one
first.
right now.
I mean, you have to come with me so we can go pray for others, right?
No, I will certainly
Yeah.
never be going praying with you for people to
Well,
be
I mean,
healed.
you want to see for
It's
yourself
crazy
because
that you
that's
think I was a Christian for 20 years and I was an actual fucking pastor, and you think I never prayed for someone to get healed. The level
I
of
mean,
lunacy that is in your people's brains is crazy. That you literally think that Christians never prayed for somebody to get healed. It's crazy. It's like
well,
I don't
have you
know, like
experienced a
what
miracle
I don't
then
know, like
as a
what
pastor?
world you live in that you think all of the ex-Christians in this chat just. If only we had bothered to pray for somebody once, we would have gotten the evidence that we needed. It's like you live in an alternative universe.
No, I just see it as a common trend. Like for example, you as a pastor, have you seen any
No,
miracle
you
been
don't.
performed?
Actually, everybody in the chat, put a 1 in the chat when you were in the faith if you prayed for people to get healed. Put a 1 in the chat. Let's see how many ones we get. I bet it's going to be a lot of fucking ones.
And actually, I am one of the elect, so I can
I'm
say
sure
that
you are.
confidently.
I bet you're one of the special ones.
Yeah. I mean, I had a burning bush moment, so I'm actually grateful to God for
I
that.
bet you did. Did you record it?
Did Moses record his?
Did Moses have a fucking cell phone?
Well, yeah, but like same in my
If Moses had
situation, I couldn't.
Moses had a cell phone and he didn't record it, I'd say the same thing. Sounds like you made a huge fucking fumble when you didn't record it.
Oh yeah, because it happened out of nowhere. It's not as if I was waiting. Oh my gosh! All right, guys, he's gonna give me a burning bush moment.
Was
When
your
it happens out of
was
nowhere,
your phone on
you're
you?
like, oh yeah, it was on me, but I
No,
didn't pull it out because when you presence
sounds like a
of
you
God.
problem, not a me problem.
I mean, when you're in presence of God, are you gonna put? It's like you talking to like
Yep.
let's say like your favorite.
Yeah,
let's say
God shows up in my
your
bedroom and lights something on fire. I'm recording that shit for sure.
no
Fuck,
no. It's
if I'm
it's
gonna
like
waste my
it's like
time
you.
converting to this religion, I'm gonna actually have evidence for it.
I mean, I have pictures of miracle that happen. It's just like
I bet you do.
but
But you
yeah,
can't
but
do one
you
right
can.
now.
Oh, I mean, like we can definitely go out and do it together. I'd rather do it together so you can see for yourself.
Yeah,
But
not
like,
fucking
so, like
interested one bit.
DZ. I mean, you're a pastor as well. Have you seen any
Yeah,
miracles happen as a
that's why I know
pastor?
it's bullshit. No miracles
How do
happen.
you know? How do you know it's bullshit?
Miracles don't happen. You get bullshit miracles like some guy pretending to lengthen somebody else's leg by pulling on their shoe, or you get like temporary psychological ailments being done away with, or people believe that they're demon possessed, but really what they actually need is a little bit of medication. Or you get some people that like have a little bit of like chronic pain and they get prayed for, and then for like 5 minutes after they feel a lot better, but then next week they're fucking right back in the same amount of pain. The amount of time I've seen an entire church pray for a single fucking woman over the course of a decade who had MS. I've never seen more people pray for a single person more fervently in my entire fucking life. And God looked down and said, nope, you can keep that fucking MS. Because God isn't here to answer anyone's fucking prayers or to help anybody. Anytime you ever thought God answered a prayer, it's some sort of psychosomatic bullshit.
Well, I guess, like for example, I had trouble seeing, and then one day I was at church and I was able to see afterwards.
I'm sure
Like
you did. Do you have documented evidence of it?
Yeah, I even went to my doctor. Yeah, well, of course, I went to
I'd
my
love
eye
to see
doctor.
it. Please show me the documentation where your eye charts suddenly got better, where you went from needing glasses to now 20/20 vision. That's what I want to see.
Yeah, I said that is exactly what happened. I said I went to
Send me the
eye doctor.
documentation. Show it.
Okay. All right. Let me see. I'll get documentation. I'll send it to you. Do
Yep.
you have a YouTube or Instagram?
I have an email. It's
Okay.
on my
All
YouTube
right.
page. It's also on my link tree.
Okay. Cool. I'll go on your YouTube page and get that email and get it sent to you.
Yep.
I mean,
Is
it's not a difficult thing.
that all you got?
Yeah.
Is just that, or do you actually have an
I mean,
argument
I have
today?
I have the pictures and I have my
Yeah, I bet you
documents.
do.
So
I bet you
I
do.
can send both of them to you. It's just like, will you accept it or you be critical? Because I mean, let's be honest. It's like
Obviously, I'm
I
going to be
realize
critical because you're making a claim that you can't actually back up with any real
I mean,
evidence.
if I
So,
send you the documents, I mean,
but
it's
what
up
I'm
to you to
asking
accept it.
you is, do you have anything other than these nonsensical claims, like an actual argument or a piece of evidence, or is this it?
I mean, so if I have pictures and documents and those do not qualify as evidence, because I want to make sure we understand.
I
I'm trying to
didn't
understand
I
what is
didn't say
evidence.
that they didn't qualify as evidence. What I'm asking you is, do you have any evidence you could present right fucking now?
Okay. All right. Well, like I said,
So
in terms of your
it's a
timeline,
it's a
your
yes or
timeline doesn't
no.
really dictate.
It's a yes or no. Do you
I
have
can't
any
present to you
evidence you
right
can
now.
present right now?
No, I can't present to you right now, and that's I mean that's
Okay.
fine.
Well, then come back
Yeah,
when you
but
when you got
I
it.
can email you. I can email you all this.
The amount of yap in some of these believers is crazy. When you get the evidence, come on back. I'll pull you right up from the queue, but I'm not going to waste a bunch of time yapping about it. Wild. Okay. Hey, Percy's with us tonight. Says buffalo horse wings. Is that what he said? Did he say buffalo horse wings? Was that a real thing that happened? If the guest said buffalo horse wings, I missed it. Not the Bible. Jason says, I was totally kidding. I wouldn't even respond to me. No. I actually do enjoy engaging with the community. It's just that given my time constraints, I can't do it as often or as much as I like. So I kind of have to pick priorities. But I promise I'll get back to you, friend. And also, I Phil Bros. Wait, oh fuck you, Phil Bros. That's what I'm talking about. That's a much better thing than PHILBRO for sure. And also, the Otter Ones, great name, says friends. I'm sorry, not friends. Friend says Philemon, Philemon. I think you mean Philemon 16 to 17. God's way of saying there's no more slavery. I know it's not, but just wanted to double check with an expert. Yeah, no. The letter of Philemon is Paul. First of all, Paul's not even speaking for God at this passage, but Paul is basically saying this person is better now that they're a Christian. They're better as a use to serve me. Right? Paul is saying, like, listen, release this guy from slavery and let him come serve me. So he's not really all that free. And also, he didn't say free all of your slaves. He says, now that this particular one is a Christian, let him come work for me. He could have said, hey, listen, we don't do slavery anymore. He could have said, listen, free this slave and any other slave that you have. But he didn't say any of that. Also, if Paul meant that we don't do slavery anymore, that means he directly contradicts himself in Ephesians chapter 6. In chapter 6 of Ephesians, he explicitly tells you to, if you're a Christian, to treat your slaves with kindness and respect, which means you can own fucking slaves. So, like, Paul, I mean, obviously isn't just going to go out and disagree with himself like that, unless he just assumed nobody was ever going to read the letters, which maybe that is the case. He probably didn't know everyone. I bet when Paul was writing, he had no idea that people were saving these fucking letters. And Zed, thank you so much for the follow-up super chat. Says, sorry, autocorrect messed up my first message about chat voting to continue or boot a guest. It does that, actually. Autocorrect is a motherfucker. Just wanted to know if you'd consider treating chat to a fun vote. I actually would. I'll have to set up a way to do it because there is a way to do it on TikTok, but I don't know of a good unified method to do it on TikTok and YouTube at the same time. I got to work on that. Maybe I'll set up I'll program a little piece of voting software and I'll integrate it into OBS and we can do it that way. We'll see. There's got to be a way to aggregate it. I just haven't spent a whole lot of time working on something, but certainly there's a way to do that. And Nightman says, I'm getting prophecy from Allah that there will be multiple Muslim trolls tonight. That is the case. The Muslims are just like the Philbros. They kind of run around in packs. When one of them goes live, another one follows up. It's just one of those weird things. And Cute, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says, are we able are we able call in to discuss religion and the deconstruction process? Not really debate, but talk about it. Well, not tonight. Tonight's the debate night. We're just doing debates tonight. I did a Q&A on Sunday night, and I'll do another one probably this Sunday night. Hold on. Whew, where's my calendar? Let me see what's on my Sunday night calendar. I usually say, yeah, this weekend should be fine. I usually save my Q&As for Sunday nights. So I don't think I have anything going on this Sunday night. So I'll do another Q&A this Sunday night if you want to pop in and ask some questions. Frank says, my man, curious if you ever struggle with burnout just like any other job. If so, how do you fight it? Great question. Yeah, for sure. I definitely have days where like I'm not in the mood to come on and argue with believers today. But then I fucking do it anyways because like, well, that's what I have to do. I don't really get a choice. It's my job. That being said, yeah, I've had a couple days where like I've worked so many days in a row that I'm like, you know what? I'm just going to take a day off. But the thing of it is like usually just like one day off is fine. That's all I need. I enjoy doing this so much that like it doesn't, for the most part, 99.9% of the time, I'm having a good time. I don't feel like I'm burning myself out. It's just that sometimes when you go enough nights without sleep, which is my chronic problem, my body doesn't like to sleep. My brain either. I got some weird ADHD stuff going on. When I get a couple of nights in a row where I really haven't been able to sleep, then it really fucks me up. But does this burn me out doing these debates? No, not really, man. I love them. It's just a matter of whether or not I'm like mentally and physically like rested and ready to jump in. I'm going to read just two more super chats. We're going to get Asian in here. AR, hey, good to see you. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, Tavo said on the last stream that it was clear that Jews narrowed the qualifications to be the Messiah after Jesus. Is there any truth in that more of his BS empirical evidence? Cheers. It's not true, by the way. So what happened was during the time where the Christian movement took off, there certainly was a plethora of Hebrew documents that people were like, they didn't really know if they were canonical or not because they didn't really have a canon, right? Now, late in the first century, after the school of Jamnia was formed, they seemed to nail down this idea of, okay, what actually is, what are we actually going to be including as our official canon? Now, Philo had done it a little bit. Philo of Alexandria had already talked about this a little bit prior. And there was one more individual, Josephus, talked about this a little bit as well, but that's roughly the same time as Jamnia. So there was a concerted effort to be like, hey, we've got a lot of diversity in what people are thinking are sacred documents. We should actually nail this down. We actually do need to figure out like what. And so it just happened to be coincidental about that time period. And it's true. People like Justin Martyr accused the Jews of removing some books from the canon, like the Apocrypha, because they thought that it clearly predicted Jesus. But the reality is there was no official canon, right? So when they actually had their council and made it an official canon, I thought they were more generous than they should have been. I thought they should have been more stringent, to be fair. It was just a matter of like he said, she said. But no, there's no actual evidence that the Jewish people saw the Christian movement as a threat so much that they had to shrink down the canonical list of books. I don't see that at all. And last one from El Travioso. Good to see you, friend. Says, hey, Justin, to kick clown callers, have it so that if a chat donates 50, say 50 during a call, if they, off they go. I think chat used to Zeus callers back in the actually that's true. Back in the day when I first started, TikTok was different. And I'd have like 30 people waiting to get in. TikTok algorithm's different now. It's much harder to get opposition. So what we used to do back then is like if somebody was like a real clown show, somebody could donate like a gift, like a Zeus. And if you donated a Zeus, we'd move on into the next one. Things that a lot of the live streams don't really do that anymore, only because the way the algorithm works nowadays, just one of those things where like you're going to run out of guests, right? So that being said, I would be okay with bringing back like a kick, like if somebody donates a certain amount. I definitely wouldn't be opposed to that. The only caveat is I would probably make it expensive And the only reason why I would do that is because I don't want to run out of guests. So I have this weird balancing act where I have to make sure there's guests in the guest box, but also if they're boring, I have to make a decision on whether or not I'm going to cut them and potentially lose out on actually having someone to talk to. It's a really weird problem to have right now. Oh, you're right, Mackless, you're right. Not only was a Zeus a kick, but when somebody sent a Zeus, they got like a 30-day ban. And the reason why we did that, thanks for a reminder, by the way, Mac, the reason why we did that is because it was like a fucking $300 gift. Like somebody paid like $300 to Zeus a guest. I'm like, fuck, I guess they're banned for a month. That was crazy times. Things are a little bit different nowadays. Asian is next in line. Welcome in, Asian. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in some kind of God?
Yes, and it's actually Aslan, but thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It looked like an I from where I'm sitting. Aslan is
no
is
problem.
probably
No problem.
I was wondering why somebody would have their name as Asian, but
Yeah, no problem.
so
Thanks for
Aslan,
having me on.
welcome in. Are you Christian, Muslim, somewhere in between?
Christian.
Awesome. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Yeah. Well, my question for you would be, what would you consider convincing evidence?
Oh, any evidence I'm accepting. It doesn't even have to be convincing.
Okay. Would you agree that evidence between you and me, for example, would be shared? Meaning I can't come up with anything that you don't already have access to, because you and I share the same evidence.
I mean, if we have the same evidence or if we're aware of the evidence are two different things, right? It might be that you and I have the same evidence at our disposal, which I actually don't think is the case. But even if we did, whether or not we're aware of the evidence is another question.
Okay. So if I say, hey, look at this evidence, it would be something that you would have access to, and we both have access. I would make the first argument that we both have access to the same evidence. Would you agree or disagree with that?
I would disagree.
Okay. So what evidence do you have that I don't have?
I got all kinds of evidence. In fact, I paid many thousands of dollars to have access to academic resources that you probably don't have.
Okay. So you're appealing to different evidence that, or different studies that suggest life would have been originated from non-life.
Oh, not even remotely
what
true.
you're-
Nope.
Oh, okay. Sorry. What is this paid evidence that you have access to?
It's academic literature, specifically in the field of biblical studies. I didn't say anything about origin of life studies.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I would begin my conversation with you with origin of life studies.
Why?
Because that seems like a peculiar place to look at and see what evidence do we have and where
Have you
does that lead
considered
us.
asking like somebody in that field? Like, this is the craziest
I mean,
thing I'll
I've-
never understand is why a believer will come to someone like me who has a background in fucking electricity and biblical studies, and you'll want to ask biology questions. You do know that there are people right now live streaming as I speak with backgrounds in biology that you can go ask, right?
Not necessarily. I'd be happy to follow anyone you would recommend.
That's what I'm saying. Have you bothered calling Forrest or Erica? What about Planet Peterson?
Those are all streamers?
They're all streamers. They all doing the same stuff I'm doing, and all of them have biology backgrounds.
Okay,
You
what
can
did you study in
also-
biology?
I didn't study biology. I told you. I went to school and I studied electricity and Bible.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, that's right. You said electricity and Bible. Okay. I've studied
So-
some on abiogenesis, and
So
I would.
my point is this: even if like we look at the origin of life research and say, I don't know, it seems implausible, it still doesn't do anything for your God. Like I could literally just say every abiogenesis theory right now fails. Cool, meaningless. It still doesn't make God plausible. So I want to know what the argument for God is.
The argument is, if you follow the evidence that we can observe, there seems to be some sort of organized information and agency that is a plausible explanation for what we observe.
So you want
Origin
to do
of
the
life
argument,
is-
the argument from information? Then is that what you're getting at?
Well, I would make the argument from fine tuning, argument from information,
Well,
argument for origin of life.
well, they're not the same argument, so you're gonna have to pick one.
No, no, you're right. No, they're not. No, I'm saying those arguments provide potential evidence that would suggest an intelligent agent could be behind the origin of life.
Well, I think both of them fail for the same reason. I think because if there was something that was intelligent that created this mess down here, it fucking failed. Is miserable failure. So nothing about the way we're designed would meet what we would expect from a creator. 97% of the water on the earth is poisoned to drink. Like upwards of 40% of all fertilized eggs will never actually make it to birth. In fact, not even unfertilized eggs even make it. I don't know if you know, the fucking fallopian tubes inside of women don't even fully connect. There's like these little fingers at the end of it that just catch the egg as it's released. And there's actually a pretty good, for a lot of women, there's actually a pretty good number of eggs that never make it and never get fertilized because they end up getting reabsorbed into the body. There's like so many bad designs that you would have to think that whoever designed this was an imbecile.
Well, what causes that disorder that you just shared? What do we know what the cause of that is?
Well, the cause
I
of
don't
it
think
in my
I don't think faulty
the cause
design
of it
is
in my
necessarily-
worldview is that there is no design, that this is a product of evolution, and evolution is exactly what you would expect. If you believe in evolution, you would definitely believe that we're going to have some imperfect designs out there that are functioning, although slightly not so good. Now, your point of view as a Christian, you're going to say, well, this is because of the fall, right?
Well, I believe in evolution as a Christian.
Oh, fuck. Are you Catholic?
No?
Oh, you don't get that too much with the Protestants. Okay, so you do believe in evolution then, so that obviously you don't believe in the Bible, because the Bible says that Adam and Eve were the start of mankind, that they lived about 6,000 years ago.
No, I don't believe that Genesis is a scientific explanation for the origin of life. There could have been other people
I didn't say anything about Genesis.
created before. Well, you said Adam and Eve.
So what? Yeah, Luke chapter 3. In Luke chapter 3, there's an unbroken genealogy of Jesus going all the way back to Adam and Eve.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I thought you were referencing Adam and Eve.
I did. In Luke chapter 3. In Luke chapter 3, there's an unbroken lineage going from Jesus all the way back to Adam and Eve, which means the Bible is teaching that Adam and Eve are the first couple and that Jesus has a lineage going all the way back to them that is in fact traceable.
Okay.
Okay. And it even calls Adam the son of God, meaning the first human son of God. So listen, I understand, like, there's a huge movement in modern Christianity, especially in Catholicism, to be like, well, Genesis isn't real science, it's a theological text and whatnot, but that can't be the case, because the New Testament treats Genesis like it is a scientific account. In fact, that's the reason why the fall is so important, because without the fall of Adam happening to Adam and Eve, it's impossible to get this redemptive state like what we find in Romans chapter 5, where Paul's like, no, the first Adam corrupted mankind, the second Adam, Jesus, redeemed mankind, and then you get the same stuff repeated in the book of Hebrews about the seed being corrupted. That's kind of the Catholic Church's whole shtick with, what's the word I'm looking for? Original sin. The reason why original sin touches everybody is because every seed of every human was actually in the body of Adam. So when Adam became corrupted, all humans became corrupted because they were inside of Adam. You'll find that in the book of Hebrews, basically. That kind of quasi-explanation, but you'll find it elsewhere. So I'm reading the Bible, and I can't see a reason, if you believe in the New Testament at least, I can't see a good reason to read Genesis as not literal. But if you're Jewish, and you don't believe in the New Testament, then I think there's a path forward to reading Genesis as non-literal.
Yeah, well, thank you for that. I would disagree with your interpretation of Luke, but I believe Genesis is who created, not how creation happened. But that's kind of a side topic. I don't think believing in evolution dismantles my belief in the Bible, per se. I don't think they're mutually exclusive.
Well, I think it does. Did God create Adam and Eve or not?
Yeah,
And how?
I believe God created life.
How though? How did God create Adam and Eve?
I'm not entirely sure. I wasn't there.
Well, it sounds
But I
like
believe,
you don't believe what the Bible says. The Bible says that God physically formed them.
yeah, that's okay. I thought you were talking about exactly how, I mean, how did he physically form them? Yeah, I would believe that he is the author of life.
I said physically though. How did he physically form them?
I don't know.
Well, the Bible says he took the dust of the earth and physically formed Adam, and then took a rib of Adam and made it into the woman.
I don't. I don't know if I believe that 100% literally.
But I don't know why you wouldn't. So, I mean, these types of ancient creation accounts were pretty ubiquitous in the ancient Near East. So we've got lots of, for example, in two of the Babylonian accounts, the gods take clay from the ground and mold it into humans, and then put the breath and the blood of the gods into them to animate them, right? They thought that this was a literal creation account, right? So when I read the biblical creation account, I really don't have any reason to believe any different, especially because even in the Bible, the breath of life is the thing that the breath and the blood is the thing that makes you alive. It says in Leviticus that life is in the blood. And then also we get this term, the breath of life, which both of these two ideas perfectly match what we find in the rest of the ancient Near East, where they literally believe that we're just like, we're meat suits. We're dirt from the earth. And once the blood and the breath leaves us, like we're still our bodies, but we're no longer alive because the living part, the breath and the blood is gone. That living part is what comes from God. So the God is basically granting us life by putting part of itself in us. That's kind of the general idea in the ancient Near East, and the Bible seems to agree with it.
Yeah, I think your interpretation is fair and balanced, and I would agree that the Bible talks about how there is a soul inside of us. But I guess I'm not really here to discuss that. I was more trying to discuss evidence of God's existence.
Yeah, sorry,
But yes, your
I
interpretation
sidetracked it a
is
little
accurate.
bit. That's on me. I sidetracked. What was the? I apologize. What was the evidence or the argument that you wanted to talk about? You want to talk about? I think we're on fine tuning, right?
Yeah, fine tuning was one area that I find convincing that there could be an intelligent agent involved.
Right. Okay. So if there's such a thing as fine tuning, I kind of got a couple complaints with the fine tuning argument. One is if God's all powerful, you do believe that God's all powerful, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But if God's all powerful, then no matter what the chemical makeup of whatever this nonsense is, he could have turned that to be alive. Like he could take these plushies on my shelf and make them alive. That's what it means to be all powerful. So to say that like God has finely tuned these parameters, and if these parameters were any different, we wouldn't have life. Well, that's just not the case. God could have taken any series of parameters he wanted to and created life. So I think the fine tuning argument fails right out of the gate because like we have no idea if God could or couldn't have created life with alternative parameters. It just happens to be that we have life right now with these particular parameters. Also, I think if the fine tuning argument is real, I think it's weird that God went through the trouble of fine tuning all this stuff so we can have life. And then like he like just shat the bed when it came to like actually making it decent, like making babies like get bone cancer and like having a high maternal death rate and even higher infant death rate. All these things seem like super incongruent with an idea that there's a God fine tuning anything.
Those are some good points. Can I try to respond to two of those?
Yeah.
The first one regards to fine tuning parameters and how that seems strange. I guess my response to that would be random, blind, chaotic accident as the cause for these fine-tuning mechanisms to be in place. That doesn't seem like a logical explanation that can explain the fine-tuning. That's why it seems, well, maybe some sort of intelligent being. It seems like a better explanation than just a random, chaotic accident.
Well, Aslan, that's the fun part about this fine tuning argument is it actually doesn't matter what you think about evolution. The fine tuning argument isn't based on incredulity, right? Now you can make an argument from incredulity, but that's
Wait,
not
what do you
what the
mean by
fine.
that? Sorry, what do you mean by
Well,
incredulity? What do you mean by that?
an argument from incredulity is basically I don't know how it could have happened this way, therefore it must have happened this other way, right? But the reality is,
I'm saying randomness doesn't generate the organization and the fine tuning that we see.
but that's a different argument. That's an argument from incredulity, and we can address that next. What I'm saying is just because, like, take for example, you have claim A and I have claim B, right? I'm going to say, well, life came about because of claim B, and you're saying, no, life came about because of claim A, right? Now, it's not a true dichotomy. It might be that claim B is wrong, but that doesn't make claim A independently correct. Okay, so you're never going to make your claim true by attacking my claim, right? You still,
I agree.
if you believe
I agree.
right. So if
Yeah.
you believe that the fine tuning argument is a good argument, then you actually have to address why that one is the right method, as opposed to just saying, well, I don't see how yours could be correct.
Yeah, that's fair. That's a fair point. I wasn't trying to attack in that moment. I was just trying to make the claim that random chaotic events don't usually produce highly structured information. But so that's a very generalized statement. So I get that that's a little problematic, but I wasn't trying to attack. I was just trying
that's okay. I disagree with what you're saying about that, but my point isn't that whether I disagree. My point is that doesn't support your actual argument. Your actual argument is the fine tuning argument. So going on this discussion about life coming from non-life or life coming from chaos is actually a diversion. It doesn't actually support your first argument. There are two separate arguments, is what I'm saying.
Okay. And that's fair. And then to your second point about the problems that you've observed in our world, I would say that the problem of evil has already been philosophically defeated.
Don't tell the philosophers. Holy shit.
You haven't studied Alvin Plantinga?
I don't know shit about Alvin Plantinga, but I do know that on almost all recent surveys of philosophers, they're almost universally, not universally, but overwhelmingly atheistic. They don't find these arguments to be convincing at all, and you won't be the first person that thinks that the problem of evil has been solved. You're welcome to give me your solution, but I'm gonna tell you why it's not solved after.
Sure. Well, I mean, it has been solved, and Alvin Plantinga, he solved it with the free will defense, which I know you're well aware of.
Nope. Want to know why that fails?
Sure.
Because free will has nothing to do with natural disasters. There's lots of evil that is what we would classify as evil, lots of badness that comes about with absolutely no free will involved. So God created a planet. This is also an argument against the fine tuning too, by the way. We live in a planet where like 100,000 people a year die from natural disasters. My free will didn't cause that.
Yeah, I get that your free will didn't. In order for free will to exist, maybe how we observe the universe, maybe there couldn't have been any other way for free will to exist without what we observe.
Well, that can't be the case, right? Because God's all powerful, and we know for a fact, according to Revelation 21, that when heaven and earth get remade, that's not the right. There's a new heaven and a new earth, according to Revelation 21, there's going to be no more suffering, no more sorrow, none of that stuff, right? So we know for a fact that God could make the state of affairs so that there isn't any of these natural disasters, right? So whether or not Adam and Eve sinned or mankind sinned or anything like that still doesn't have anything to do with why God created the natural disasters.
And that's a fair point. I would say, would you agree though, even though God is all powerful, there are logically inconsistent examples that we can create that an all powerful God can't do? Like, for example, he can't make a burrito so hot that he can't eat it because it's logically inconsistent. That doesn't mean he's not all powerful. No,
I agree with you. I do agree that it's fair. Sometimes I give believers a hard time, and I'll put my foot down and say, no. I mean, you can't use the word God is all powerful because he can't do logical contradictions. But to be fair, like you're being polite, so I'm not going to give you a hard time over it. I'm more than happy to accept the idea that God can do all things logically possible, but I have no reason to believe that getting rid of natural disasters is logically impossible, because prior to the fall of Adam and Eve, we had natural disasters. After the new heaven and new earth, we're going to have no natural disasters, which means it's certainly plausible for God to have, a planet for us with no natural disasters.
Yeah, and that's a fair point to bring up. I need to brush up on that a little bit more, if I'm honest with you.
That's all right. So I remember when I was a teenager, I converted is not the right word. I became a born again Christian when I was like 16. And I wasn't that interested in reading other than like science books and science magazines. I loved like science and archaeology and outer space and dinosaurs, all that shit as a kid. I didn't read anything beyond that. When I became a Christian, I got really interested in reading theological works. And one of the first books I ever read, I forget who wrote it, it's probably not even in print anymore, was like one of those dumb books, Why Do Bad Things Happen to Good People? And it was the same nonsense that you're going to hear everywhere else, which is free will. And I carried that thought all the way until I was in my mid-20s. So over a decade, I just thought that was the solution, because that is such a ubiquitous answer to the problem. But it doesn't fix all kinds of other problems, like the natural disasters or children being miscarried or things like that, right? It only solves the problem of why do humans hurt other humans?
Yeah, I mean, I still would disagree with you, but I was talking to my son the other day in the car.
Disagree about what?
And that free will doesn't solve natural disasters.
Well, how does it solve it then? I'd love to hear the answer.
Because I wonder if there is some correlation between the universe that we're living in order for free will to exist. I'm not sure exactly what that is off the top of my head, but I still don't necessarily think that it's easily dismissed.
I don't see how it couldn't be dismissed. Right now, could God just press a button and get rid of all tornadoes?
Potentially, yeah.
Okay, so if God controls the weather, he can just get rid of it. There's no logical inconsistency. God's not violating anyone's free will by just getting rid of natural disasters.
Yeah. 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 I will look into that a little more and get back to you on that.
Fair enough. Any other thoughts? It's not too often we actually get nice people to talk to, so you're welcome to bring up any talking points that you want. It's such a good palate cleanser sometimes to get a pleasant person to talk to on the line.
Your pleasant conversation as well, because I agree that if two people can disagree but have a peaceful discussion, both people will be better at the end of it.
I do agree. In fact, one of my favorite quotes from I call him my ex-pastor. He's still a good friend of mine. But this guy used to go to his church when I was younger. He used to say, you can disagree without being disagreeable. And I still think that's a good thing. If you can disagree without being disagreeable, I think you always gain more ground. It just happens to be that the debate space is kind of toxic. And so sometimes it's hard not to be. But
yeah, sure. Yeah.
Either way, Aslan, thanks for chatting.
Yeah. Yeah. How often do you do this topic? I know you specialize in biblical studies and slavery in particular. How often do you do this topic?
So this topic I probably do about 2/3 of the time, and then 1/3 I mix in other topics like God is not good. He's not coming back. He's not returning. Different things like that. But I do this one a lot.
Okay. Well, I appreciate your time, and it's been a good discussion, and hopefully I'll hop back up here another time and we'll talk more about natural disasters.
Sure thing. Thanks for coming by.
Thanks. Yep. Have a good night.
Oh, fucking W Aslan for being nice. What about that? Sometimes you get them, you know. Hey, Carlos is in the house tonight. Thank you so much, Carlos, for sending out 10 DEC debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate that. And also, Carlos, what happened to your PFP, my friend? Where'd your PFP go? I'm used to seeing a PFP. Hope you're doing well. And Not the Bible Jason coming in again. Thank you so much. Says, so basically, like only me, Carlos, and G-Force will be able to do this. Sounds fun. That might be the case. Not the Bible Jason. That might be the case. The only reason why we have to set the price so high is because it's too boring to run out of guests. You know what I mean? Like I'm lucky that I get to read super chats. Like if I run out of guests, I can read some super chats. But also, I do know that what people really want, what they really want to see, is to me dialogue with some guests. So I try to do as much of that as possible. Also, Randy would be on board, perhaps. Not the Bible Jason. Randy, thank you for sending out. Listen, you're looking at 20 Deconstruction Zone gifted memberships right now, but it's not 20. It's actually fucking 40, because here's 20 more. Huge W, Randy. Really, really appreciate that. Now, you might have thought to yourself, 40 is a lot of fucking gifted memberships to send out, but you'd be wrong if you thought that it was more than fucking 60 gifted memberships, because here's 20 fucking more from our friend Randy. Let's get 60,000 W's for Randy. And if you thought to yourself 60 is a lot, it also turns out that it's fucking less than 80, because he sent 20 more, which is also less than 100, which he also fucking sent. 1 million W's for Randy in the house. Thank you so much. That's monumental. Unbelievable. And Shadow, my friend, says, hey, Justin, 1 Corinthians 7:36. Is this verse condoning assault, or am I reading too much into it? Curious on your thoughts. Appreciate your insight in text. So, okay, I know exactly what you're talking about. We're talking about those not being able to leave their spouse because they'll be, what's the word I'm looking for? Like, not consecrated, but they'll be saved through their spouse. Is this condoning people staying in abusive relationships? That's usually the talking point around this particular verse. I want to agree with you, yes, but I don't really know what Paul would say. Like, so for example, in 36, it says, if anyone thinks that he is behaving indecently towards his fiance, if his passions are strong, and so it has to be, let him marry as he wishes. It is no sin. Let them marry. So in this particular section is basically saying, listen, if a man's hormones are uncontrollable, let him marry. I think in Paul's day and age, it wasn't universal, but it was a little bit better accepted that if you marry off your daughter, it's better to have a consenting relationship than a non-consensual relationship. It's not that it didn't happen. For sure, it still happened. But by Paul's time, the Jewish faith did kind of reach a point where they thought that the girl should be consenting. You can find passages in the Talmud that refer to this, about how there's appropriate ages to marry off your daughter. And also, one of the reasons why there is an appropriate age is because you want to wait for them to be old enough to actually be able to consent. Now, their age of consent is way too fucking low. But nevertheless, I'm assuming Paul is in that vein, that he's assuming this is a consensual relationship that's not being forced upon her. So that's what I would say. But 1 Corinthians 7 has some troubling sections, like the one I assumed you're about to quote before I read it, about staying with the unbelieving spouse. A lot of women have stayed in abusive relationships because they thought that they needed to in order for the salvation of their husband. I've seen it before. It's horrific. And Randy, thank you for the additional super chat. Says, thank you, Justin, for your work. Well, Randy, thank you so much for supporting my work, because there really is there's no deconstruction zone without the community. Like y'all are the ones that make this channel possible, for sure. And Matthew, thank you so much for the 50 huge deconstruction zone dollars. I appreciate this. So thank you for HRE, Holy Roman Empire, huge in German history until Napoleon ended in 1806. In 1512 became Holy Roman Empire of the German nation. In 1530, last papal coronation, German throughout. Thanks for checking and changing. Hope not vibe killing. Love your work. No, it's not vibe killing at all. Listen, you guys have heard me say it before. Sometimes you have to be wrong before you can be right. And I think my reliance on what I would call propagandized history led me to a conclusion that probably isn't correct, which is why I'm dumping it. It is true. I did double check. If you look at the Catholic sources are going to tell you the shit that I told you. I don't think there's a good reason to trust them. I think that they're looking through a very romanticized historical lens, and I don't think there's a good reason to believe their version of history, which is why I'm changing my allegiance to the secular history. Mike, hey, thanks so much for the $10 super chat. Says, did you hear about the new restaurant that serves currently over fries? It's called Curry on My Wayward Son. Fucking A. If you clean your plate, there'll be peas when you are done. Unbelievable. Fucking masterpiece. Absolute masterpiece, Mike. I love that one. Thank you a ton. I've just got like 2 or 3 super chats left, friends, and we're going to get real presents into the guest box. Hey, Dylan, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, I read Leviticus 12, 1 through 5. This should be part of the dietary laws, right? Why does it take the woman twice? Oh, yeah. Why does it take the woman twice as long to be considered clean when she gives birth to a daughter versus having a son? It seems a little sexist to me. Thanks for any clarification. So I agree. I ran into this when I was doing some research on purity laws way back when I was in seminary. And I got to be honest, I couldn't find a lot of satisfactory answers. In fact, even some of my favorite exegetes, like Jacob Milgram and Baruch Levine, who specialize in the Levitical law code, man, it seems like not everybody's clear. Not everyone's in agreement on what the real problem is here. It seems to me that women were viewed, and this is true in Islam too, women were viewed as basically being inherently unclean to begin with. So a woman giving birth to a little girl would make you twice as unclean. But I'm not sure that that's a good answer. I don't like that answer. I've heard it before. I don't think it's a great answer. I will have to brush up on Milgram. So Dylan, do me a favor, send me an email with this same question so I don't forget it. And I'll go back and reread what Milgram said, because I think, if I remember correctly, Jacob Milgram, I think, had the best answer. But it's been 15 years since I read it. I'll go over the stuff from Jacob Milgram and see if I can give you an actual better answer. This is one of those things where I do remember, though, there's not a good answer. Like, whatever answer I give you is honestly might not be satisfactory to you or to anyone, but I'll definitely give you the answer that I think is most typically given for this particular problem. And to be fair, it's a real fucking problem. It's such a wild turn of events. Randy, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, everyone get in the cheat sheet and learn what is really in this religion. Fucking man. Get the cheat sheet, y'all. Randy Wilson sending it out to y'all. Get a copy, debate people in real life, deconvert them, get them out of the cult. And we're going to make the world a better place. All right, I got just 2 more super chats. Arteminsite. Artemis Night. Hey, thanks for the $10 super chat. It says, why does everyone call him Yahweh? And the Bible clearly states, Howard be thy name. Chat, help me out. I'm so close to monetization. Music by Artemis at Night. Thanks, Justin. Yeah, y'all, guys, follow at Artemis Night. There we go. That's why I'm so bad at reading 2 words bunched together. Y'all, go find Artemis Night on YouTube and bump them up. They're a member of the community. They're supporting the live stream. Why not give them a follow and see if they got some decent music? I'm willing to bet Artemis Night has some pretty dope music, and I do enjoy just the name itself is a great name. Last super chat from our friend Carnage. Hey, good to see you, Carnage. Thank you for the super chat. Says, manifesting a Nebraska Steve sighting. Maybe. It might happen. It's been a couple weeks, and we know like he can't go too long without popping in. So, guys, if you are waiting for a Nebraska Steve sighting, now's the time to manifest. We already got multiple people manifesting a Nebraska Steve sighting. I'm here for it. Let's make it happen. All right. I'm going to grab Real Presence and my good buddy, Mac Luster. I got to put the cat down so I could change something real quick. Hey, Mac.
Hey, bud, what's going on?
Not too much. How you doing?
Pretty good. Before you get into the next one, I see you got it like pulled up, but I think if you wouldn't mind, I want to talk about that Corinthians thing.
Oh, yeah. I still have it up. Yeah.
Yeah. So you have NRSV?
I've got the NRSV currently updated edition out. Yeah.
Yeah. See, and I think that's part of the thing, because like if this person's thinking of the same thing I am, KJV says something real sus.
Oh no! Let me pull it up. Hold on. The new or the old KJV?
Both 21 and KJV. I think they.
Oh
all
shit.
Say it.
Okay. All right. Let me pull it up. This might be really interesting. 1 second. Says, if any man thinks he is behaving improperly towards his virgin, if she is past the flower of youth, and thus it must be, let him do what he wishes. He does not sin. Let them marry. Fuck. That reads way different.
Yeah. Flower. KJV says flower of her age, right?
That's
so
basically
this one
the
says
same
flower
thing.
of youth. Yeah, but like, what is that?
I mean, that's basically puberty, right? So
Right.
I would
Like,
reword
has
it.
she entered puberty? Like,
Right. If any man
like,
thinks he is
is that
behaving,
first menstruation?
that's what it seems like. Typically, puberty was rated by two things. It was rated by menstruation and whether or not you had mammaries. That's why we find, like in the Song of Solomon, they're dialoguing towards the end of the Song of Solomon about what are we going to do with our little sister? She's still flat like a wall. Like, how are we going to marry her off, right? So there seems to be like the outward symbol was 1 blood and 2 mammaries. But if I'm reading this correctly, then it might say something like, if any man thinks he is behaving improperly towards his virgin, if she is past menstruation and or puberty, and thus it must be, let him do what he wishes. He does not sin, let them marry. So it does kind of sound like he's saying, listen, if you have a virgin and she's past puberty, you can do as you wish to her. I don't know if that's really what it's implying, or if that's just bad wording.
Yeah, well, it doesn't seem to be, and I've only done like a cursory investigation, but it doesn't seem to be like common phrasing. Like everything I find like looking for is just it's just a circle that brings you back to like the Bible verse, right? And there's not like but I'm not really a great like historical language researcher, but
I think in context too, right? Like, so in context, Paul's talking about whether or not you can and cannot get married, right? So when he says let him do as he wishes, it seems like as he wishes is referring to getting married, right?
Yeah, if you're too horny, go ahead and do it.
That's how I'm reading it. But you know what? This is such a good point. The way they've worded it here, it sounds really sus.
Yeah,
that's wild. Oh, well. You gonna come hang out with me for a little bit?
Yeah.
Dope. We got Real Presence with us. How you doing, Presence?
Yo, what's up, boys?
Not too much. How you doing?
I'm good.
Real, are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes, sir. I'm 27.
Okay. And do you believe in a particular God or a generic God?
Yeah, I'm a Christian.
Okay. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
Just because the contrary explanations don't really give me, good answers to the world around me.
So you're just saying I don't have a better answer, right?
Well, that and the answer itself isn't very good.
Well, I don't know which answers you're referring to, but I think they're. I don't know which ones you've been given, but I think I've got some pretty good explanations that don't include God for the world that we're living in. But I would point out that you not liking the secular response actually doesn't fix the problem of supporting the idea that the Christian God is behind any of it, right? I could easily say that life came about because of a naturalistic force that only has one job, and that job is to create life. You know, there's so many other possibilities other than the Christian God. Why would I jump to the Christian God?
Yeah, because the Christian God is the only type of God that can properly explain, I think, the world around us.
Well, I actually don't think it does. Also, to be fair, I don't think being able to explain something is a valid um, evidence for it being true. Like I could talk about a completely fictional explanation for the world that I know isn't real, and it could satisfy all the requirements, but that doesn't actually make it real.
Like, what type of being are you thinking about?
It'd actually be multiple beings.
It could be multiple beings.
Yeah. So life came about by the life-granting unicorn, and the universe is eternal, so it never had to be created. And that fixes the problem of ex nihilo, because there never was one. It fixes the problem of the origin of life, because the origin of life was through the life-granting unicorn. And I mean, honestly, I guess that's all you really need so far.
No, but that doesn't really answer. That doesn't really answer a lot of questions because the
What
unicorn
question needs to be
is
answered?
composite. Because I'm looking for the absolute origin of things. So this
I just
absolute
told
origin
you.
of things, yeah, that doesn't answer the question of that.
There is no
being based.
origin.
No, but I'm saying that doesn't answer because the unicorn has composite materials and also it's material.
So does God. The Christian God has composite materials.
But you're not. I'm not talking about the unicorn.
I know. I'm saying having composite materials can't be a problem because your God has one too. You think Jesus had a body?
Yeah, but prior to that, he was immaterial. We have explanations for why that he has a body.
Well, the life granting unicorn is both material and immaterial, and has always existed eternally, just like the universe. The universe existed eternally as well in my model.
Yeah, but you have to give me like you said that a unicorn, in order to be still a unicorn, it would have to have the essential qualities of a unicorn, which would be a horn, hooves, and be like a horse-like, and have it would also
Like
be a
nostrils.
Yeah, it wouldn't be a unicorn.
If it
It
had
would be a
nostrils.
unicorn
How?
because it's a unicorn. It has all the essential characteristics of being a unicorn.
Okay, so that means it has a horse body and a unicorn horn, but that only
Yeah.
begs the question as to how it got the unicorn horn and how it got the body.
No, it doesn't beg the question at all. It's always had it.
No, but that's not an explanation.
Explanation for what?
How it has it.
There's no explanation for how God has anything. So what
No,
you're
you're just
asking is
flipping the
what you're
burden.
asking is why does a life granting unicorn have a body versus not having a body? It just happens to be that life granting unicorn has a body for the same reason that your God doesn't have one.
No, I don't. No, sorry. My bad. No, that's not really giving me an explanation to
It
how
is.
it has it. At least there'd be an explanation to why it has
the-
it. We don't have an explanation to why it has it.
You actually don't need to have an explanation for it because it's always had it, right? So you need explanations for things that come about, but for things that don't come about, you actually don't need explanations for. Like, do you have an explanation for why God doesn't have a body?
No, you actually do need it. You can't just say it's always had it because that wouldn't be an
Again, do
explanation.
you have an
for the origin.
explanation for why God doesn't have a body?
But I'm sticking on your points right now. I don't wanna
Again,
get too
do
off
you
track.
have an explanation for why God doesn't have a body? I'm
Just
asking
trying
a
to
question to
shift the burden.
clarify a point, so you're going to have to engage in it.
You're just shifting the burden though.
Gotcha. So you don't. No, I'm not shifting the burden at all. I'm demonstrating a point. So the reality is, you
critiquing
don't
your
have an
worldview.
explanation for why God doesn't have a body, and for the same reason why you don't have an explanation
No,
for that,
we do have an
I'm not
explanation.
going to give you an explanation for why the life-granting unicorn does have a body.
We do have an explanation inside of necessity.
then what is
because
it?
Immaterial. Yeah, because he's immaterial. He's the origin of all things, and material cannot be the origin of all things. Because
Why
material
can't
is
it?
composite of things.
Oh, again,
Because
I'm
it's
not.
composite.
I'm not saying that there's an origin. I've already told you there is no origin point. What I'm saying is that there
that's what
was
I'm saying.
no
That's the whole
point
point.
in history where there was once nothing and then something was coming from nothing. There's no origin point. in the eternal universe.
No, but your unicorn is the origin of all things.
No, it's not.
So that's what I'm saying. It's not the
It's
answer
crazy.
to the origin.
It's crazy how these people can't listen whatsoever. Again, I told you two things. There is no origin point. There's no beginning, right? And then the second thing was that life came about, not the origin of all things, just life. Life came about because of the life-granting unicorn.
So if I'm getting this correct, you're not explaining the origin of all things. You're explaining the origin of life.
There is no origin of all things. That's why I keep trying to tell you.
But I think there is an origin of all things.
Then prove it.
That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Prove it.
Yeah, because like I just said, I want an explanation for the origin of all things, and you're saying that there isn't an origin of all things.
Yeah. So why should I believe there's an origin?
Because by logic, like everything has a source.
Give me the
everything
argument.
has a source. Yeah,
No, everything doesn't have a source.
I would say everything has a source.
Prove it. Support it.
Okay. Like I came from somewhere.
Yep.
And then that thing that came from that thing came from somewhere. So I've only
Well, it didn't come from anywhere.
It's coming from other things.
Everything that makes up you pre-existed before the current form of you. Everything that is you pre-existed before you. It just happens to be that when these atoms arrange themselves in a particular way, we call that, real presence, right? But they didn't come out of nowhere. They weren't like poofed into an existence.
That's the whole point I'm trying to figure out. I don't see any evidence to suggest that they didn't, because there's every scientific method relies on the fact of tracing things back to its source.
No, it doesn't.
We can always trace things back to its source. Yeah.
How we have? There's not a single scientific study that would say that there's a source of all things. Now we can talk about whether or not we have like down to the fundamental layer information. Yeah, sure. There definitely are like fundamental particles, but that has nothing to do with whether or not there's an ultimate source. But what we learned from science seems to be that if we have a conservation of energy and a conservation of mass, it would seem to conclude that we would need a really good explanation to believe that there was once a time where both mass and energy weren't being conserved. And I've never seen an argument for it. Do you know one?
Yeah, I would say the second law of thermodynamics would work in my favor, because the universe is
which is what? What's the second law of thermodynamics?
That the entropy in a closed system increases over time.
No, it doesn't. Entropy in a closed system cannot decrease.
Which would mean it increases.
No, wrong again. The amount of energy in a closed system will always be the same. It's called the conservation of energy. And also, we have no idea if we're in a closed system.
No, it says I just looked it up. It says in an isolated system, entropy only increases over time.
It can't. It literally can't without an introduction of energy. There's no way for entropy to increase. Now, it could dissipate, right? You can have pockets of high entropy here and low entropy here, and then this pocket here will increase in entropy. That's something that can happen. But within the entire system, the amount of entropy enclosed in the entire system won't be increasing or decreasing because there's nothing adding new energy to it.
So you're saying you're saying that it's remaining at a state of order.
No, not order. No. First of all, I think you don't know what entropy means.
It's not changing state.
So again, I didn't say that at all. Let me explain to you what entropy means. Okay, so entropy is not just referring to whether or not something has like structure or order. When we say entropy, we're referring to the amount of energy in a system, right? And we measure that energy based on what is typically termed as disorder. When something is when you have a collection of molecules or even atoms, and they're at a high energy state, they're in a much more dynamic state of affairs where they're exhibiting larger changes in position and velocity, and it results in the atoms being what we would call more disordered, I guess you would say. But when you cool a system down, right, you get it really close to a crystalline state. What you find is that the individual atoms aren't moving around as much. and it's creating less supposed disorder. So when we talk about order and disorder, these are specific measurements that we're utilizing to talk about the amount of energy in a system. So the only way that you can have an isolated system and then have an increase of disorder in the entire system, not just in a part of the system, is by introducing new energy.
It can't be done from within.
No, you need more energy for that.
No. The energy that's already in the system is causing it to lose energy, increasing entropy.
No, it's not losing energy. If it's losing energy, then what would happen is entropy would actually decrease.
Well, I wouldn't say it's losing energy. I'd say sorry, I misspoke. I would say that it's more so dissipating. Like it's like
It can't.
equalizing, like to a point where it's no longer usable. But anyway, I was saying to you, like
not in a closed system. In a closed system, it can only dissipate and equalize. So it'll dissipate within the system, but it won't dissipate out of the system because it's entirely closed.
Right. So it's going to equalize.
Yeah, exactly. It's going to reach equilibrium, and then you might have pockets here or there that change, but it's going to reach an equilibrium. But what it's not going to do is continually get more and more entropic if it's an isolated system, because in order for that to happen, you need to introduce new energy into the system.
Right. I think I understand. But what I'm saying is, like, that would, the equilibrium, right, we're looking at here is would you agree that means no more changing?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you won't have a change in the amount of energy, but you'll still have a change in the position and velocity of the elements within the system.
But doesn't that require energy?
No, energy is conserved. So
Yeah,
you're
but
never going to, in a closed...
It's conserved, but it can reach a point of equilibrium where it doesn't need to change or do anything else. It's been conserved to a point where it's... If you have energy in a system and that energy is conserved, then you're never going to have a point where there's no motion. I'm confused. How is that not require energy?
Energy is conserved. So, like, for example, if you've got a closed system and you've got, who knows, 10 joules of energy, 5 kilowatts of energy, however you want to measure energy, you're always going to have 5 kilowatts of energy in that system. So if you have 5 kilowatts of energy in the system, it's always going to manifest itself in typically movement and velocity of the physical particles within the system. You don't have to add new energy for this to happen. Just like the planet rotating around the sun is going to continue, not because there's new energy causing it to do that. It's because there's nothing preventing it from conserving the amount of energy that it already has.
I'm not arguing with that. I'm saying even though there's 5 kilowatts of energy in the system, it could be in a point where the energy is stable and there doesn't necessitate any more movement in the system.
Then there wouldn't be energy.
It wouldn't be energy?
If there's no movement, there's no energy. Energy is the measurement of movement. So properly speaking, like, my background is in electrical engineering before I did biblical studies. And people really, I think, have a misunderstanding of what energy is. Energy is not like a substance that you can point to. Energy is the measurement of change in velocity and position of any given thing. Typically in electricity, we're talking about, ionized particles. But so what I'm saying is, if something has energy, meaning it's moving, like it's changing, that's going to get conserved, right? So if that's being conserved, then you're not going to have a state where there's no movement.
All right, I'm starting to get lost here, bro. But
okay, sorry. Let me explain better. Okay, so in America, in modern English, we use the word energy typically in a generic sense that doesn't really work well when you actually get down to the sciences. So energy is not a thing. I can't fill a bucket of energy. I can't, like, electricity we call a source of energy or a form of energy. It's really not. It's a particular type or method for energy to be transferred, but energy itself is not a thing. So when something has energy. What we're saying is it has a change in velocity and position. Energy is always going to be a measurement of change within a system, right? So energy, properly speaking, isn't a thing. It's not a stuff. It is a property of stuff. When you have stuff and that stuff has any amount of change in it, we say that there is energy there. But strictly speaking, energy is not a thing. Like you can't technically
What
like.
about the difference between like kinetic energy and potential energy?
Yeah, what about it?
Like wouldn't it be like potential energy, like that needs a catalyst to be activated? Like it doesn't necessarily mean it has to be a movement. Like
That's why it's potential energy, not energy. Energy is the amount of energy that something could have given a change, given whatever's preventing it from rolling down the hill gets moved, given whatever holding it back is letting go of it, right? So potential energy is just saying, listen, if whatever is restraining this is removed, here's how much energy it would exhibit. But energy still isn't like a thing.
but would it not be conserved if it's been in a potential state?
It would be conserved if it was actually being actualized. Like actualized energy is conserved. You can even say that potential energy might be conserved as long as the roadblock is preventing it from, or as long as the roadblock that is preventing it is removed.
I would say the roadblock would be that it's been dissipated. You know, it's like there's no more change in the system.
No.
Energy has been dissipated. It's been used in a way that makes it uniform.
Energy cannot be dissipated or diffused in an isolated closed system. It can only dissipate outside of the system into another system. That's why we have the law of the conservation of energy.
It's smoothed out.
It's not smoothed out. It's changed. It's been
not a transfer of
transformed.
energy.
It's been transformed into something else.
The energy is in a stabilized state that will require more energy in order to reinvigorate the system to cause more. Yeah, then that would be it's reached the state of maximum disorder.
Energy never dissipates in a closed system ever. It can only move around inside of the closed system. Energy can only dissipate in an open system. So when you run electricity through a resistor, it dissipates some quote unquote energy via heat. But that heat goes into our atmosphere. It's dissipating into an open system, not a closed system, right? So you can't get rid of energy in a closed system. You can only transform it into something else within the closed system. You have to open the system to dissipate heat.
But like I said, the second law of thermodynamics, it says that it must increase. And I looked this up. It says that in an isolated system, it must increase.
I know.
It must increase.
I know. And what that means is that nothing inside of that isolated system is ever going to decrease in entropy because the amount of energy in it is always going to dissipate from the high entropy into the low entropy and then reach equilibrium. But what's not going to happen is new energy is ever going to be introduced into that system.
Right. And I'm saying that if we reach the state where we're in, that's the whole concept of the heat death. If we reach a state of maximum energy or maximum entropy, then the universe is stable, even though it's in a state of, rest because all the energy
I don't think the word stable is helping you here. What do you think the word stable is doing for you?
Hold on, bro. I'm saying if we're reaching a state of high entropy, that's going to be the heat death of the universe. Right? Because all the energy has been spread out.
But I'm asking you, what do you think the word stable is doing in your sentence? Because I don't think it means what you want it to mean.
Bro, you're trying to get away from the point. I'm telling you.
No, I'm asking you to clarify your point. Hold on.
I'm not even done yet. That's not.
I don't want you to finish until you clarify what you mean.
Bro, that's irrelevant, bro.
It's relevant because it's part of your argument, right?
No,
I need to know
that's not even part of my argument.
I need to know. It left your mouth. I need to know what you mean when you say stable. What does that mean?
You gotta let me finish. To explain that, bro.
Is your explanation going to say what you mean by stable?
Yes.
Then by all means do it.
Okay. So you just said yourself that the states of or the pockets of low entropy are going to get, or I think what you said is going to get filled in by the high entropy or something like that. It's going to move from a state of low entropy to high entropy, and it's going to smooth out. So everywhere is going to be in a state of high entropy, meaning that there's not going to be change going on. It's all been smoothed out. It's all stabilized now. It's in a state of, you know, conservation. All the energy is still conserved. It's not left, but it's smoothed out. Meaning there's not going to be any more
Wrong.
changes happening in the system.
And you're
Yes,
still
bro.
wrong. Yes.
What is the heat death? Now, what is the heat death? Is
Energy
there still going to be changes?
energy is change.
Then what is the heat death?
The heat death just means there are sources of energy that are going to be too far away from other things to actually have an effect on it. So if the sun is a source of energy, eventually the sun will be so far away from other planetary bodies that the energy from the sun isn't going to have an effect on any of the other bodies around it. And so what's going to happen is there's not going to be any means of effective energy transfer from body to body. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be any energy within the universe. It certainly doesn't mean
the sun is going to be here forever.
It's certainly I
You
didn't
think the
say
sun is going to be here forever?
certainly I didn't say that. So to try to follow
You
along,
said, you said that the sun is going to move away to a point where it can't give useful
I'm giving
energy
you
to
an
anyone?
example of what heat death means. I'm not saying the
No,
sun
heat
is
death-
going to
heat
live
death-
forever.
heat
Put your
death-
listening ears on for 5 seconds and understand what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there are bodies that are emitting what we're going to call energy, and eventually those bodies are going to be so far away from the other bodies that the energy that it emits doesn't really do anything for it. That's what the heat death is predicting. And again,
That is
I
not
don't
what the
believe
heat death is
again
predicting.
I don't believe in the heat death. I believe in the
That's not what
cyclical
the heat death
universal
is
model,
predicting,
which is beginning more and more plausibility as we
Bro.
speak.
That's not the heat death, bro. The heat
Well,
death is not that the energy is being moved too far away. It's that the energy, all the energy is gonna reach us, is gonna smooth out, and so
That's
it's all gonna
not.
get transferred into a state. Yes, bro.
No,
That
it's
is
not.
the heat death. The heat death is
You're
not
wrong.
the usable energy is too far away. The
That's
energy
exactly what it
is not. It's
is.
not affecting. No, it's not. All things that are emitting energy, right? It's gonna emit all its energy is gonna smooth out, so it's gonna be in a state of stability, of equilibrium, meaning no more change. It's not gonna change
No,
anymore. All the energy
equilibrium
has been
will
smoothed.
never be the same thing as change. This is the thing you're
When
confusing
did I
here.
say that? When did
Two
I say-
bodies,
when did I say
two
equilibrium is the
bodies
same as
being at
change?
equilibrium has nothing to do with whether or not they're moving. Two bodies
I
at
say that?
equilibrium just means that now they have the same amount of entropy within them. So if you got a universe with 10,000 bodies, what happens when they reach equilibrium is all of them are going to be in the same state of entropy. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be any energy. It doesn't mean that there's not going to be any entropy or any
didn't say there's
movement.
not
It
gonna
just
be any
means that
energy.
they're all going to be at the same
Yes, it does.
state.
Yes, it does. The movement
No, it
requires
doesn't.
energy. Movement
It-
requires energy.
Energy is conserved. The energy in
Yeah,
the
I
universe
understand
isn't
that.
going anywhere.
The energy is conserved. Right? I can understand that, but in order
There's
for me to
nowhere
move,
for
I need
energy
to expel
to
energy,
dissipate.
bro. It could. Yes, the dude. If all the forces are at an equilibrium state, right? There's not going to be any more movement. You know, I know you're an electrical
Again,
engineer, right?
and you're
I know you're an
wrong.
electrical engineer.
The
right?
forces
I know you're
being
an
at equilibrium has
I know
nothing to
you're an
do with
electrical
them
engineer.
moving. If energy is conserved,
Hold on, bro.
they're always going to have some energy. It just means that they're going to have an equal amount of energy.
I know you're an electrical engineer.
Maybe you should
And-
look
and
up the
are you aware
definition of equilibrium.
Are you aware of what are they called? These atoms. What are they called? The ones that
I'll just give it for
What are
you
they
since
called?
you don't know the definition of equilibrium. I think a lot of this stuff can just be solved by you like actually getting familiar with the dictionary. So equilibrium is a state in which opposing forces or influences are balanced, meaning they have an equal amount of force or influence within them. It doesn't mean that they have no force or influence within them. It's just that the force that is in these two bodies are actually equalized.
All right, so here's what I was saying. You know, isotopic atoms, right? Or isotopes. These have like a plus or minus of electrons, right? And then we should make them unstable,
I'm aware of unstable atoms. What's the point?
right? So these atoms seek to stabilize, right? By taking in what they're lacking or giving away what they have extra, which would stabilize them.
I mean,
correct?
that's literally the
And
idea
when
behind
they resist-
behind electricity is that because of the particular state of the material that you're working with, some of the atoms are going to be more or less likely to give up one of the ionized particles. But again, it had nothing to do with equilibrium.
Right. No, it does exactly because atoms resist when they're at an equilibrium state. They resist losing or gaining electrons. That's the whole point. You need
Yeah,
an atom.
because the forces within the atom are going to be no longer at odds with each other.
Right. Exactly. So if we reach this thing where the whole universe is like that, where it's resisting the change because it's all been
Well, the
it's
universe
smoothed
isn't
out.
an atom.
It's not an atom.
No, and also when an atom equilibrize, when an atom reaches equilibrium, it doesn't stop moving. Like the particles don't stop moving. Like you're not going to find electrons
move in
no longer
relation to other
moving
particles.
inside an atom once it reaches
Move in
equilibrium.
relation to other particles.
They're still moving. I know.
Yeah, but that requires energy. I'm
No,
saying
it
when we reach a point
doesn't.
where
Energy's
it's all been
conserved.
centralized.
Energy is conserved. If you have 5 kilowatts being conserved and 5 kilowatts is causing energy, you're always going to have movement. You don't need to introduce more energy to continue the existing energy changing the position of things. This is just really basic, man.
Bro, I can't believe you're an electrical engineer. This is nuts that you don't understand these concepts.
I actually do. What's nuts right now is that you can't grasp hold of them. Whereas, like, I learned about this in junior fucking high. Like this,
You need to go back to junior high, bro.
This is basic.
Yeah, I know. This is basic. You need to go back
The
to junior high,
conservation
bro.
of energy means that whatever that energy is doing, it will continue to do. If it causes motion, and energy does, that means
is not true at
motion
all.
will be conserved.
That is not true at all.
It is true.
It's not that it's going to continue to do what it's doing. That's not the conservation of energy.
I didn't say that at all. I said if it's
You
causing
just said that,
motion, it
bro.
will continue
You
to
just said
cause
that.
motion.
You just said that.
All
You said
energy is
it's gonna Keep
motion.
doing what it's doing.
All
No,
energy is
that's-
motion.
Bro, that's not even true. I just looked that up. It's not even true what you're saying.
It's true.
It is scientifically false what you just said.
It's not.
I just looked it up.
Any system that has energy is going to have motion.
Oh, I don't. I mean, I disagree with that. I give you a potential
Well, then you're
energy.
wrong.
No, you're
Again,
wrong, man. I'm gonna look
potential
it up again.
energy isn't actualized energy. Obviously, in science, when we talk about energy, we're talking about actualized energy. No one's concerned with potential energy.
You already conceded that there's kinetic energy and there's potential energy. It doesn't necessitate movement.
Kinetic energy isn't an energy. Kinetic energy is what we call energy that could happen.
That's potential energy.
I'm sorry. Yeah, potential energy is energy
still
that could
energy.
happen.
It's still energy, bro.
Actualized
It's still energy.
Actualized energy is the energy that
still
we're
energy,
actually
bro.
talking about.
So if it's potentially energy, then it's not energy.
It's a different classification. When we talk about energy,
Okay, so
energy
it's still
specifically is a measurement of change. So if something isn't changing, what that
Energy
means
is not
is
measurement of
that
change.
it's not actually having energy. It could potentially have energy. Like if I had
not a measurement of
potentially a date on Friday night, it's not the same thing as having a date on Friday night. If I actually have a date on Friday night, that's when I have a date. I don't have a date until I actually get the date. Potentially having a date doesn't mean I have a date. They're two different things. So when we say that something has potential energy, what we're saying is it could have energy. That's what potential
Energy is
means.
the capacity to do work, bro.
It's listen,
Neither
no
has
matter
nothing to do
how
with
many
change, man.
no matter how many bad definitions you give of energy, you're still going to be wrong.
So
Energy.
you disagree with Google.
No, I 100% agree with Google. Ask it what it means by the capacity to do work now.
Like what is this, man?
It's going back to fifth
It's
grade
so-
again.
I just Googled it while I'm up here telling you you're wrong. I just Googled it. That's crazy work.
Yeah, because I have to fact check this liar.
Do it.
Yeah, it just means it has energy.
That's circular. Try again.
That's what it says, bro.
Try again. Try a better one.
That's what. If it has the capacity to do work, then it has energy.
And what does it mean to do work?
No, it doesn't. To doing the work and having
What
the
does
possibility
what
of doing
does
work
work
are not-
mean
are
in
not-
science? Ask
Bro.
Google what does work mean in
Bro,
physics.
it has nothing to do with it. It says it has the
It
capacity
does
to do work.
because
It
you
says it
can't
has the
define what
capacity.
you don't
It
know
has the
what
capacity,
work
bro.
is anymore.
You're such a liar, bro. Do you like lying to these people, bro?
I'm actually not lying to you. I'm trying to help you.
You enjoy lying, bro? By
Work
lying to
in
me?
physics is the measure of energy transfer that occurs when an object is moved or displaced. So
I
work
understand that, bro. We're not
So
talking about
work
doing
is
work.
what
We're talking about energy.
happens when something
I
moves
know,
or is
bro.
displaced. So
I
if
know,
energy
bro.
is doing work, then what that means is that energy is a measurement of
Energy doesn't
things
always have to do
moving
work,
or
bro.
changing, which is why in
Energy doesn't
physics
always have to do
you
work,
could
bro.
you could literally just it is.
Energy doesn't always have to do work,
It
bro.
is.
No, there's potential energy that doesn't have to be working.
We're not talking about
And
potential
we
energy. We're
just- and we
talking
just-
about
and
actualized
we just
energy,
defined
and
it.
you're terrified
No,
to
we are.
actually engage in the topic, which is why you're running away to this idea of potential energy. Potential energy is energy that's not even actualized. We're talking about actualized energy.
Bruh. You're just a dishonest actor, bro. I'm gonna stop wasting my time
This
on
is
this.
a W concession, bud.
What a huge
Everybody
fucking power.
Everybody
What's that, Matt?
believes you. Everybody believes you. That yeah, you're just too honest for this discussion. That's what happened.
Yeah, that's what it
Couldn't
is.
stand being up here and being lied to anymore.
Well, he tried. Did he convince you? Do you believe in the Christian God now?
Yeah.
Wasn't he a Christian?
Oh, is that what that was?
Yeah, he was a Christian.
Oh, I thought this was just like physics, like elementary physics. I didn't know it was about a god.
Yeah, he was doing all this because he was trying to somehow get to like fuck what was he getting at anyways now? I already forgot. Does anyone know what his fucking point was even?
That's always origin or some shit. Because you were talking about like the origin with like the unicorn and shit.
Oh, yeah. In fact,
That's kind
guys, look at all he had to do is go to the wiki page for energy. Scientific use of the word energy in classical mechanics. Energy is conceptually and mathematically useful property as it is a conserved quantity. It's a quantity. It's something that is a property of things. It's not something that exists independently on its own. It's a property of change within the physical world.
yeah, so that's why it's usually like called like an ability, right? Or
Yeah.
capacity.
Ability, capacity. And if you have like actual work happening, then you have actual energy. If you have the ability to do work, then you would have like potential energy. But we were obviously talking about actualized energy because we were talking about the heat death of the universe.
That wasn't
Oh,
a
well.
Phil bro.
I don't think it was a Phil bro. I,
Somebody in the comments said he was a Phil bro. I was like, mm-mm.
I don't think he was. I just think he was someone that dropped out of school. I could be wrong. If he finished school,
you could tell. You could tell the ones who get their theology from YouTube Shorts.
yeah, that's it. All right, friends, we're gonna grab just a couple of super chats. We'll get our next guest in here. Dr. Carla, good to see you tonight. Thanks so much for the super chat. It says, okay, Justin, before you say no, hear me out. A Stars of Atheism calendar fundraiser. You know, we talked about doing this already. I apologize that I just didn't have time to get it done. I have to go around and contact everybody and get images and do the whole thing. And then I discovered that the shop that I'm using Teespring for my YouTube shop, and they are fucking terrible. I keep getting messages from people saying they waited weeks to even months to get their stuff. And so like, I don't even want to make new products on Teespring because I have to convert to a different shop vendor now because Teespring obviously sucks. So I just haven't done anything with the calendar yet on me. But you're saying me, Blitz, Ian, Jovan, Dalton, Godless, Lux, Promise, Forrest. It'd be a bestseller just saying, Carla, I agree 1,000,000%. And I promise we're going to get a calendar put together, even if it's for 2027. I have to change. I got to get around to doing it. But I think it's a good idea. Fuck, I'd buy one. I mean, for sure. Someone said deconstruct Teespring. That's crazy. Hey, Jake, my man, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. It says, a con man, a PDF file, and a convicted felon walk into a bar. Bartender says, here by yourself today, Mr. President. Nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. Hey, Randy, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, tell Carlos hello for me. Absolutely will. Carlos is in here today. I don't know if he's still in here, but he was in here earlier today. Hey, Adam's with us as well. Hey, good to see you. Adam says, regarding the Holy Roman Empire, you identified a weak data point and then changed it. You're leading by example. So I'm rock hard for Doug right now. I can open doors with no hands. Fuck yeah. Amazing. That's you got diamond hands for Doug right now. Holy shit. But yeah, listen, it turned out that the data points I had for the Holy Roman Empire, I think, to be fair, is probably propaganda because it was filtered through the romanticized lens of the Catholic Church. And I just don't feel like I would want to trust the Catholic Church's version of events over the secular version of events. I don't know if that's ever turned out well, has it? Yeah.
I'm trying to think of a time.
I know. There probably is a time. I just don't know of it. Faithless devotion.
Bring news to me.
Yeah, right. It's funny too because like I checked all kinds of Catholic sources to see if I would find dissent. The closest I found was on the Magisterium website. I was able to get them to kind of admit that like some of it was sensationalized, but that's about it. Faithless says, is there evidence that Yahweh worshippers conquered the worshippers of El in Canaan, and that's why we have multiple stories and names for God, etc.? If so, where's a good place I can read more about this? Well, I'm a big proponent of this theory. I think Exodus chapter 6 is good evidence of that, as well as what we find in Genesis through the redaction layers between the Yahwist and the Elohist. One source for this that you definitely would want to check into are the writings of Mark S. Smith. Mark Smith and I both agree in the conflation / replacement theory, where actually Finkelstein would probably agree as well. Maybe even William Devers. Nevertheless, I think Mark Smith is probably the leading proponent of this right now, unless there's others that I haven't seen yet. And I think there's good evidence for this because it seems to be that I think it even finds itself in some of the narratives, like the narrative of Cain and Abel. I think there's this hidden subtext that runs throughout Genesis where there's like this younger, smaller brother who is chosen over the older brother, the older, bigger brother, which to me is the little state of Judah taking power over Israel in history, who came later. It seems to be that the Israelites were probably originally Canaanites, and the Judeans were able to gain power after the Bronze Age collapse in 1170, and then they started pretty immediately kind of rewriting history, especially then once the Assyrians came in and destroyed the northern 10 tribes. That's when they really popped off and started rewriting history, because the northern 10 tribes were either wiped out or they traveled south into Judah for preservation. In fact, some of them went over to Egypt even. And so who's going to stop them from kind of rewriting the history? That's why in the Bible, you'll find so much Judean propaganda, even though some of the stories clearly came from the north. And DeMonzo says, all of this talk of energy does nothing to prove his God, not a thing. It does, however, do a good job of proving that he doesn't fundamentally understand the basic scientific terms he's talking about. And I get it. The way that it's communicated on the internet is very fucking confusing. Like you have to be like with somebody who really knows it and asking really good questions to figure it out. For a long time, I had to learn the hard way that energy isn't a stuff. Energy is a property of stuff. And what kind of a property? Well, it's a measure. It's a quantitative property of the stuff. What's it quantifying? Position and velocity. That's typically what it's quantifying. El Travioso says, I haven't been taking shots of Florida Cana each time I heard the word bro. Oh, if you have been, buddy, we've got some problems.
Call an ambulance.
I know, right? Holy shit. Feeling bulletproof about now, as you will for about 15 more minutes before you have to get scraped up off the floor. Florida Cana and excellent rum, Justin. It is actually. It is good, by the way. Y'all know I do enjoy a good rum. Last super chat for now from Flustered Pony. Thank you so much for the $20 super chat. Says, don't mean to harp, but we need you to beat down Christian nationalism. That's one of the reasons why I started debating early on, was because like I was so fucking like Christian nationalism is going to ruin my country that like somebody has to be doing this, right? You could fuck up the Greg Lockers and others. You know, I would roast Greg Locke so hard. How often have you interacted with the prospectorsti? Yeah, I think you mean prosperity gospel ghouls. Do people in the Bible hate also? Yes. So even when I was a Christian, I wrote some scathing articles against the prosperity gospel preachers. And I personally, if I was going to attack any segment of Christianity the hardest, I would attack them. I think they're doing the most amount of fucking damage possible while preying on the least advantaged people in society. The poorest people in society typically are the target for these horrific individuals. And to me, when you're preying on the weak, you don't really deserve any mercy. I don't think so. So that's what I would say. They're awful. Prosperity gospel is a fucking plague, man.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Yeah. All right, let's get we're gonna get Uzamak Naturo in here, and then Lazy after that. I have no idea how to pronounce this name. It's a wild
Doom
one.
Dots.
Yeah, right.
Naruto. That's anime.
That's what I'm thinking. I think the PFP is anime too, right?
Yeah. I
Yeah.
just know Naruto is like an anime thing, but I don't know anything about it.
We can run with that. Naruto, how you doing?
Oh, hi, good evening.
You doing all right?
Yeah, yeah, I'm doing good. You?
Doing well, thanks for asking. Are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes, I am 18. As to whether I believe in God, that's yes and no.
Sounds like you maybe believe in God.
All it's more like I believe in God because I was indoctrinated into it since birth. But since I've
Yeah.
come across a lot of YouTube channel stuff, sometimes yeah, it's I'm somewhere on the fence right now.
Okay. Fair enough. I think a lot of us have been on the fence before. What's keeping you in it? What's the thing where you're like, listen, this seems like the religion seems absurd, but then there's this one thing over here that keeps bringing me back. What's the thing bringing you back?
I would say it's just a possibility that it could all be true, and if it is true, then I think it would be most productive if I was on the side that believed it. And if it turned out to not be true, then I wouldn't really lose anything then. So,
I think you would actually. So what if it happened to be that Hinduism is true?
well, that would be unfortunate, but I mean, there isn't much I can do since I was born into a Christian family, so
Mhm.
I can't really believe in Hinduism. So I just have to bet all my eggs on this one. And if it doesn't
But you
work
said
out, then
you were born into what kind of family?
I was born into a Christian family.
Okay. Sorry, I didn't hear. Okay, so what if it happened to be that the ancient Babylonians were correct? That like Marduk is Lord and that Anu, the sky god, is responsible for all this.
Well, I mean, right now there's no real way of knowing, so I would be screwed if they turned out to be the real God. So
Right. And do you think that you can choose what you believe?
if you have enough willpower, yes. If you were lucky enough to not be indoctrinated right from birth, I think that increases the possibility of exercising your free will in terms of religion. Yeah.
So let me ask you, and I'm not trying to push you to do something weird online, although I will do that to some people. I do want to illustrate a point if you would allow me. So I don't think that you can choose to believe things. I think you're either convinced or you're not. Now you can choose to live in accordance with something, even if you don't believe it. You can do that. Like I could choose to go to church. I could choose to participate in the Christian life. whether I believed it or not. But I can't actually force myself to believe it because I don't think you can force yourself to believe things. So, but there's an illustration that I like to use that I think proves this point. So, for example, I'm going to do 2 different questions. First question: can you choose to believe that the moon is made of cheese?
Uh, Objectively, no, but I believe it would take
Right.
a very delusional person with insane amount of willpower and, well, yeah, and delusion to actually believe things that logically cannot be.
Right. So then I would follow it up with the second question, which I think puts kind of the nail in the coffin for the talking point, which is, if you can make yourself believe something, are you capable of making yourself believe right now that you are being filleted alive?
Uh, is this a matter of mind over matter?
I mean, I don't think it is actually. I think the mind is really good about being able to push forward in the face of adversity, but I don't think the mind can force you to believe something, which is why I'm asking you right now to do something kind of absurd, which is, can you make yourself believe that in this very moment you're being flayed alive?
Oh, okay. In that case, I would say no, that's not possible. I think the
Right.
limits are drawn on things that can't be verified, certainly. Yeah, so there needs to be there needs to be a thin thread of uncertainty in order for delusion to work.
Right. So my point is this. The reason why I bring it up is because I don't think Pascal's wager is useful, which is the argument that you're giving, because no one can choose to believe it, right? I can't say, well, listen, because there's like this risk versus reward, I'm just going to choose to believe it, because you can't choose to believe it. Also, the other problem is, like, even if, let's say you were able to force yourself into believing something. If I just choose to believe in the Christian God as like fire insurance, is that really what he wants? Like, am I really going to get into heaven just because, like, I was like, fuck, I don't want to get burned alive? Isn't that a weird? Doesn't God want people that actually worship him in spirit and truth rather than just out of an insurance policy?
Yeah, I've thought about that. That seems to be a problem. I do not have a reconciliation for that.
Yeah, I know it's a tough one.
But I can't say, to some level. I mean, for a lot of people like me who have been indoctrinated, I believe that fear that is within me can kind of count as true belief
Yes.
in some
Yes.
sense.
So what's happening for you is, the reason why you fear is because part of you is still convinced, right? Now, if you weren't convinced that any of it was true, you wouldn't be afraid of it. Like, how afraid are you right now of going to the Muslim hell?
Well, I don't really know anything about Islam, so I can't really say it, but
Right, but are
I'm
you
not afraid
afraid
of
of
it.
going to Islamic hell?
No, I'm not.
No, of course not, because you don't believe in it, right? So the fact that you're afraid, um, I don't think that's why you still believe it. I think it's a sign that you do still believe it. I think it's the other way around. Now, the reality is, once you stop believing in the cult nonsense, you're not going to be afraid of hell. So what we need to figure out is what's causing you to still believe it. Is it because there's something about it that is still believable, or is there some? Do you think maybe the God that you believe in, like, explains something that otherwise you don't have an explanation for?
No. Uh, Not that I
So
can
it's
think
just
of at this moment. No.
indoctrination then. Well,
Eh,
so
Yeah,
let me
definition
push you
and
then.
a
Let me push you forward a little bit then, okay? So I think there are two good arguments explaining why Christianity isn't true. These are not arguments against God. These are arguments against Christianity. First and foremost, I would say the Christianity rests on two pillars. One pillar is that Jesus is the Messiah predicted in the Hebrew Bible. The other pillar is that he's God. So the Trinitarian concept. I think both of these are ridiculous. Jesus didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy, not even one. It will always and forever be my favorite topic because it's honestly, it's just a slam dunk. So if Jesus isn't the Messiah, now it could be that the God of the Hebrew Bible is still real and that Jesus is just a liar and a fraud. That may be the case. But at a minimum, it still would mean that Jesus is a liar and a fraud and that nobody's going to hell, because in the Hebrew Bible, God's not sending people to hell. That's something that's strictly a New Testament innovation. So, like, I would ask you first and foremost, do you have a good reason to believe that Jesus is the Messiah? And if not, maybe we can just get rid of this nonsensical false preacher.
Do I have a good reason to believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Mm-hmm.
Your question was, do I have a good reason to believe that Jesus is the Messiah?
Yeah.
I would say his miracles and, well, the fact that a lot of people did believe him, although that won't be solid proof. But I think that's all I can go off for now.
Okay.
Yeah.
Are you familiar with a guy named? Mm-hmm.
Okay. I would like to mention there's a question about Jesus and his death specifically. You reminded me of it as you brought that up. I don't know if it's fine if I ask a question.
Well, let's talk about the miracles before we move on to the next topic, if you don't mind. So, on the miracles, do you know of a guy named Simon Bar Yochai?
No, I've not heard of that before.
He's a second century Jewish mystic that performed all kinds of miracles. He's like pretty famous. We'll find writings of him in the Talmud, and you'll find also extra Talmudic references as well. He's a really heavily mythologized miracle worker within Judaism. If I read you some of his miracles, like, healing people from afar and different things like that, are you likely to believe that he did any of those?
I mean, I would ask for proof if any proof is available.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So, I mean, the proof is like the Talmud. They record a number of the miracles that he did.
Well, then I have no logical reason to believe he did any of that. I mean, the
Right.
records could be falsified or could be
Awesome.
could
Yeah,
be
exactly.
inaccurate. Yeah.
Okay. So the other thing too is we've got records written about the Roman emperors, like Vespasian, according to Tacitus and Suetonius, healed a blind man by putting spit in his eyes, and he healed a man with a lame leg. And he did both of these miracles in front of a multitude of witnesses using the power of Serapis. How likely are you to believe that these miracle stories are real?
Well, I'm more likely to believe he used some form of advanced science to do that. So maybe just a set of ridiculous coincidences that jumped on each other to make that
But
happen.
there you go. Okay, so why I'm bringing these up is because like miracle workers were pretty abundant in the ancient world. Fuck, they're even abundant today. What I'm saying is the same critical lens that you're going to judge Simon Bar Yochai and also like any other miracle worker, Vespasian, Honi the circle drawer, any of these people, I'm saying you should probably apply that to the biblical story too. Is it possible that these stories are either fabrications or parlor tricks, because if you read the earlier critics of Christianity, you read like Julian the Heretic or Celsus or I forgot Porphyry of Tyre. All of them say the same thing. Like, hey, listen, these Christians are doing miracles, but they claim to be doing miracles, but they're actually just parlor tricks. Like the Egyptians are doing the same shit. These aren't impressive at all, right? Do you think it's possible that the biblical narrative is both embellished and Jesus was probably just doing parlor tricks?
Yes, that's very possible.
Right. It certainly is possible. If I asked you a simple question, what's more likely? That a human being learned to do parlor tricks and convince people that they can do miracles, or that a human being named Jesus actually was doing miracles? Just mathematically speaking, what are the odds of one being more likely than the other?
The less supernatural one
Would be less likely, right?
would be more likely to happen.
The supernatural is more likely to happen than the natural?
Oh no, the less supernatural is more
Right.
likely to happen.
Right, yeah. So the way that we calculate this is by using priors, and our priors tell us that, supernatural things aren't likely to happen, right? So what I'm suggesting is, like, I know if you grew up in the belief, and I kind of did too, right? When you grew up in the belief, you just kind of say, yeah, Jesus did miracles, right? But when you think about it, you're like, well, listen, a lot of people claim to be miracle workers. Why am I choosing to believe specifically in this one miracle worker, right? I can't think of a good reason to believe this one miracle worker, not the others. Can you?
Reason. No, not really.
Right. Not a great one. And the other thing too that I would point out, since we're talking about Jesus, is in the same vein as the miracle workings, I don't have a good reason to believe that dude rose from the dead either. So I've been collecting some resources, and I kind of got distracted, so I've only got a handful of them on my cheat sheet. But I've been collecting resources on people from the ancient world that claim to have resurrected, and there's actually quite a few of them. And my favorite case, hands down so far, because it's been documented by so many people, is the interesting case of Aristeas. There's a guy that we learn about. Herodotus writes about him in histories. So does Pliny the Elder and Apollonius and Plutarch. This guy went into a soap making shop. They call it a fuller shop. He went into a soap making shop. He died there. When somebody came for the body was missing. And then for a period of like 300 years, he kept making reappearances to people. And so many people reported Aristeas appearing to them after his death and subsequent resurrection that they eventually put a statue of him next to the statue of Apollo over at Metapontion, I believe. Is either Prokinesis or Metapontion, but they basically deified the guy. They're like, hey, this motherfucker's been appearing to people for 300 years after he's dead. But like, if we have these types of resurrection stories in the ancient world, I can't see a good reason to believe that they're all false except for the Jesus one.
If I remember correctly, I think in the account of Matthew, he also recorded that some elders resurrected along with Jesus. I don't know.
Yeah, Matthew
That's-
27.
Yeah, that bit kind of confused me. It's
Yeah. So Matthew 27 records, we joke about it. We call it the zombie apocalypse. But basically saying when Jesus when Jesus died, the bodies of many people in Jerusalem came up out of their graves and were walking around. I think it's like verse 53 or 54, somewhere in there. Let me grab it. Let's see.
Saints, yeah,
53.
51, really. Yeah,
Yeah.
51
It says,
gets into it, but yeah.
Yeah. Oh, so it's about basically 3 verses, it looks like. It says, Behold, the veil of the temple was torn in two from top to bottom, and the earth quaked, and the rocks were split, and the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints who had fallen asleep were raised, and coming out of the graves after his resurrection, they went into the holy city and appeared to many. Now, this is an interesting claim to me because if, in fact, lots of people who died already came up out of their tombs and were walking around in the city, then wouldn't we expect that somebody was actually like would have recorded it? Like we've got lots of miracle stories recorded by the Romans, even of people that were of like insignificant status. So how could they miss, many dozens of bodies just coming to life and walking around like they had never died?
Yes, that is a problem. I mean, you don't even have to go that far. I mean, in the Gospels, Matthew seems to be the only person to record that. So I believe if a bunch of people resurrected, that would be the most extraordinary thing that's ever happened. And I expected it to be in like 4 out of 4 of the Gospels. So seems to
Yeah.
only be in Matthew. So either that was something he made up, or
Mm-hmm.
either the Bible isn't as or
And, Matthew to
foolproof.
me is the most interesting gospel. I know people disagree with me. A lot of people like Gospel of John, but Matthew's fun because he really tries to tie Jesus to the Hebrew Bible, but he just keeps failing over and over again. So, like,
It's so good.
I mean, literally, Mac, page number 1 are like 5 errors, right?
Oh yeah.
So like if we're going into Matthew, we're gonna say, listen, Matthew is giving the wrong genealogy, right? It doesn't go to anybody blood related to Jesus, which is what you have to be according to 1 Samuel chapter 7. It says that the lineage of the Messiah promised through Solomon will come from the body of David, and Jesus didn't. And then it also says that Joram is the father of Uzziah. He's not. He's like the great, great, great granddaddy of Uzziah. It says that Jeconiah was the son of Josiah. He's not. He's the grandson of Jeconiah, the son of Jehoiakim. And then it also forgets the whole fact that Jeconiah was cursed, that none of the descendants of Jeconiah could ever sit on the throne of King David. So I'm looking at this gospel of Matthew and I'm thinking like, I don't know why I would trust anything in this. Like it just starts out with so many errors and I'm like, maybe it's just fucking bullshit.
Yeah, maybe it is. Maybe
It could be.
that's-
And then also, pretty sure Jesus was named Jesus,
Right.
not Emmanuel.
Yeah, Matthew 123 says he's named Jesus, even though they claim he's fulfilling Isaiah 7:14, where the name of the thing is going to be Emmanuel. No one named him Emmanuel. Wild.
Yeah, okay. So I have 2 questions I've been throwing around to my pastors and family members. Well, they all seem to dance around a lot of logical fallacies trying to answer me. So I would say that played a major role in decreasing my faith. So I was hoping to get some answers from you, or some clear answers from you.
Yeah.
Okay. So I wrote this down. Okay, for the first question, so we all know that Jesus died for our sins, like he took our sins upon us, and that's why God the Father seemingly departed from him on the cross. So if Jesus died and took our sins with him, then how come the original sin of Adam still follows us to this day? Like,
It's a perfectly fair
shouldn't that sin?
question. Yeah.
Okay.
So it's basically like he took our sin, but not yet. Like he's going to take our sin eventually, right? When I was in church, they would say that Jesus reversed the curse, but he actually didn't reverse the curse. Everything that was happening prior to his death is still happening as we speak.
Yeah, it's almost like nothing changed. So, I mean,
Right.
so what's going on here? Like, did Jesus really take our sins, or is original sin just made up?
It seems to be the case.
Okay. All right. Well, that's one down. So I guess the second one would be a bit pedantic, or rather, it would rely heavily on semantics. So I don't know
Hmm.
if it will be valid, but yeah, I'll just go about it. So I can't exactly remember the verse, but it's somewhere in the New Testament where Jesus says that if if a man looks at a woman lustfully,
Oh yeah, Matthew
he
5.
has committed adultery. Yeah.
Hmm.
So if he looks at her lustfully, that means he has committed sin of adultery with her in his heart. So my question is, if the action of a man looking at a woman causes him to commit adultery with her, then does the woman also get punished for adultery? Because if the woman doesn't get punished, if the woman isn't recognized as a partner with the adultery, then how can it be adultery? That's kind of just masturbation with less steps. So if both parties are
Yeah.
not punished, then
No, I mean I
what's
agree.
really happening?
So I definitely agree. Like using the term adultery is not a great fit because adultery typically requires two different people. But I'm not sure that was Jesus's point. I think Jesus is just basically pointing out that, like, hey, the uh, the desire to commit adultery is akin to actually committing adultery. You know what I mean? But I definitely get your point. Like, if you're going to take it like word for word, like you said, these are semantics. If you're going to take it word for word as 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 literal as humanly possible, I agree. I don't see how you could actually commit adultery with one person in your heart.
Yeah, true. And if we're going down that road, then I mean, in order to commit adultery, the person has to be like married or stuff. Because that's in definition. So like, so does it only work if a married man does it to a single woman, or a single man does it to a married woman? Like, if a single man does it to a single woman, does it really count? Like,
I think he kind of threw the whole thing out when he was talking about looking at somebody to begin with. Like, I'm not sure how steadfast he's going to be to the relationship aspect. You know what I mean? Because, like, if he's saying thinking this is doing it, then does it really matter who's married, who's not? It's just, we're just all in outer space now anyway. Like, that law means nothing in comparison.
okay, sure.
Well, listen, these are all good questions, but I think we've kind of moved out of the realm of the debate space. But listen, this Sunday I'm going to be doing a Q&A Sunday night. Come by and chat with me a little bit. We'll do some more question and answer. How's that?
Sunday, yeah, I think I'll be free then. Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Sound good?
Yeah.
Have a
It
good
was
one,
nice.
friend.
Yeah.
It was good to
Hey,
meet
good
you,
talking
man.
to you.
Cheers. I know that the audience bored when, yeah, I know y'all get bored when I take guests like that, but he was being really nice. I did see the numbers tanking. That's fine. But like you guys know, if I can help somebody, I want to help them. So he was very kind, very sincere, and I thought maybe we can do some help. So let me grab just a couple of super chats. We're going to get our next guest in here. It was going to be Lazy from the YouTube queue. YouTube queue is starting to fill up. Erica, thank you so much. Or Eric Apple, maybe? Thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, as always, love your channel. How do evangelicals justify or explain the Night of the Living Dead scenario in the latter portion of Matthew? Good timing. We just talked about it.
Kismet.
I know, right? Divine appointment for sure.
They
So,
don't really, do they?
no, I've never once heard a good explanation from a Christian about this, which is why it's fun to bring up. But also, here's what you'll learn if you go to like Bible college or seminary. They'll say, well, listen, this was supposed to be a symbol of things yet to come. So they'll say things like, you've probably heard the cliche saying already but not yet. Like there are already things realized but not yet all of them. So basically
that's new to me.
yeah, they're going to take it and say, well, this is God telegraphing the greater reality which is yet to come, right? But to me, it just seems like a nonsensical failure. These people came out of the grave, symbolizing the validity of the resurrection of the righteous, and they just assumed, because Jesus said so, that they would still be living when Jesus returned. So they rose from the dead. Jesus was going to come back before they died again and make everything right. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense, because why would God resurrect these people from the grave literally to only fucking let them die again? There's no double resurrection.
I think people, and I guess kudos to the Christian church or whatever, but people kind of ignore the immediacy of all this stuff. Like, it was last days, like apocalyptic shit. Like Paul's like, hey, don't get married. Like,
Yeah.
we're about to leave. He's like, don't, if you have to, go ahead, but
the end is upon us.
Whatever. Yeah, we're almost out of here. Yeah.
Yeah, just
And
hold
Jesus
on tight,
the same
y'all.
thing. I'll be back with some of you still alive. I'll be back. It's like, okay. And then the shit you have to hear, like, that there are 2,000-year-old men walking around, and those are the witnesses in Revelation. They're still alive. Nobody knows where they are, but you know how you see a 2,000-year-old man, you don't think anything of it.
Right. Well, yeah, they don't really have any good answers. We know that. That's why it's like low-hanging fruit to do these debates. Hey, Atomic, hey, thanks so much for sending out 10 DZ Debate gifted memberships. I really appreciate it. And so do the 10 people who just got memberships. Big W. And Dyro, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says based of your debate prompt. Based off your debate prompt.
Off, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's based off your debate prompt. It seems you're a hard atheist or Gnostic atheist. Do you take the view of existential anti-realism? I don't even know what the fuck that is, because as I've said before, I wanted to go to school to study something meaningful. And wasting time in philosophy class wasn't interesting to me. Now, I get it. Philosophy can be used in very important ways. I didn't find it to be relevant. I think logic is fucking important. If you can't think logically, you got a big problem. But I have no idea what anti-realism is. I don't even know what you mean by existential anti-realism. But I am definitely what I would consider an agnostic atheist, meaning I lack knowledge of a God, but I also lack belief in a God. So that's I'm not really anti-theist. What's that, buddy?
So I can give you the AI overview, because this
please
like,
do.
I consider myself an existentialist, but I feel like this is a different stripe of that. So it says, existential anti-realism suggests that reality is not an independent objective entity waiting to be discovered, but rather a construct shaped by human perception, language, and subjective experience. It denies concepts like objective moral truths exist and independently of human thought or social structures, positioning existence as fundamentally dependent on human experience. I mean, like, definitely, I don't think objective morals exist, so I would check that box. I'd have to
for sure
read up more about it, but
I guess I'd say I'm an existential realism, but not in the vein of like transcendentals. So I don't believe in like moral realism. I think that's what you call it when you believe in objective morals.
yeah, anti-realist, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't believe in any transcendentals, but I do believe that there is like an actual external universe outside of my head, even though I need to use my head to interact with it. That's how I would describe it.
Yeah. Yeah, I feel like if this is saying like it's only processed that way, that no. I mean, dead bodies are kind of an example of that, but
And Chris, hey, welcome to the party. Thank you for sending out 5 Deconstruction Zone memberships. I really appreciate that, friend. That is super kind and super generous, and it does help the channel a lot. The members, both on YouTube and Patreon, really help the channel do what the channel does. It frees up some of my time as well to get to do fun stuff, like actually interacting with the community, doing response videos, different things like that. That way I don't have to rely 100% on my live stream to generate the channel income. Yantu says, I'm a proud Douganite, rock hard for Doug, simply what for Sharon, and super gay for Justin. What's up, Yantu? I really appreciate that, friend. Also, I'm curious, is that an actual troll? You know, like the 1990s trolls? Is that what's in your PFP?
Toppers?
Yeah.
It looks like it.
It does look like it, right?
Yeah.
And Panto says, thoughts of Sam Harris' take on the illusion of free will. Can we think our thoughts before we think them? Actually, I've been in dialogue with a couple people on whether or not we actually do have choice or whether or not choice is an illusion. Free will, no, obviously we have no free will. But choice, do we have free choice? I mean, do we have choice at all? I don't know. I'm leaning towards no. That we're basically just meat sacks with a computer chip inside of the head. That seems to be what the data points towards.
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, I think I put myself at odds with a lot of people in my circles that I run in because, like, I have a different take on that. You know, the Oxford definition of free will, right? The ability to act without the constraints of necessity or fate, right? I feel like that's been kind of misunderstood, and it's a whole thing. I don't need to get into it, but I think there is a way, provided like that's the framework you're dealing with, to have free will unless you have a God.
Right.
Right. Who knows everything? That is out the window. Never, omniscience totally kills it.
For sure. But to answer the question, I do like Sam Harris. I don't know if I agree with him on everything. I'm not a Sam Harris aficionado, but I mean, typically I like his take. And Ingleb says, big fan of Doug here. W, I'd like to buy a Bible to follow your teachings. NRSV. But what's I set a monitor to go blank. Why did my monitor go blank?
Well, I don't know. It says
There you go.
NRSVUE.
Now we're back.
Oh, there you go.
I don't know why I just went blank for a second. NRSVUE or Study Bible. Well, you don't have to choose. You can get an NRSVUE Study Bible. The first one for the new Oxford Annotated Bible is out this spring, the 6th edition. It's on pre-order, but there is an NRSVUE Study Bible. It's just not the Oxford one. I've got it right here. And it is the Westminster Study Bible with the Deuterocanonical books. The Westminster Study Bible, which is pretty decent, I like it, is in the NRSV updated edition. But I still think the Oxford is better. But nevertheless, the Oxford Annotated Study Bible is going to be in the NRSV updated edition very soon.
Is Deuterocanonical, is that akin to apocryphal, or is that something totally different?
Yeah. Yep. It's the same thing. It's just that they like the fancier words, you know? All right. Well, let's get Lazy in here from the YouTube queue. Lazy, welcome in. Are you at least 18? And do you believe in God?
Hi, how's it going? Yes, I am over 18, very much. And no, I don't really believe in God, but I do like to argue in, how would you say, devil's advocate.
Oh,
I'm just that kind of guy.
Well, you're not my kind of guy. We don't do that here. You have to go somewhere else for that. Thanks for stopping by. Let's get LT Gabby in here next from the YouTube queue. How you doing, Gabby?
Hello.
How you doing, Gabby? Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God?
Yes.
Awesome. And
yes.
which God do you believe in?
I believe in the God of the Bible, Jesus Christ, the one true God.
Sure. And why? Why do you believe in this God?
Well, it's a multitude of things. First off, I just think that the Bible has the most robust morals out of all the religious texts that I've read. It also has...
what kind of morals are we talking about?
I just find it to be true. Like, I just find it that if I apply the truths that are in the Bible to my life, my life has significantly improved. Because when I was younger, I was a very lukewarm, very...
Sure you were.
I was basically an atheist for the most part. Like, I went back and forth. Like, sometimes I would call myself a Christian, but like I never practiced what I preached. And then I would go, like, in my teenage years, I was practically an atheist. and was very hedonistic, just did whatever I wanted.
Sure.
But
So,
since I've
where can I find these supposed morals in the Bible? Where are they located?
I guess I shouldn't have said morals. I should have said practical things, like, for example, not indulging in lust. Fasting, I find to be very helpful for clearing my mind and putting just my soul into a more peaceful place.
What
But what I was
about
also going to say,
what about the biblical instruction where you can stone your children if they're rebellious?
I'm not familiar with that.
I can read it for you.
Where would that be located? Is that in the Old Testament? I've never seen that.
It's in the Bible. That's where you said the morals were, right?
Well, yeah, but I'm just not from. I'm not. I am a more newer Christian, so I'm not
Fair enough.
familiar with the entirety of the Bible.
Well,
I've read nearly all of the New Testament and very minimal of the Old Testament. Like, I've pretty much read Deuteronomy, a lot of Psalms, because I just love Psalms. I find it to just be very poetic, and I just enjoy that part.
sure. So in Deuteronomy 21, it says, if someone has a stubborn and rebellious son who will not obey his father and mother, who does not heed them when they discipline him, then his father and his mother shall take hold of him and bring him out to the elders of the town. At the gate of the place, they shall say to the elders of the town, this son of ours is stubborn and rebellious. He will not obey us. He is a glutton and a drunkard. Then all the men of the town shall stone him to death. So do you think that's a good moral precept?
Well, I mean, if you apply it to the morals of the time, I'm sure that was a much better thing. To understand
Better than
Deuteronomy
what?
is better than the lawlessness and chaos of the ancient times. I mean, like, Deuteronomy was
Lawlessness.
not
What
just.
are you referring to? I'm pretty familiar with the ancient law codes. They existed far before the Bible, and in fact, they were probably more
Well,
expansive.
well, Deuteronomy was instructions for the laws of Israel. Like, I mean, like it's
Were they
not like
good?
these were. I think that they were good for the time.
So
But obviously, I am a
morals,
Christian, so I
so morals
believe
are
in
changing
Jesus
with time.
primarily. I mean, so you have to understand that the reason for God giving the laws at the time and was because humans were not ready for how radical someone like Jesus was.
Humans were not
And
ready to hear that you shouldn't murder your children.
this, yeah, no.
Well, that makes Matthew
It's
15 really awkward.
Yeah, Matthew 15 and Mark 7 is gonna be a tough one. Do you know what Mac's talking about?
I'm not familiar, no.
Okay. There's an
I mean,
interesting.
is that when Jesus says that I'm not here to abolish the law, but to fulfill the law?
No, that's Matthew 5.
Yeah. So what Jesus does in the Gospels is he's talking to the Pharisees, and you already know he's upset with the Pharisees a lot of times because they're hypocrites, or they'll be placing the oral law above the written law. The written law is the law of Moses. The oral law is this side law that they claimed was given by God orally and transmitted throughout history. And Jesus didn't have any love for the tradition of the elders, but he did have a lot of love for the law of Moses. So what we find in Matthew 15 and Mark 7, it says, when he's chastising the Pharisees, you have a fine way of rejecting the commandment of God in order to keep your tradition. For Moses said, honor your father and your mother, and whoever speaks evil of father or mother must die. But you say that if anyone tells father or mother, whatever support you might have had from me is Corban, that is an offering to God, then you no longer permit them to do anything for father and mother, thus nullifying the word of God through your tradition that you have handed on. And you do many things like this. So Jesus literally is chastising the Pharisees for not murdering the children that cursed their mother and father.
I mean, I don't know if he's specifically saying for not murdering their children. And
That's what he said.
I think there's a big difference between breaking the law and then being punished by a government or a like collective society than straight up like someone deciding to murder someone out of their own intent and like heart.
I'm not talking about intent. What I'm saying here is that Jesus is correcting the Pharisees. What's he correcting them for based on the passage?
Yeah, I understand. And you
Okay.
know what? I agree with Jesus. I think that people who disobey their father and mother usually turn out to be horrible people. So
they should be put
I
to
don't
death.
What?
I mean, like
That's crazy. What if the parents are?
I submit to God because I know that God knows better than me, and if that is his law, then I submit to that law. I don't know. Like I am a
Is he
fool.
getting
I
corrected on
don't
the phone?
like I submit to God. God knows better than me. Okay, so like
so then it is justified to execute the rebellious son.
I would say no, not in modern times, but like
so
if that's what God put and gave to the Israel, if that's what God told Moses to say,
Wait.
I don't know.
Not at the time. So then, what about slavery? So you're saying that slavery was good because at the time it was legal?
No.
Was slavery
This
ever
has
good?
nothing to
then
do
what's
with
your point?
this has nothing to do with like
This is
like
also
human
another law
being
that
law.
was. It was also technically.
the
Correct me if
Bible
I'm
does not
wrong.
say to enslave
Deconstruction.
people though.
Yeah, it does.
Like I understand that there's
Yeah,
instructions
correct me if
in the
I'm wrong, but I
Bible.
remember there being a verse on that or something.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, okay. Well, if you'll
I
let
can
me
show you.
finish
Yeah, go
instead of
ahead.
interrupting me, I was going to say there's instructions in the Bible on how to treat a slave, but it does not necessarily condone slavery.
You want?
Wait,
you
That's
want me to read it for
condoning
you?
slavery,
what does
bro.
condone mean?
No, it's not.
Yeah.
What does condone mean?
Bro, like I thought I was having a conversation with Justin here and I'm being interrupted by other people
all right.
that I
Well, fair enough. We'll keep it 1-to-1 here. But I mean, I agree with what my friends are saying. The Bible not just condones it; it instructs you to make slaves. I can show you where it tells you to do that if you want.
Sure, I'm willing to read.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So in Exodus 21, we get two different commands that tell you to make slaves. So in verse 2. Says, when you buy a male Hebrew slave, he shall serve for 6 years, but in the 7th he shall go out a free person without debt. Now that's not a slave. That's what we called an indentured servant. But then what comes next is the instruction for slavery. It says, if he comes in single, he shall go out single. If he comes in married, then his wife shall go out with him. If his master gives him a wife, and she bears him sons and daughters, the wife and her children shall be her master's, and he shall go out alone. So what God is saying here is, listen, if in fact you give somebody to this indentured servant to be a wife, and that wife has children, that child becomes a permanent slave. So God just gave you an instruction to make permanent slaves of the children born to female slaves.
Yeah, I'm just going to take the L on that one. That is very one. Yeah. The Old Testament's very tough because I mean, like, there's a lot of things in there that I don't agree with, but it's like I'm a follower of Jesus, and like that's my primary thing, and
why?
I don't fully understand why.
Mm-hmm.
Because I feel that like he's one of the most historically corroborated historical figures that we have. I mean, there's more things written about Jesus from non-biblical sources than there is about someone like Alexander the Great.
Oh, that's certainly not true. We've got hundreds of references for Alexander the Great, and the references for Jesus are none of them are from when he's actually alive.
There are so many. There was Jewish scholars that hated Jesus.
Name one.
That writ about. I don't know off the top of my head, but I mean I can find this.
So the only Jewish people that wrote about Jesus is what you'll find in the writings of the Sanhedrin. Sanhedrin of was it 43a, if I remember correctly, talks about how Jesus was killed. And it was clearly written long after Jesus was already dead. And it's not
It was
doesn't
like
say a whole
6th
lot.
century?
Well, it depends. I personally think that was probably written closer to the 2nd or 3rd century. It's hard to, it can be difficult to pin down a date, but it's clearly after he's already dead. But we don't have any witnesses, no textual witnesses that said like, "Hey, I was alive with Jesus, and here's what happened." Because even the Gospels are 2nd and 3rd hand accounts. Did we lose Gabby?
I apologize. For some reason, it wasn't picking up my mic.
Oh, I can hear it now.
Okay. Can you still hear me? Hello?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. For whatever reason.
We lost it. Are you swiping away from the app? If you swipe away from the app, we can't hear you.
Oh, shoot. Yeah.
That's why.
Okay. 1 second. So I was just reading about, there was a Jewish scholar named Fabius Joseph, and he was a Jewish historian, and he wrote about Jesus and said he was a wise man executed under Pilate.
What he said is highly debated. So I believe the Arabic edition of his statement on Jesus is the most well preserved and best edition. The one that the Christians preserved is obviously embellished. We have pretty good evidence of that based on the silometric analysis, demonstrating that the verbiage in that passage matches what Eusebius typically uses and not what Josephus typically uses, which is interesting because the first instance of that particular passage showing up in the way that it shows up is from Eusebius's quote. So I'm not inclined to believe that that he actually wrote all of that. That being said, I do agree that he did say something about Jesus. I'm with you there. He definitely mentioned Jesus, I think. But he didn't know Jesus. He's just a guy that talked about what his followers believed.
Gotcha.
So
well,
I think
clearly I need to study up more before I return. So
that's fine. I think there's some other things you might want to do. And I'm not gonna drag this out, but I do want to give you a little bit of homework. Go to Matthew, if you would. You don't have to do it right now. Just read 2 chapters for me. Read Matthew chapter 1, and then read Matthew chapter 2. And while you're reading these 2 chapters, I want you to go through the references that Matthew gives to the Hebrew Bible and double back and read those references, and do it in a good Bible, not like the King James. King James is trash. And see what it actually says. I think what you'll find is that, like, if you got a good cross-reference in your Bible, like Matthew's kind of a goof. He keeps blundering everything he says. Like the genealogy in Matthew chapter 1, all kinds of mistakes. The first prophecy, Matthew 1:23, huge problem. His prophecy from Isaiah 7 has nothing to do with the Messiah. Chapter 2, these other prophecies, go back and read those prophecies and ask yourself, is Matthew actually reading this like for real, or is he just kind of making stuff up? Because I think what you'll find is Matthew's gospel, and John's too, really, but not so much Mark and Luke, they keep misusing the Hebrew Bible in order to justify Jesus being the Messiah. But once you see it, you can't really unsee it, you know?
yeah, I'll have to do that. I have a new international version study Bible, so I'll have to do that. That's a pretty good translation as far as I'm aware.
It's not terrible. I've got a couple nitpicky complaints with the NIV, not because the scholars are bad. I think they're good scholars, but they've made some intentional decisions to lie. I'm going to show you exactly what I mean. So, for example, in Isaiah 7:14, The NIV, this is the 2011 edition, says, "Therefore the Lord himself will give you a sign. The virgin will conceive and give birth to a son." That's not what the Hebrew text says. The Hebrew text says the young woman, the pregnant young woman. It doesn't say the virgin. It just says a pregnant young woman. Ha'amahara in Hebrew doesn't mean a virgin will conceive. So the NIV has made a decision. And their decision is, rather than telling you what the Hebrew text actually says, we're going to lie to you and superimpose the New Testament quotation on top of the Hebrew Bible. But almost all modern Bibles will fix this for you. And even the ones that aren't Bibles, like if you get it's called the Dead Sea Scrolls Bible, where they basically take the Dead Sea Scrolls and they translate them into English so you can see what we actually have in the Dead Sea Scrolls. They'll tell you the same thing. The Hebrew phrase there has nothing to do with a virgin. So it's just one of those things where, while I love what the NIV did in some places, you can tell in other places that they're trying to convince you of something that's not really in the text.
Yeah, I wasn't aware of that. That's interesting. I do have one question for you.
Mhm.
So the primary reason I believe in God is because of the existence of evil. I feel that if evil exists, then there must be an opposite. What is your... Well, I believe in dichotomies. I mean, like, if there's chaos, then there's order. If there's evil, then there must be good. Like, I mean, this is just like...
Well,
So I'm curious what your perspective on that is.
it's a fair question. So let me tell you my perspective. I don't think evil and good exist, right? So I think evil and good are words that we use to subjectively describe behaviors that are either preferred or not preferred. When I say that it's evil, like somebody gets murdered, I say that's evil. What I'm saying is that it's a pretty excessive form of doing something that's undesirable. When I say that something is good, I'm saying that, yeah, this is the desirable thing. So, but when or not one person desires it or one person doesn't desire it, that's why it's subjective, right? Now, Christians, I think a lot of times want to, not just Christians, but other believers, want to talk about good and evil like it's an entity. Like there's an evil thing and then there's a good thing, like they actually are things. I don't actually believe that. I can't see a good reason to believe it, but, and I don't want to say too much and overload you, but on the evil topic, I think evil is the best reason to believe that the biblical God can't exist, because the biblical God, according to most Christians, is omnibenevolent, meaning it's always good. It's also all powerful and all knowing. But why would an all good God create a planet in which natural disasters randomly execute about 100,000 people a year, and babies are born with bone cancer, and there's like these little parasites that will like crawl up your urethra while you're in a river, and if you eat the wrong fish, you'll get brain worms. Like none of this is really compatible with a God that's omnibenevolent.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Christian argument is that this is the world of the devil because of original sin, and so like God created the world and made it perfect, but then we sinned, and then now like the devil's allowed to contend here, so then he does all these evil things. I think that's the argument. But I find like the idea of morality being subjective very, very hard to swallow because of people like Jeffrey Epstein existing. Like, I mean, this is a dude who had an island where he raped like little girls all of the time, and like I'm just supposed to believe that like, oh well, he just thought he was doing the right thing. I mean, he also like named his bank account like Ball, like Moloch, like the evil, like demonic God. And like it's just like this guy clearly believed in evil and thought he could get power from it. So like
I don't think that he believed in what you're describing. I don't think he believed in these demonic entities. Hold on.
I mean, he did.
Hold on. I don't think he did. Also, when you say that he thought that he was doing good, I don't agree with that either. I think there are some evil people in history where they were convinced they were doing good when they actually weren't. I don't think that Epstein is one of those people. I don't think Epstein believed he was doing good things. I think he just didn't give a fuck. Like he didn't care who he hurt. He was just looking out for numero uno. But that being said, that doesn't actually fix the problem. Like the problem of the reason why we have this fucked up world is because of the devil. Well, that still goes back to God. In no way was God required to turn the world over to the devil after Adam and Eve sinned. In fact, if he knew what the devil was going to do, when he turned the world over to the devil, well, that means that he's still responsible for all the stuff that the devil did.
Yeah.
Right? Like if I
oh,
go ahead, Snitch.
Oh, I just wanted to also mention that like things like cancer, that's been around far before humans ever existed. And a little statistic deconstruction that you may want to bring up as well, aside from childhood cancer, is that 1 in 2 men, so 50% of men, and 1 in 3 women, and 33% of all women, will have cancer at some point in their lifetime.
Yeah.
And there's
wild.
a 2.4 million year old, there's a 240 million year old stem turtle with bone cancer. So that's far before humans ever existed.
Let me ask you a question, Gabby. This is kind of like what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of a thought experiment. If you could press a button right now and make it so that there was no baby cancer ever again, would you press the button?
Yeah.
Yeah. Why would you press the button?
I mean, because it's just unnecessary suffering.
Nailed it. Yeah, the word is unnecessary, right? So we can have a debate about whether or not there is like a certain amount of necessary suffering, but I think both of us would agree that unnecessary suffering shouldn't be happening, right? So what that means is all the stuff that happens here in this world is only because of the way God designed it. Like the buck always stops at God, right? So if there's unnecessary suffering in this world, what that means is that the properties we're ascribing to God can't work, right? Well, maybe it's true that he's not omnibenevolent, or maybe it's true that he's not actually all powerful. Maybe he can't stop the suffering. He's not able to. Or maybe it's that he doesn't actually know the future. Like, I don't know if you know what open theism is, but open theism is this kind of this idea where God doesn't actually know the future. And so maybe it's true that one of these properties is not actually true, right? I think those are 3 different avenues that you could solve the problem of evil with. But one thing that's for sure true is you can't have all the unnecessary suffering here and then also believe in a God that is omni good, omni powerful and omnipresent, and also all knowing, omniscient. God it produces a contradiction, you know?
Yeah, and I've always kind of thought about that, and like even since I was young, is like I thought that like either God wasn't all powerful or wasn't all knowing because of those things. But like ultimately, like I kind of referred to Pascal's wager for a long time. But
I get it. Well,
I'm mostly a Christian just for personal reasons because it improves my life, because I need some kind of rule set, because otherwise I will just become really hedonistic and it's not good for me.
Well, I get that. You know, personally, when I became a Christian, I feel like what happened in my life were good changes. I don't know if I've told many people about like what happened when I came into the faith, but to me personally, I think I benefited at a young age from falling into Christianity, although I think that's not true for everybody. Nevertheless, I think there's like diminishing returns because Christianity at whole will do horrible things, even though it might have helped me individually. But I want to illustrate kind of the problem I find with Christianity, which is we're still talking about morals. And if you believe in the Christian God, that leads you into this moral structure where you don't actually believe in objective morals. You believe in what's called divine command theory. Divine command theory means it's moral when your God tells you to do it, right? So there's no objective set of morals floating out here. If there were, that means God would be bound by objective morals. He'd be forced to do what is objectively moral. And if God's omnipotent, he can't be forced to do anything, right? So what that means is that can't be the case. The case must be that morals come from God's mind, like he decides what is moral. Hey, thank you, Bertram, for the Viking. So if God decides what is moral, that means your moral framework is not objective. It just means that when God tells you to do it, it becomes moral to do it. So this to me leads to kind of some absurdities, and I'll kind of walk you down the path to demonstrate that. So if God spoke to you, and I'm not saying he would, I'm saying if God did speak to you and said, Gabby, we're going to need you to like burn down your neighbor's house. I'm putting judgment on your neighbors. I need you to burn down their house. Would it be correct to say that the right thing to do is to burn down the neighbor's house?
I don't know if my neighbor's oh my gosh. If my neighbor is Epstein, then I don't know, maybe it is.
Again,
I would have no problem taking a gun to that guy's head and shooting him. Like, I mean, like, especially if God told me to do it. So,
okay. Oh, I'm saying God doesn't have to tell you why. He's just telling you to do it, right? So if God said, listen, I'm God, I'm judging your neighbor, you got to burn down their house, you don't know anything about them, it's the right thing to do is to burn it down, right?
I mean, if I didn't know anything, and the question I would ask is this truly God's voice?
Well,
because there's a lot of delusion and there's a lot of tricks. And the Bible even talks about how the devil will appear to people as an angel of light. And so I would first ask, is this an actual voice of God? Because there's a lot of trickery.
I agree. And I'm not asking you what you would do, by the way. I realize it might sound that way. I'm not asking what would you do. I'm saying in this hypothetical situation, God appears to you. You know that it's God for a fact. He proved it to you, and he said, listen, I need you to burn down your neighbor's house. The right thing to do is to burn down the neighbor's house, whether you want to or not.
Correct. Yeah.
Okay.
And that's a good illustration of that.
Well, we can do this for just about anything. Like, so if God said, before you burn down the house, we need you to remove their infant and turn them into, baby paste by putting them through a meat grinder and then packaging them up and throwing them into their freezer that you can have later on your baby sausage, pepperoni pizza. I mean, theoretically, as ridiculous as it sounds, the right thing to do is to make the baby paste, right?
I mean, I just don't think God would ever ask me to do something like that.
I didn't ask you if he would, and I didn't ask you if you would. I'm saying in the hypothetical situation, the right thing to do would be to obey God and make the baby paste, right?
Sure, but it feels a little bit like a straw man.
I don't actually think it is, because in the Bible, on like 5 different occasions, God says he's going to cause the Israelites to cannibalize their own children as punishments, which means God will definitely cause you to eat your own children.
Yeah, I mean, I guess.
So it's definitely within God's character to have you eat children, right?
I would disagree with that statement, but
I can show it to you if you want.
I understand what you're saying, and I understand the argument with the no objective moral, but only what God says. That makes sense to me.
Well, I mean, I can give. Let me give you an example, because I feel like I get it. I've said something that sounds extreme, and you probably think that I'm lying, but I promise you, I'm actually not lying.
I believe that that's in there, but like I think that it's a lot different to have a curse upon a people that like, hey, you guys are going to end up eating your children because you've been so disobedient.
No, I agree.
Versus God coming to me as an individual and saying, you need to take a baby and put it in a blender and then eat it. Like that's that's a big difference.
But to be fair, it's a meat grinder, Yeah, okay. I actually don't know the difference.
But what is it, if God can't be wrong? What is the difference?
The difference is God's not telling people that they have to cannibalize their children.
But he could. So he could.
Because of your disobedience. What?
So he could be wrong?
I don't understand how is that relevant? That doesn't.
If God says you are going to eat your children, can you not eat your children?
He didn't say you are going to eat your children. He's saying because of your disobedience, you as a nation, a collective, will be forced in a situation where you may have to eat your children.
No, he
Like, I don't think when he says
No.
that you are going to
No.
cannibalize your children, he's saying literally every single Israelite is going to cannibalize their children. I
Well-
mean, like,
well, that's not our claim. We're
Why
not
does
we're
it
not
matter
claiming
if it's
that.
every single? We're like speaking of straw men.
because because it's a big difference to be like, hey, you as a collective people are being punished for your sins, so these curses are coming
Is it?
upon you, versus going to an individual person and like instructing them to do something. The difference is like, okay, let's just like take an example. Like, let's say I'm a leader of a country
Well,
and I'm like, you
well,
guys are
Gabby,
doing
I
bad
think
things.
you lost the plot. Like, I'm not bringing
Mhm.
this up because I'm saying this is identical to the scenario that I'm painting. What I'm saying is I'm bringing this up just to illustrate that it's within God's character to have children eaten.
Sure.
I
But
didn't
like,
say they're identical scenarios.
arguably, it's our fault for our disobedience.
Well,
And
I'm not saying
our-
it's not. I didn't say that it wasn't our fault. What I'm saying is it's within God's character to have children cannibalized. That's all I'm saying. Whose fault it is irrelevant right now, right? So, like, for example, if your neighbor was evil and God's like, they're so evil, I need to cast judgment on their household, and you're my instrument of justice. I mean, in the scenario, then, like, the right thing to, I'm not asking if you would, by the way, the right thing to do would be to obey God. I can't think of a
Yes.
single scenario where the right thing to do would be a disobedience, is there?
No, there's
All right.
not a single instance where the disobedience would be the right
Right.
thing.
So, and the reason why I bring all this up, and I know it's uncomfortable and unfun to talk about, but the reason why I bring it up is because
No, I enjoy this a lot.
people don't like subjective morals because they're like, oh my gosh, I need some standard I can point to and bash people over the head with it. But the reality is, like, you not liking subjective morals doesn't make morals objective. You're still stuck with divine command theory. And divine command theory isn't really a moral system. It's basically God tells you and you have to do it. But you don't actually know that the commands you're getting are from God. And you don't actually know if the commands are good. You have to assume that the commands are good. But, like, it certainly is possible that the God isn't good. Why would we just grant that the God is good? Maybe it's trying to convince you that it's good so that when it tells people you got to cannibalize your children, they'll actually do it.
Sure. I get what you're trying to say, and with it, it's not really objective, but I do believe in objective morality just because of the fact that I think everyone knows that like murder is wrong, and like there's a lot of things that I think are objective. But I've taken enough of your time, so I will let you go.
Well, hey, thanks for coming by, Gabby. And trust me, I realize that these are difficult things to talk about. I realize that they're uncomfortable, but I do think they are important topics to consider.
Yeah, and I'm not leaving because I'm uncomfortable. I actually very much enjoy this. I just need to go to bed fairly soon.
Fair enough. Well, get some rest. Thanks for coming by.
Yep, have a good night.
Cheers.
Yeah, I think one of the biggest problems when having this discussion is that people conflate like near universal or widely popular with objective.
Right.
And it's very clear. Like, objective is mind or stance dependent. Like there's no, or independent. There's no two ways about it. It doesn't matter how popular it is. It doesn't matter if everybody thinks that this thing is wrong. That is not objective.
Right.
You could call it
100%.
universal, not objective.
Couldn't agree more. We're going to grab a couple super chats, friends, and we're going to get our next guest in here. Not the Bible, Jason, coming again, and thank you so much for the $20 super chat. It says, after 6 days, Jesus told him what to do, and in the evening, the younger ruler came dressed only in a linen cloth over his naked body. He remained with him that last night, and Jesus taught him every mystery of the kingdom of God, even the dark mysteries. Perhaps the ones that requires cavities. that could be the case.
Mystery. What's in there?
I mean, he did have there was a naked boy in the garden at one point. So
Yeah, it's Luke 14.
I mean, it seems like it's plausible. Hey, Big Cheese, good to see you tonight. Thank you for the super chat. Says the argument that we, humanity, needs God because of blank is always a losing argument. Totally agree. Whether it's morals, purpose, meaning, knowledge, humanity needing something doesn't make it exist. Indeed. Yeah, the desire for something to exist or the need for it has no bearing on whether or not it does actually. Like, I need a lucid air. It doesn't make a lucid air show up in my driveway. Fuck. Never going to be the case. Also, need is subjective. When we say we need something, it's also true that that's subjective. Like, somebody decided what that need was, but we don't have like an objective means of saying need. Like, theoretically, the only thing we really need is like what the Maslow hierarchy of
Food,
needs.
shelter, clothing. Yeah.
Like not much. Maybe a
you would
cute
die
puppy.
without. Right. Yeah. Well,
Right. Yeah. Hey, slow. Thank you. You got a slow TDI. Listen, there's a lot of slow TDIs out there, by the way. Says, you know what drives me up a wall? Are you at least 18 and do you believe in God? That's 2 questions and the answer with a yes. Y'all stay rock hard for the hard facts, Doug. Indeed, I do love it that I always ask the same 2 questions. They know it's coming and almost never get a straight answer. It's wild how many times I have to ask that opening question. People have suggested I add other questions to it, like, can you say yes or no to questions? But like, to be fair, we kind of know if they don't answer the first 2 questions straight, we already know that they're not going to give me yes or no answers to yes or no questions, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Randall,
it's how it goes.
Yeah, it is a game. And I get it. They're coming in a little bit dazed and confused. They're not used to having like logical dialogue, so they're just kind of like shooting at the hip, you know?
Yeah.
Randall, Bob, and Dow, thanks for the $20 super chat. Says folks that make excuses for children and women being married off because of culture and norms totally disregard the thoughts and feelings of those children and women. If they had a choice, it wouldn't be that. Agreed. And there were some women, certainly in the ancient times that I would say were kind of like indoctrinated and brainwashed to believe that what was happening to them was good, and so maybe they even some of them could have felt positive towards it, but that's only because they're brainwashed. I mean, if they were a blank slate, they wouldn't. They would want their agency and autonomy. That just seems to be the case. I think history has proven that. And House 70, thank you for the super chat, says Deuteronomy 21, also known as a very practical postpartum abortion procedure. Practical morals indeed. To be fair, it's crazy that Christians will argue that abortion's wrong while the Bible literally says many years after your child is already born, you can just, off them. Pretty wild that. But again, you guys know that they're not reading the book. All right, friends, I've got just 5 more super chats. I'm going to get Gene D in the box nest. Mr. Rogue says, premise 1, I'm going to talk real fast and throw lots of big words. Oh yeah, our first Phil bro. Premise 2, I'm going to ignore all you say and assert I'm right. Absolutely, that's the way to do it. And C, you're wrong because of stuff. I mean, fucking nailed it. That's the de facto classical Phil bro internet debate argument. It's just
sound and valid.
Absolutely. Yep. And HP Lovecats, good to see you tonight, says, I thought Ben Shapiro was the king of gish galloping, but that Islamic Philbro takes the cake. I must agree. Ben Shapiro is hard to listen to, but that I would still pick Ben Shapiro over that Islamic Philbro at the beginning. Aldo was definitely his name. And FK says, although the Philbro reminds me of Donnie from Wild Thornberries. I actually don't know what the Wild Thornberries are. Do you know that, Mac?
I'm pretty sure it's an animated series, but that's like all I know.
Yeah, it says an American animated series. I'll have to check it out. I've never heard of it. But you guys know I don't know any of these pop culture references. I'm a dunce here. Brian says, I understand you have objections to my bad argument. Increase speed and make all words cost at least $3. I refuse to let you stop my script. If anything, we can count on Phil Bros for one thing. To get the script out, or at least try to, and to make sure that you don't actually hear it or have time to engage in it so they can strut around claiming victory because you haven't actually engaged in the thing that they tried to prevent you from engaging in. Gentleman Viking says, if NIS equal, that's not a word I know. That's a whole string of letters I can't pronounce. I think that was your point there. Therefore, God exists. Every Filbro argument, yes. Just if blah, 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 God exists,
Like that's actual like alphabet soup.
that basically
modus
is.
They got a modus tollin in there.
Right. Crazy. All right, friends, let me grab our next guest. I said we're going to get Gene D. Gene's been waiting here for a while to get in, so let's grab Gene. Welcome in, Gene.
Welcome. Thanks for having me.
Absolutely. Gene, are you at least 18, and do you believe in God?
Yes and yes.
Awesome. And which God do you believe in?
I believe in Jesus. Jesus is God.
Awesome. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God / Jesus being real?
Well, I just know for a fact, like I have to even question like morality and things like that. But one thing most I look at is like when we create these buildings, right? We know that these buildings do not create themselves. And one thing when we call someone who creates buildings is called a builder. Same thing with the law. Someone must, create a law, and we call them a lawgiver. So I look at from everything since from the beginning and understanding that like things are created by a creator. Like a TikTok live, you're the one who's create this live. You're the host. You are the creator of this live. So everything needs a creation. Like I believe that the reason why we exist is because God exists.
Yeah, I disagree with everything because in your worldview, you actually have no idea of knowing what is a creation and what is not a creation because you believe everything's a creation, right? So in my worldview, I could say, listen, the puddle in my backyard that formed last time it rains, that's not a creation. That's just something that nature did. Now, the jar of rubber cement in my hand, that was created. Somebody went and mixed these chemicals together and put it in a jar. And I know that because I've watched people do it. And I know that this product is a created product because we have all the evidence to tell us that this is created, but the puddle in my backyard is not created. But in your worldview, you have to then say, well, no, the puddle's created too, right?
Well, you gotta understand that how our puddles formed, by rain, right? When by water when it comes down. So something will have to create a water in order for you to make a puddle. I understand where you're coming from, but I look at from a standpoint of like when it comes from an existence of time of like humans. I always ask these questions to like some atheists and ask them like, if there is no God, then can you show me proof that was the woman that came first or was the man that came first, and how did we come to the point of having these two parties coming in one to reproduce? Because obviously they will have to also be reproduced by another human being. It's like that question, like what came first, the chicken or the egg? Things like that. So
I don't know if that really addresses. I mean, this is a whole nother argument. I'm more than happy to engage in it, but that had nothing to do with what we were just talking about. Whether or not, like this is the evolution of sexuality is entirely different. So
yeah, but we were talking about the creation, right? Of creation of the puddle, and I said,
yeah, but puddles are not biological entities, right? So what I'm saying is, in my worldview, there's a clear difference between things that are created and things that are not created. But in your worldview, you just have to assume that all things are created. But inherent in this assumption is this idea that there was once nothing and then God gave rise to something, right? And to me, I don't see any evidence of that. What would be the evidence that there was once nothing and somebody or something made it come into existence?
Well, we just know that this earth didn't form itself, right?
It did.
Some people believe in, but something will have to create it to make
Gravity.
the earth form.
Gravity did.
So yeah, people could say gravity, but because of gravity, are you saying that because we know that we cannot defeat the law of gravity? I think what I'm trying to say is like the earth, it stays in its place, right? Yes, it spins around, but it stays in its place. It's not closer to the sun.
In orbit.
It stays right there, right? So
What do you mean by stays?
It's got a
like
variation of
like
5 million kilometers at
yeah,
any given points in the year. No, between the closest and the farthest in a year, it's 5,000 kilometer or 5 million kilometer difference in the distance from the sun.
right. So what I was saying is like we know that if we get close to the sun, is dangerous for us. You know what I mean?
No,
So that's what I'm
the
trying to say.
Goldilocks zone is even bigger than that.
Huh?
The
Repeat that.
Goldilocks zone, where we would be safe, is much. It's like 30 million miles. We could be 15 million miles closer, 15 million miles further away.
From the sun?
Yeah.
And you don't think anything would happen to us if we're not closer to the sun?
Well,
No.
that's what he just said. The sun doesn't have a perfect circular orbit. It's elliptical, which means that some parts of the year were further away than other parts of the year. And that swing, I believe in miles, is up to 14 million miles.
That's 3 million for the difference of the nearest to the farthest is 3 million minus 5 million K.
What am I thinking the 14 was?
Maybe the Goldilocks?
Maybe,
yeah.
that's
what I was saying.
It's millions of miles, though, like Max said.
It could be, 14. I said 15 million miles closer or further, and we would be fine.
Yeah, but don't you think there's a reason why we're not as super close to the sun than we will ever be? Because we know that for a fact.
Yeah, because there wouldn't be an us. You're putting the cart before the horse.
Right. So that means that something would have to create this earth to put in the right place for us to not.
It wasn't placed in the right place. It just happens to be that when planetary bodies are in the right place for life, that life is possible. But nobody had to place it there. Like if I threw down a deck of 52 cards, and like both of the jokers, actually it'd be 54 with the jokers. If I threw down both of the jokers are up, I wouldn't say, oh, somebody had to do that, or else the jokers wouldn't be face up. Well, now you just injected a goal. You said the goal is for the jokers to be face up, and I agree. If I was going to throw down 52 cards every time and the jokers were always face up, and that was my goal, that'd be pretty cool. But the universe doesn't have a goal of making humans. It just happened to be that in the place that we're in, humans are possible, and that's what came about.
No, I'm not saying the goal is because the earth is to making humans. I'm saying there's a reason why we're not as close to the sun, because like Max said, if we're closer there, something would happen to us. So someone had to put in the right space. Yeah, someone had to put the earth in the right spot for us to not get
angular momentum.
This is why But this is why you brought up the puddle, right? This is a perfect example of the puddle analogy, right? That like the puddle exists and it's like a sentient puddle, and it says, wow, look at the shape of this hole I'm in. It fits. I fit into every nook and cranny. Not realizing it is because it wasn't made for you. You conform to it, right? Human existence was allowed, or even animal life was allowed to exist on this planet because the conditions were right. You're like I said, you're putting the cart before the horse. You're getting it backwards, right? You're saying we exist, so something must have had intention, when the reality is that we exist because this is where life could survive.
So then what will be the point of life existing if we have to go through such a short period of time where it's unfair and fair, and people have to go through for a choice that did not make, and then we just end up like being unalive after our lifetime?
I don't understand. That doesn't make sense to me. Asking.
So what I'm asking is, what is the point of death if we are here for a small? But wouldn't you think like there's a reason why for our existence?
No.
The
reason for our existence is exactly what Mac just said, because we live in a habitable zone, and just happens to be that biological life was able to form in the habitable zone. There's no meaning to it. Like, I realize that you want meaning. Everyone wants their life to be meaningful. And like, I get it. I want my life to be meaningful, but the reality is, a billion years from now, we're all going to be, completely burned up by the sun, and the memory of anyone who has ever lived on this planet would be completely lost to history. And that's just the fact of the matter. There's no meaning.
I don't agree with that, because what got me closer to believing that there is a God, I had to question morality. Now I understand that people could believe in objective morality, subjective morality, sympathy and empathy, and all these kind of things, but it doesn't make sense to say that if there is no God, and I have the freedom of choice to do whatever I want. And if I choose to, let's say, I'm saying I'm not that type of person, but hypothetically, if I'm a person who I desire to murder people, you know what I mean, and I never got caught, where is the justice for those people who lost their families and friends? Where is my end of the deal? Where
Your desire for justice will never make God real. I mean, that's
no, not
a
my.
meaningless.
I'm not saying my.
It's a meaningless thing. Like just because you want there to be justice doesn't mean that there is justice. And even if there was justice, it certainly wouldn't mean that God is real. So, like this
No,
is
I'm
just
not.
like
I'm
an
not saying.
argument from desire at this point. You just want God to
No,
be real.
no, it's not about I want God to be real. I'm trying to understand you guys' focus because I remember earlier today you said that you don't believe in good and evil, right? If you don't
I
believe that
don't.
there's good and evil, yeah, you don't believe that there's good and evil. What I'm saying is then that means
Not
that we are living in the
objectively.
world.
as entities, right?
Right. But if there's a person hypothetically who believe that there is no God and he could go out and murder or grape or do whatever he want and he never got caught in the end of his lifetime, then you got to understand that what do you mean, then it doesn't make sense for it to be up on this earth to
Yeah, it
do
does
all
make
these kind of things.
it makes
Hey,
perfect
hey,
sense.
hey,
You
Jean.
just don't like it.
Hey, John. What happens if that guy repents?
What happens
Oh
if that guy
fuck.
repents?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What if he hits that? What if he hits that buzzer beater and repents?
Okay, so let's get our definition. What do you think the definition of repentance is?
To
We all
have
know
a
what repent
change of
means. We were
heart,
Christians for
No, I just want to hear.
decades.
I
renounce your
just want to
sin
hear
and
it from
turn
you
to the
guys.
Lord.
So before we can,
It's crazy how quickly they want to go to neutral Scotsman.
Mhm.
It doesn't
Yeah,
matter
So
no,
what it doesn't matter what our definition of repent is. Use your definition. If the person Mac is doing an illustration with repents according to what you think real repentance is, what happens to him?
what happens to him? Well, God will forgive him of his sins, but I'm pretty sure his sins will be also dealt with. There's things that
How?
he
they're
will have to still
forgiven.
pay for. He's
They're
still saved.
forgiven. They're
How?
forgiven.
They're forgiven because they're saved through
So
justification.
how does he pay for
If
them?
You mean how does he pay for them? That's between him and God on Judgment Day.
John,
So you don't know?
Whatever God gives you and what you did on earth, then that's between him and God. I don't know that fully because I never stand on the front seat of God, but it's what the Bible
So
says.
Mac,
John,
I could be
if
wrong,
you
but it sounds like there's no justice, right?
What do you mean?
no,
There's
yeah,
no.
it's
Everybody
it's
has justice.
John.
Nope.
If you owed me $1,000, you had a debt of $1,000 to me, and I forgave that debt. How much would you owe me?
$1,000. If
If
if I
if I forgave your debt,
mhm.
how much would you owe me?
How much? I don't have to pay you. I don't have to owe you nothing because
Right,
yeah.
right. So when it's forgiven, there's no payment needed, right?
Yeah, but the penalty is death though. The wages of sin is death. That's the whole
His
penalty of
sins
what
are
it is.
forgiven in this scenario, aren't
Yes,
they?
to escape death
No,
because we
this
all
is
deserve
true
it.
repentance.
So yeah, true repentance come with a
Yeah.
change of heart and a change of direction.
Yes.
If he doesn't do those kind of things no more, although he did what he did, but he
Mhm.
doesn't do those things anymore. He is a changed man. He
Yes.
goes to the Lord. He has a relationship with God. Then yes,
Mhm.
God out of his mercy and grace will forgive him.
Right. So no justice.
There, okay. I see where you're coming from. I don't know about that. There'll be no justice.
Pretty
I
cut
do
and
know
clear.
that there is salvation.
I mean, mercy is the suspension of justice. Literally, that's the definition.
Yeah, without yeah. So there will probably be some justice, but we know that at the end of the day he will be saved from eternal damnation.
What justice? What are you
Justice
talking about?
from death, because he won't be separated from God for
No,
eternity.
mercy is the suspension of justice. It means it's not the justice is not executed.
The justice is not executed.
Yeah,
So are you?
if you are guilty of a crime and then I have mercy on you and don't punish you, that's not justice anymore. That's mercy. They can't exist together.
Mhm. But we all deserve punishment and crimes for our sins. It's not just the hypothetical person I'm using an example,
but
but
you
it
don't get
also
it.
goes to us as well.
But you don't get
I
it in
do get it.
Christianity. No, you don't.
But you got to understand
What
we have a
punishment-
consciousness of knowing.
Jeffrey
of
Jeffrey
running-
Dahmer converted to Christianity in prison. What punishment is Jeffrey Dahmer going to get? Is he going to heaven or hell?
I don't know, bro. Because honestly, he did some terrifying things, and I understand the last.
there? Well, if he goes to heaven and he doesn't go to hell, then how is that justice?
I mean, how is that justice? God is the final judge. If
I
I'm
didn't ask you
God
about
and
the
he
judge,
did,
I said, What form of justice is it if he doesn't get punished?
If he doesn't get punished, I'm pretty sure he goes to heaven.
Yeah.
No,
So how is that
I
a form
agree.
of, how is that justice? Is the question. How is
How's
that
that
justice?
Because he called out for to the Lord to repentance. It's like a way of knowing that you.
Not how did he get it? How is justice being executed? How is justice happening in this case?
Well, the Bible says that there comes a court where you have to stand before God. I know that he probably would get in heaven if he repented, but I don't know how that fully goes on, man. I really don't know. If I knew the answer, I would tell you, but I don't know how God judges fully, even if people do repent, because God judges the heart.
Do you
That's
think
all that
Paul
matters.
is in heaven?
Do I think Paul is in heaven?
Yeah.
Yeah, once because he was also an atheist. There was a time where I don't know if he was an atheist.
He was a
but
Jew.
And he also told people to stop spreading the gospel. He was also
But that doesn't make him an atheist.
yeah,
He
but my
was
fault. It
Jewish.
wasn't not the word atheist, but yeah, he was a Jew, but he was also telling people
Yeah,
not to,
right. And he was,
believe.
supposedly killing people, right?
Yeah, he was doing all these kind of things. Yeah.
But you're saying he is in heaven.
I don't know. I don't think anybody's in heaven right now, but he will make it to heaven. Yes, he will be in heaven
with Jeffrey Dahmer.
I don't know about Jeffrey Dahmer. I don't know him at all. Because I know he did some wicked things.
Do you know Paul?
I know Paul in the Bible.
How do you know Paul?
Because when you read the scriptures,
you can read about Jeffrey Dahmer's conversion.
What did he say in his conversion?
That he repented and gave his life to Jesus.
Well,
he had a guy working with him who would come and visit him in prison and counsel him in the ways of the Lord.
And if that's God's allowing him to be in heaven because of that, then who are we to judge? Because we're all wicked in God's eyes.
Well, we're not judging. What Mac and I are both trying to point out right now is that you're saying God must exist, otherwise there's no justice in the afterlife. But even with your God existing, there's still no justice, because the people who commit the most heinous crimes, as long as they truly repented, they'll go to heaven and they're not going to end up in hell getting punished. Unless they certainly can't be getting punished in heaven, because in the new heaven, new earth in Revelation 21, there's no suffering, no sorrow, no pain. So there's no suffering there. There's nobody getting punished there.
Yeah, but it's the same way of saying you could say a little lie. Even if you say a little lie, it's still wicked and evil in God's eyes.
Yeah,
but still deserve punishment.
But you still aren't getting the point.
I am getting the point. You're saying that why can't he?
Is heaven a punishment? Yes or no?
Heaven is not a punishment, but you're saying
are
that
there
he's
punishments
punishment.
in heaven?
No, I don't think there's any punishment that's in heaven.
Okay, so if there's no punishment in heaven, and heaven is not a punishment, and people who commit horrible crimes get to go to heaven as long as they repent, what that means is those people don't get punished, which means your claim that you need this Christian afterlife to get justice isn't true, because there is no justice in the Christian afterlife. The punishment is merely for those who don't repent.
But sin is sin in God's eye regardless.
I don't care. I'm not asking you about the gravity of sin. I'm asking you about punishments. If your God doesn't punish sins because they repented, what that means is that there's no actual justice in your afterlife.
I don't know, because it says after death there comes judgment for everyone.
It doesn't matter. The judgment's irrelevant. If you believe that Paul got to go to heaven unpunished, that means Paul's crimes won't be punished. There won't be justice.
Okay. So are you saying that's the same thing with Jeffrey? Are you saying that's the same thing with Jeffrey Dahmer? Because he said that he repented.
It's the same with everybody. Any person who's ever committed themselves to Christ are going to have sins that go unpunished because they confess their sins. They believe in their heart that Jesus Christ is Lord, Romans 10:9-10. What that means is that for Christians, there is no justice in the afterlife.
Then, yeah, I could agree with that. There's no justice.
Okay. So I bring that up because your argument was that this God needs to exist because we need this afterlife justice, but in reality, there is no justice in the afterlife.
I don't agree with that, because then
you already did.
I don't know, because if there's
So, Gene,
No, no,
you
no.
just agreed with us. You just said there is no justice in the afterlife, which means your argument is just invalid on the face of it.
No, because the thing is, I believe in God. You guys don't. I don't
So
think you
what?
guys don't understand where I'm coming from.
No,
So
there's no
let me
justice
ask
for
you where I'm
Christians, I
coming
said.
Your whole thing, Sean, was that there needs to be some kind of justice
Right.
for things that people do here. And then we would point out to a scenario to you where there would not be justice, but they would be allowed in heaven by your God. That's where we're at. People are not paying for the things they've done on earth in a second world. They just are saved. Their sins are forgiven. They don't have to pay.
Okay, I see where you're coming from, but
Yeah.
from my standpoint, because I read the Bible and because God exists, it's because he's also a merciful God.
Oh
So
no.
he gives us so many chances to repent.
But that
Because
has nothing to do with what we're talking about, to be clear. But that has
but this
nothing
world
to
will
do
pass
with
away,
what
though.
we're talking about, right? We're talking about whether or not there is, in fact, justice in the afterlife. That's the only thing we're talking about right now.
Yeah, there's
That's
no
all.
justice in afterlife after
I want
repentance.
you to do like a little
Right,
mental,
there we go. So we agree there.
give a little mental
Yeah,
trick,
we agree.
right?
We agree on that. But
So every
that-
time you get ready to say the word mercy, just imagine yourself like having the word justice on a piece of paper and just like wadding that piece of paper up and just throwing it in the trash. Because that's what mercy is. You're
Yeah.
throwing out justice. So just keep that in mind when you're arguing for justice and then you bring in mercy, you're defeating your own argument.
But without justice, there's no mercy.
I disagree.
That doesn't mean anything. That means nothing.
Yeah. Also, I would push back too on this idea that God is just. I know the Bible says it, Deuteronomy 32:4 says that God is just in all of his ways, but I don't find that to be the case. And we can do like one simple example to demonstrate that. It might be my favorite example from the Bible. Maybe
it's a good one.
One of my two favorite examples. So would you concur that when justice is dispensed, that means that the person who did wrong gets punished and the person who doesn't do wrong doesn't get punished? That's what we would call justice, right?
Right. In this world, yes.
I mean, no, that's just the meaning of the word. Like,
Mhm.
that's what justice means, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Is there ever a scenario which it would be just to punish somebody for a crime they never committed? So, for example, if I committed crime and my significant other doesn't commit a crime, would it be fair to punish my significant other rather than me for the crime that I committed that they didn't commit and had nothing to do with?
No, but you're referring to the story of David, because what the crime that he committed and his wife and child had to pay for. I understand that whole story.
Mm-hmm. And so, was that
Yeah.
justice?
I don't agree with that, but if that's God and David, that's between them. But I don't agree with that. No, I don't agree with
Right.
that.
So you agree with us, and what God did there wasn't a form of justice.
Well, I don't know how things were back then. Based on the story, David broke the law, and he did wrong in God's eyes. Now, God in His eyes find out justice. See, so but that's your opinion. Remember what you said? There's no, you don't believe in good and evil.
Well, I'm asking
Remember
you.
you said that earlier?
No, good and
Yeah,
evil
I told you.
is a different word than just. Just is a concept. Like the meaning of the concept is that if you do wrong, you receive punishment. If you don't do wrong, you don't receive punishment. That's just what the word conceptually means. We're not talking about whether or not I have a determination about what is right and what is wrong. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying what the word justice means is that. And so when I give you a scenario, all you have to ask yourself is, does this scenario meet the definition?
Yeah, it meets the definition. Well, it doesn't meet the definition of what David and his wife, what David's wife went through.
Okay,
But
so there's an
but I understand
incompatibility.
why. Yeah, huh?
So there's an
Repeat that.
incompatibility between the definition of justice and what God does sometimes.
Yes, but you also got to understand that there's a reason why God targeted David's wife. David was a man who had who's praying for a kid, and God out of his ability gave him a kid, but also can take it away.
Huh?
So I'm pretty sure. So remember in the story where David the reason why David had to go through these things because he was lusting after another man's wife, right?
And he took her. Yeah.
Wait,
And
what do you mean by
and he took her,
praying?
and
Maybe
he
what do
tried
you
to
mean
keep
by
it, and
praying for a kid?
yeah, well, hold on, and then he tried to convince that man to, hey, go unalive that man that he slept with, and even
Well,
though
he sent the guy. So Uriah the Hittite was his name. He sent him to the front
Yeah.
lines and then commanded the army to pull back in battle so he wouldn't get murdered. And he did
Yeah.
that obviously to cover up the fact that he knocked up Uriah's
Correct.
wife.
Right, correct. So knowing that that's still wrong because David didn't come into the place where he could confess his sins. That wasn't repentance. So
He
the
did.
reason why I see, yeah, he did come into repentance later on when someone came up to him
Yeah, he
and
was
told him what he
confronted
did
by
was wrong.
Nathan. Yeah.
Someone who told him that he did was wrong. But remember, the reason why
Wait.
God did that was to hurt him, to hurt
Isn't that
David
when everybody
intentionally.
repents? Pretty
But
much.
did the women get punished or did David?
David God gave David a choice to receive a kind of punishment. I forgot
Nope.
what it was. It was
No,
like
he
3
didn't.
choices.
That's a
You're
different
mixing up
story.
two different
That's the
stories.
census.
That's 2 Samuel 24.
But David wasn't in that story.
Yeah, that was David, but it was for
Different
punishment
story.
for taking the census.
What was that punishment for? If you guys could jog my
For
memory.
taking the census.
He just told you.
What's the census?
A census, counting the people.
Okay. Okay. Well, then I would say that then there was no actual punishment, but I think
Well, no, there was.
it hurted David though.
The women got raped, man.
Yeah. The woman got the punishment, but I'm just saying it hurt David.
Well, I'm sure it did. Who did you think it
you
hurt
said there
more,
was
the
no
women or
punishment.
David?
I'm pretty sure it hit the woman a lot more. But
Yeah,
but
Did the women commit the crime that David committed?
no, I see where you guys are coming from. It wasn't okay. It's not right.
Okay, we
But
agree then.
I
Fine.
can't
Oh, that's
question.
fine.
Yeah, we agree with that. I understand, bro. We have
Well,
a consciousness
see,
of knowing right or wrong.
So we've got to this point, which is really interesting, where you're saying like, I need God because without God, there's actually no justice. But now we've just determined that in the afterlife, there's no justice, and even in the present life, God does things that are unjust. So I guess I'm failing to comprehend how we get to justice with this God existing.
I wouldn't agree with that because remember, the Bible also says that His thoughts is higher than our thoughts. So what God did with David, that's probably in his mind. He probably think that's what David deserved. But even though the woman was part of that family lineage, same thing with the child. The child didn't deserve to be unalive, but it
God
was
didn't do
God who
anything.
gave him that child.
So why are you saying God's ways are higher when you've already admitted that what happened here doesn't even fit the definition of just? What's more likely, that God's ways are just higher and you have to throw logic and definitions out the window, or like maybe this God is fiction?
I don't know if God is fiction. We would have to wait until we
No,
are
this
unalive
God.
because
This God is fiction.
this-
I didn't say all gods. I said this God is clearly fiction because
no, Jesus.
he's a
no,
walking contradiction. And Jesus certainly is the manifestation that you're interested in. That manifestation is logically absurd. The Trinity just fundamentally breaks the laws of logic. It's irredeemable.
Right. So, but you got to understand this. Like, if there is, like I said, if there is no God, then my question will be like, what will be the point of existence of life, knowing that there is suffering, knowing
There
that
is
there's
none.
all these kind of things. You telling me
There's
there's no one that suffers in this world?
No, there's no.
No, I said there's
inherent
no meaning of.
purpose.
There's no inherent purpose or meaning to life, man. You get to choose what your purpose is. That's something you get to do. But there's no ultimate meaning for us being here.
But wouldn't you say we could also get to choose if we believe that there's a God exists or doesn't exist?
I don't think
And
you
no
can
one's
choose
saying
that.
you can't believe that. Well,
You don't think you could choose that? Why you think we can't choose that if you could?
You're either convinced of something or you're not. You don't get to choose if you're convinced of something. And we can demonstrate this pretty easily. If you think that you can choose your beliefs, can you choose in this very moment to believe that you're getting flayed alive?
If I had to literally see. I mean, I don't think I'm.
Well, try it.
What do you mean, like inflated
Right.
alive?
yeah, like
Flayed,
sliced open,
skinned.
like sliced, like yeah.
Right.
I mean, it's my flesh. I'm pretty sure if I I would see.
Oh,
If I
see,
slice my.
can you right now choose to believe that is happening to you currently?
No,
Right.
Oh, exactly.
Because
Because
there's no
you can't
evidence?
choose what you believe.
but the evidence of knowing that we can believe that there is a God is faith and also testimonies
Well,
and
faith is
also
not
knowing
evidence.
that-
Can you Jean, right now, can you believe there's no God?
I've seen too much. I've learned too much to the point where I cannot say that there's no God. Now, if you was to
Right.
meet me in
Why can't you
2020 and
just
say that
choose? Jean, why can't you just choose and then like 10 minutes later go back
my
and
my
choose
my
again?
I did choose. I made a choice
You
when
didn't
as soon as
choose.
I got
You
mature.
didn't.
Yes, I did.
No,
No,
you
you
didn't.
didn't.
You were
When
convinced. Belief is something that happens to you.
The thing that
what do you
you
mean
that you
believe?
chose is to follow this God. But you chose to follow this God because you already had a belief in the God. You didn't choose to believe in the God. You were already believing in the thing.
But there's no proof that shows me that I was already believing in the thing. There was nowhere
Doesn't
I was like,
matter.
"Damn, I believe that there's a God." Over time, as you get older, you have to start questioning certain things in life, and then maybe it will get your answer.
At
I
some
think
point, you became convinced
I
that
wouldn't
it's true.
say
You didn't choose to believe it.
I wouldn't say it's convinced. I would say it's more like agreeing with the truth
No,
because
you were
that's what it
convinced of
is.
Right.
it.
That's what convinced is.
I
Convinced means you
don't
believe a claim to be true. You believe there's a God. That is, you are convinced there's a God.
I don't know because if you look in Romans 1,
I do
right, it
know.
says for the wrath of God is revealed from heaven against all ungodliness and
Well,
unrighteousness of
quoting
men,
the Bible
right?
has no bearing on reality. Listen, I can quote you the Hadith or the Quran or the Vedas. That's meaningless to us. You quoting the Bible at us is never going to alter what is like reality.
Yeah, because you think it's a fiction. But
Yeah.
what I'm trying to tell you is this: like, in order for me to really have that choice to be like there is a God, I have to look at how the outside world looks, how we function as humans. You know what I mean? There has to be we have a consciousness of knowing what is the right thing to do, what is the wrong
No,
thing to
we
do,
don't know that.
even to create and build things,
No,
right? But we
these are all
also know that.
assumptions. All of these are assumptions. I don't think that people inherently know right or wrong. I think we have empathy that has been built in via evolution, but none of this is going to get you anywhere close to what we're actually talking about, which is you can't choose to believe in this God. You are either convinced or you're not.
I would say it's just my heart aligns with the truth because
I know,
there was
because
one
you're
scripture.
convinced. You're
I'm
convinced
not.
that it's true. But if you didn't believe that Christianity was true, you wouldn't be a Christian.
But the thing is, I don't believe in Christianity or like the whole
You're
Christian thing because
you're a
that's a title
Christian.
of a religion.
I don't
I
care what
no,
you
I'm a
call it.
follow.
You are a Christian. A follower of Christ is a Christian. If you follow Christ, you're a
Literally.
Christian.
Okay, so then what separates a relationship from a religion?
It's irrelevant.
Marketing.
How's
Yeah,
that
It's
irrelevant?
really,
it's marketing.
definitely PR. Yeah, for sure. And no one cares if it's a relationship or a religion. No one's questioning whether or not you're a real Christian or a fake Christian. That's not on the table. All we're saying is that if you do genuinely believe in Christ, you are in fact a Christian. That's what the word means.
Okay, but what I'm saying is to understand that to be like you said, quote unquote convinced, we got to understand like what will if we're being convinced, what is the target? What is the end goal to being convinced to be put
There's
in
no
this
end
kind of
goal.
box?
Like I'm
There's no end
convinced
goal.
that the sun is not outside right now. Now, there's no end goal to that. I don't need to know that. It's not something I need for me to do this live stream. It just happens to be the case because I'm looking outside and there's no fucking sun out there, right? So believing something doesn't have to have an end goal. Like I feel like what we've learned so far in this conversation is that you really have a deep desire for there to be like meaningful things. But having a desire for
Bro,
meaningful things will never make God real.
I don't know about that because once I became born
I do know
again,
about that.
I've noticed that we need the gospel, bro.
No, we
I
don't.
never,
Why
hold
do
on,
we
real
need
quick.
the
I
gospel?
remember because there was a point in my life where I said I believed, but I never really truly believed that
No, no, I'm not
there was
asking
this
you about
God
your belief. I'm saying why do humanity need the gospel?
because we are all separated from God.
Why?
Because in the beginning, we're supposed to be connected with God. That was what He intended us for. But the
No, that
thing is,
wasn't what he
because of
intended. Ephesians chapter
what
1
do you
says that
mean?
the elect were chosen before the foundation of the world. God didn't intend for humans to be sinless.
I mean, we should have been sinless, but because of what man
No.
did since the
God did
beginning of
not create
time,
us to be
we
sinless. God was under no illusion that we'd be sinless. Remember, God's all knowing. He knows the future. The day he created
right.
Adam and Eve, he already knew that every human being that would ever live would be sinful. Every single one. He knew that. So
Okay,
this
you
was
right, but then
a situation of intention.
Yeah, you're right. But then wouldn't you say that it's because everything points back to the cross? Because he wanted to make it a
nothing
way for
points to
us
the
to get
cross.
That's
closer to
what
him?
you would say.
Because, okay, so you read the end of the book, right, in Revelation?
I've read every last word of the book, which is why I know that it's not true. In fact, that's my main
But you used to
channel
be a
goal.
Christian.
My main channel goal is to get people to read the book and actually critically read the book for the first time, because nothing in the Bible points towards Jesus in the Hebrew Bible. There's no such thing as God punishing people with hell because they're imperfect. There's no such thing as somebody needing to die for your sins, like God's going to hold it
It's not
over
about
your
being
head
imperfect.
unless you spill blood. You can be forgiven of your sins even if you don't spill blood. The New Testament just fundamentally has no idea what's happening in the Old Testament. Whoever wrote the New Testament books are idiots.
Yeah, but it's not about being imperfect. It's because we get to have the choice to not to be with God or not, and He gives us what we want out of His love.
No, we don't have that choice.
Yes, we do. If you
No, we
you
don't.
could choose to have a relationship with Him or not.
No, you can't.
That's your choice.
You can't choose
What do you
to
mean you
have
can't?
relationships with something you don't believe in. I don't have that
Do you-
choice. I don't believe in this thing.
Okay, so yeah, but there was a time you did believe because you said that you was a Christian, right?
Yeah, because I was indoctrinated just like most of the people that are part of this religion. When you
Okay,
grow up
so
and
there
you're
was a time that you
indoctrinated
had
in
the choice
something,
to
you
believe
believe
in
that it's
God.
true. Oh, no, I didn't choose to believe in God. I just did because I was indoctrinated. Right?
By
This is
your
not-
by your
It's
parents?
not difficult. No, this society at large. So
Mm-hmm.
most people in America are growing up in a society where the majority of people around them believe in the nonsense, and probably their family members too. That was my situation. I believed it passively as a young person because everybody believed it when I was growing up. But the reason why I believed it wasn't because I had like verifiable evidence or proof. It was just because that's what I learned growing up. When I got old enough to study it for myself, it became painfully obvious that it wasn't true. And for many of the reasons that I'm articulating right now, namely, Jesus wasn't the Messiah. He didn't fulfill a single messianic prophecy. The New Testament fundamentally contradicts the theology of the Old Testament at every single turn. And there's nothing in the Old Testament where God says he's going to throw you in hell for all of eternity if you don't like repent of every single sin. That's just not there.
That's not there. It's not even there in the Bible where you have to repent of every single sin. You cannot even keep
any
the
sin. It doesn't matter. In the Hebrew Bible, there's not a lick of anything about God punishing people in eternal hellfire for all of eternity because of their sin.
Then I couldn't say the same thing because when I was little and
Show me the
for the
verse.
doctrine, I never really believed that there was a God until I got older and understand why. Oh, there is a God. So your system, there was a
But
time
you're
where
not
you did
responding
believe.
to what I said. What I said is that the New Testament and the Old Testament fundamentally disagree. The New Testament says you need saved from your sins, otherwise you're going to hell. That's not in the Hebrew Bible. That's an invention.
So then what are we? So then my question will be like, if that's not an invention, then what are we being saved from? Because then it will contradict.
Exactly. We're being saved
contradict
from the thing that God is doing to us. According to the New Testament. Again, this is not in the Old Testament. This is strictly a New Testament teaching. And I agree, it's nonsensical. The only thing we're being saved from is God's hideous, barbaric punishment for us doing what we were created to do.
But it still comes down to that freedom of choice that we have.
No.
Like God
No,
allows us to make these choices.
Wrong again. You can't choose God. It's meaningless. Also, you can't be perfect. There's not a single human being that has ever been on the earth that has been absolutely perfect because human beings have the sin nature. And who created the sin nature?
Yeah, there's no one. The Bible said there's no one that's perfect. There's no one that's good.
So if I'm a young person, let's imagine for now that the age of accountability is 13. Let's say I turn 13. I go out to school and I commit a sin. Let's say I lied to my teachers about chewing gum in class, and then I get sent home, and then a horrible accident happens and I die, never having repented of my sin. Where do I go after I die?
You never had a relationship with him, so yeah, that's where you know where you're gonna go. If you never had a relationship with him, you will face the wrath of God. Yeah.
The preposterous thing in this religion is that God will literally light you on fire for eternity for doing one sin. The sin of lying to your teacher about chewing gum is enough for God to light your ass on fire for all of eternity. This is a really preposterous religion. It's just silly.
No, it's not that. It's the fact
Why-
that we all missed the mark.
Why is
It's not
I know
about
we all
that
missed the
line.
mark, but missing the mark has nothing to do with whether or not you should be lit on fire for eternity. What a crazy thing to believe that it's just to be lit on fire for eternity because you're imperfect. Being that it's impossible for you to be perfect. You actually can't reach perfection, which means God is going to light you on fire for all of eternity for something that you have no control over.
So let me ask you this: have you read Matthew 7, verse 21? I'm pretty
read
sure. I'm pretty sure you have, right?
Last word of the Bible, but again,
So-
will you actually address what I just said rather than jumping to a new point? Can you address how it's logical to believe that you're going to get lit on fire for all of eternity for being imperfect, which is something you can't control?
Because you never put yourself in a position to have a relationship with him. So
I'm not
giving
asking you about
choice.
a relationship. I'm asking about the punishment.
But that's the answer I'm giving you.
That's not
you
an
don't like
answer.
that
I'm
answer
asking
giving you.
how is it justice to light somebody on fire for all of eternity, to torture them for eternity for having just been imperfect, having just missed the mark?
Because you have fallen short. You have sinned. You have broken the law.
I'm aware. I'm asking, why is the punishment fitting for the crime? Like, if I don't know if you had children, if my child goes to school and lies to the teacher, am I justified in lighting him on fire?
Because there's nowhere God could put you.
Am I
And plus-
justified? No, stop, Gene. Answer the question. Am I justified in lighting my son on fire?
No, but you're not God.
Okay,
though.
so the punishment needs to fit the crime. It doesn't matter who's doing it. Crimes will never be punished disproportionately just because somebody is more powerful, like God. If the punishment's not proportional to the crime, I don't care who's doing it. You're doing something heinous.
But he's still giving you a choice to repent. I don't see
It
what's the
doesn't
issue
matter
with that.
No, you don't have a choice to repent.
What do you mean? You do have a choice. You have a
No,
choice
you
right now
don't
to
have a
repent.
choice to repent. You have to believe in this nonsense before you can even consider repenting. So if you don't believe in the nonsense, you're never going to repent. It's also irrelevant. It's also irrelevant. If my child goes to school and lies to the teacher and I say, listen, I'm going to light you on fire if you don't apologize to me right this very instant. If my child chooses to not apologize to me, am I justified in lighting him on fire?
No, but you're not
Okay,
God.
so it doesn't matter if I give my son an out or not. The act of
But you're not
lighting someone on fire for a single sin is never going to make this whole situation make sense. Never.
The thing is, you won't get it because you don't believe that there is a God. I'm trying
It
to
doesn't
just
matter.
hear me out real quick.
Even if I believed in a God, this God still wouldn't make sense. I could easily say that I believe in Lord Marduk. Me believing in Lord Marduk will never justify lighting somebody on fire for all of eternity just for one sin. And also your comment that which I'm going to address before it gets forgotten, which is that God didn't have any other choice. He has to send you somewhere. He doesn't have to fucking send you to hell. He could have just made a world where people that don't want to be with him can go fuck off and do their own thing. And there's no fire, there's no torment, there's no punishment there. That's something he could have done. You're introducing what's called a false dichotomy, saying, well, it's either heaven or hell, but God's all powerful. He could have created thousands of different worlds to send people there. He didn't have to make it only heaven or hell.
But Hose, let me ask you a question then. Let's say you're God, right? If you was to create a world, how would you create it? I just want to hear your thoughts on that.
I would create it so that human beings aren't able to murder each other. I would create it without natural disasters. I would create it without death. And I would create it so that when people disobeyed me, I didn't fucking light them on fire forever.
Okay, so the things that you listed, are those good things or bad things?
Well, to me personally, I think good things are justice. I think good things are not disproportionate, but proportional punishments. I think bad things would be disproportional punishments. Like if somebody commits a singular crime, I don't think we should light them on fire for eternity. I don't think we should gouge out their eyeballs. I don't think we should be killing babies, but these are all things that Christianity says is okay.
Yeah, you're not answering my question. I asked you those things that you just listed.
What things?
Are those that you said I would create a world without murder, right? Okay, we'll leave that at that. Do you think it's okay to murder or not? So you're basically saying it's not okay to murder, right?
What I've told you, I already know the gotcha you're trying to get me into. So I'll just,
I'm not saying I'm not saying
cut it
gotcha.
off at the pass. in my framework, yes, I don't think it's okay to murder people.
Oh,
And that is a subjective framework. No matter how much you dislike it, you'll never get to objective morals.
okay, I understand you, host, but what I'm asking you is that if you're gonna create that's why I asked you, if you're gonna create a world, right, and you creating these people that you don't want murder to happen, but because these people are still schmurder, and I get it, you're not gonna, send them to eternity. But if a person just keeps on schmurder and they think it's still the right thing to do, what are you gonna do with that? How are you gonna deal with it?
You can lock them up. You can segregate them. You can put them on an island by themselves. There's so many things you can do without torturing them. You could also just rehabilitate them by giving them a better heart, or perhaps giving them a brain that doesn't desire to do those things. You can easily create a world where people don't have evil desires. And we know that God will do that eventually, because in Revelation 21, God says in the new heaven and new earth, there'll be no more suffering, no more sorrow, no more pain. So whatever God is doing in Revelation 21, he could have done that already. He didn't have to introduce this nonsensical world where there's all kinds of suffering and pain.
Then couldn't God create a world where everybody who choose to love him, then couldn't he create people only to just love him?
He certainly
Instead
could
of
have. In fact,
people-
if God made sense, rather than doing Romans 9, where he created vessels of wrath, he could say, listen, if this child is born, it's going to be evil. He could literally just make it so that only good children ever get born and evil children don't get conceived.
But then it wouldn't be love. It wouldn't be allow us to have a choice.
Wrong. Choice
But
has
God-
nothing to do
but-
with whether or not somebody turned out to be evil. So, for example, I've never committed evil, like Jeffrey Dahmer types of evil, right? But me not doing that doesn't mean that I can't love somebody. And in fact, if somebody took away my ability, right? If somebody took away my ability to go murder somebody, if they just said, listen, fucking, there's a force field around you now, and you're never capable of murdering somebody. This doesn't mean I don't love people. Like, you can't tell me that my inability to murder somebody is going to affect whether or not I love my child. What a nonsensical thing.
Yeah, but I look at it from this standpoint. When God created, I feel like he allows us to make a choice. But if it doesn't become a choice if he only created people that would choose him.
Gene, you don't have a choice in Christianity. Your choice is love me or I'll light you on fire for eternity. That's not a choice. That's not free will. That's coercion. That's violence. It's like if I went to, I don't know if you have a sister, if I went to ask out your sister on a date and was like, listen, Gene, I'm going to ask your sister out. We're going to have the best time of our lives. I promise I'll treat her really well. But if she says no, I'm going to light her on fire. That's not a free fucking choice, is it?
But you're making a choice to not be looking for. It's not a free choice.
Okay, so when God makes it, is it a free choice then?
It is a choice. We have a choice.
No, it's not. It's an ultimatum. Is it a free choice?
It's a free choice because we're choosing.
It's not a free
choice.
choice. No, wrong again. If your choice is love me or burn, you don't have a choice. It's an ultimatum. It doesn't matter if I'm making it or if God is making it. It's still an ultimatum.
It's not. That's why I want to show you a scripture in Matthew 7. Just to show you something.
No one cares about your scripture. Try to follow along here. I'm not going to.
I am following along.
I'm not going to let you move off this one, Gene. I need you to actually lock in for 5 seconds. I need you to lock in for 5 seconds. What is the definition of an ultimatum?
What do you mean with the definition of an ultimatum? It's like when you a definition of an ultimatum is like you're using something that's to basically like you have no choice of doing it.
No, you do have a choice. Nope. You do have a choice.
Yes, I do have a choice to either believe in God or not.
So what is an ultimatum?
The ultimatum is something that you're forced to choose that or something else will happen. I don't know the exact definition.
So you choose something or something bad happens to you. That's an ultimatum, right?
Right. But
okay, hold on. We're not done yet. So God says, you will choose me or something bad will happen to you, right?
Because we're bad people.
I didn't ask you why. I'm asking you, is it true that God says you will choose me or something bad will happen?
No, he did not say that.
He did say that. What happens if I don't choose God?
What happens if you don't choose God? You choose to not want to spend time with him. He's gonna.
What happens
give
if I choose God? What's the punishment?
Separated from God for eternity.
Is it bad?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, so if I don't choose God, he'll do something bad to me, yes or no?
No, you're being separated.
Wrong again. Matthew 5 and 13 literally says that I'll be thrown.
You can't go to Matthew 7?
I'll be thrown into hell. So we'll try to focus.
Let's
So
go to Matthew
what's
5.
happening?
Let's go.
We're trying to get you to actually pay attention here. So according to the gospel, if I don't choose God, I will, against my own volition, I'm not throwing myself into hell. God will throw me into hell, yes or no?
Because you made that choice. So yes.
I didn't ask you why. I asked you, if I don't choose the way God wants me to, will he throw me into hell?
Yes.
Okay, there we go. And what do we call it when someone gives you a choice, and if you don't choose the way they want you to, they punish you? What do we call that?
It's not an ultimatum. That's not an ultimatum.
We literally just went over it. That is literally the definition of an ultimatum. It's a demand to make a choice with a negative consequence.
That's your worldview. That is not my
No,
worldview.
that's
So
the
that's what we
definition of the word.
Definition.
The definition
Yes, but I'm saying-
of the word ultimatum is that. So what I'm
Yes, I
telling
agree
you
with- I agree
is
with
that
that.
what
I
God
agree.
is doing is giving you an ultimatum. He said, you will choose me, or this bad thing will happen to you. That's an ultimatum.
And I agree with the ultimatum definition. I don't agree with that way of ultimatum. The way
You already
describing it.
did. You already said
No,
word for word that if I don't choose the way God wants me to, he will punish me. And now you've sewn yourself into this corner, and this is
I said you're separated.
This is actually what I hate the most about arguing with Christians is Gene, I sense that in real life you're probably a really fucking normal person. But now that we're pinning you down on the actual belief of your religion, you're lying to my fucking faith. And it's starting to make me mad, Gene, because I want to
lying
believe
a good thing or a bad thing?
we're not doing that fucking gotcha bullshit right now. I want to believe that you're a decent individual, but what you're doing right now, rather than being honest with me and just saying, yes, based on the definition I already agreed to, God is giving people an ultimatum. You can't do that because you've lacked at this point, like the honesty to engage with me because you know where it leads to. And that's what pisses me off. Not that you believe this stuff. Now, I'd rather you not believe in this stuff. Like, I get it. And a lot of good people do believe in this stuff. But what makes me really fucking annoyed is when you will be dishonest and lie to my face in front of almost 3,000 people. Everybody saw you do it. There's not a person here that didn't see you just repeatedly lie to my face on basic definitions that you already agreed to. And this is what's so irritating about talking to Christians is rather than just being honest with the dialogue, you get put into a corner and then you start lying to me. Why would we ever want to believe in your God when it causes you to behave in this way?
You didn't let me finish because you're asking me a question. I said, I agree with the definition. I agree with your definition of what the ultimatum is. Yes, I agree with that. But I'm saying is, if you're looking at ultimatum in the book of the Bible, he's still giving us a choice. Even if you go to Matthew 16,
it doesn't matter.
The
verse
choice
28,
is to burn. That's retaliation. That's an ultimatum.
Yes.
This is
An
not complicated,
ultimatum,
man.
Yes, an ultimatum is a choice, Gene. No one's saying that you didn't have a choice. What Mac and I are saying is that the choice that he gives you is an ultimatum.
So, Host, do you know why we have to? Okay, you said you read the Bible, right? I just have this question. Do you know why do you know why if we don't choose him and he's putting us through punishment? Do you know why the reason why for that? If he's putting us in a punishment?
Because he decided. So every punishment that God gives out is something that he decided because God is all powerful, which means he doesn't have to do anything. Nobody forces God to do anything. God only does what he chooses to do. So that whatever punishment God decided was going to happen was of his choosing. He could have made it anything. He could have made it so you went to prison for a little bit. He could have made it so that if you did something horrible, say you murdered something, he just took your ability away to murder somebody. There's so many solutions he could have done rather than lighting you on fire for eternity.
Okay, that's a great point. I see where you're coming from. But let's take me for example, right? Let's say you have a big party and I don't like you, but I want to, if I can't go into your party, let me just be around your property. Let me just stand outside the front. Would you still allow me to be there, even though I don't like you, I talk bad about you, I gossip about you, all these kind of negative things, would you still allow me to just be around your property and just, just sit there and try to listen to music from the outside? Would you allow
Are you
that?
dangerous?
I'm a dangerous man. I don't
No,
like you.
if you're dangerous, I'm going to remove you from the property. You know what I'm not going to do? I'm not going to torture you. I'm not going to harm you. I'm not going to light you on fire. And that's why what you're describing right now is not analogous to the gospel. The gospel says if you don't choose God, even if you're not fucking dangerous, even if you're just a 13-year-old girl that lied about chewing gum, I will in fact light you on fire for all eternity.
I don't think a 13-year-old girl would go for eternity. I think it's more like he would judge the heart. And I think if you're little, I don't think God will send you for eternity. You don't have
happens? Where does
Nope.
where does the course change?
Well,
How
then
do
that
you
wouldn't
get
be-
out- how do you get out of eternal torment?
How do you get out? I don't know about how to get out eternal torment. And in fact, I don't even think it's eternal to be in torment. I don't think.
Okay,
there's no
when
getting out of
Jesus
hell.
Says, when Jesus said,
Can you show
"And
me a verse real
these-"
quick?
Yeah, in Matthew 25, when Jesus said, "And these will go away into eternal punishment, but the righteous into eternal life." They're both eternal.
Mm-hmm. But I don't think a little girl or a little boy will go to eternal
Well, that's
punishment.
because you have a kind of a sense of justice, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so you're butting up against this very unjust thing. It's very obvious how not just this is. And so your brain has to contort the words as they enter to make it not horrific.
100%.
But it is.
100% what Mac
you're
just said. But I would also point out that you already agreed when I gave you the scenario about the girl lying about the bubble gum. You said she would go to hell. You already agreed to it, and this is why I keep pointing out.
I didn't know it was 13. I didn't know if it said 13.
This is why I keep
just thought you
pointing
meant
out.
in general.
If I keep pointing out that your religion is forcing you to not be honest with me. You have to keep taking back things that you previously agreed to, because rather than just saying, "Listen, I get it. This is a problem." You can't admit that it's a problem, and then you have to keep going back on things you already agreed to. Whereas an honest person would just say, "Yeah, that's a fucking problem."
Because you didn't allow me to express where I'm coming from. Can I just explain my reason real quick?
But we
I
know
agree
where
with the
you're coming from.
definition. I agree with the definition. I agree where you're coming from. But the way I look at it from a standpoint, if God created, the Bible said that God created the heavens and the earth. If he did not create, if he created hell, but it wasn't destined for us to be in hell, my only thing is we are having the choice. And I'm not saying you don't agree, but from my standpoint, I know from my standpoint, it tells me that he's allowing us to have a choice to either be with him forever or not. And if we choose on this earth to not want to spend time with him, then what's the point of coming into heaven if you know you're not going to want to spend time with me? That's
Again,
how I look at it.
Gene, I didn't say that he should force you into heaven if you don't want to go. I didn't say that.
No, I didn't.
Why do you
I'm not saying
that on me?
Dichotomy.
I'm not saying force. I'm
saying
saying
it's a false dichotomy. God doesn't have to send a single person to hell. Not one. There's not a single person ever that has to go to hell.
Then I think that's something that you have to talk to God about. If he is
It's not
real,
like
if
you
that
need to
time
talk to
comes,
God about
then-
it. I don't believe in that
What do you-
sky carcass.
But the thing is, I know why he has to do what he do. I
Why?
don't
Why
think
does he
it's
have
fair
to?
for someone to be.
Why does God have to send people to hell? Because it's interesting. Because in the Hebrew Bible, he didn't have to send anyone to hell. Now in the New Testament, all of a sudden he has to do it. Why does he have to do it?
Why does God have to do a fuck thing? Like, you don't have to do shit. He's God. You don't have to do anything.
Okay, because based
you know
on
what,
based,
Mac?
But go ahead. Why does he have to do it?
Mac,
Hold on,
you and
let
I
me
have
answer
already
real quick.
made this point like 3
Yeah.
times. It's wild that he didn't catch it any of those times.
No, I catched it, but let me explain. So the way
Why
I
does
see
he
it,
have to do it?
no,
That's
the
what you're
reason why
gonna
he
tell
has to do it because it said that God is so holy and perfect. There's
So
not
what?
even no one that could really
what?
come close. So
So
this is
what?
what I'm saying. But I'm saying
Why
okay,
does that require hell?
because let's say I'm allergic to something. Would I want that thing that I'm allergic to come near me?
Again,
What
being
if you
allergic
just
to
snap
something
your
has
fingers?
nothing to do with torture. Try to
Like, what
follow
if you could
along,
just-
Gene.
I understand, but we're sinners.
Every analogy
That's why we
I don't care. Every analogy you've made up so far is, well, God can't let us be around him. I'm not saying we should be around him. What I'm saying is the only alternative shouldn't be torture. That's it. Like, listen, if there's a guy who wants to off me, I agree. I don't want that person around me. But you know what I also don't want? I don't want that person tortured by being lit on fire for eternity. Me not wanting someone around me, or God not wanting somebody around them, never justifies lighting them on fire for eternity.
You know what just occurred to me? They're so petrified of not existing that they cannot imagine a scenario without it.
Right.
Like, even
Pretty
if it's
wild.
bad, you can't think of a third option where it's just, you're gone.
Mhm.
Right? Did that not occur to you, Jean? Like, that he
Yeah,
could just say, no, you're done. Like, no torture. You just don't exist anymore. You're either
trust
with
me,
me in the
bro.
party or you don't exist.
Trust me, bro.
That's way more fair and just than eternal punishment.
Yeah, trust me, bro. I even asked questions like, why do they have to suffer for eternity? That I don't even think that's okay.
But you
know what I
still
mean?
believe in the God that does it.
Because I believe in
You
it
still
because I
worship the
believe
God that does it.
because I believe what the Bible's saying that we're not good people. And you may not agree with that, but
Who
I agree with
deserves
that.
eternal punishment?
Huh?
Who deserves eternal punishment?
Satan and his angels. And hell wasn't destined for us.
It was.
Is God omniscient?
No, the Bible said that the hell was not created for humans.
It
was
doesn't
created
matter.
for Satan and his exactly.
The
So,
day he created,
if it-
he was sending humans there.
Yeah, but you gotta understand.
It was for us.
Think about the question.
Yeah, I understand, but you pivot away from my thought too. I told you that the Bible does. The Bible says that the hell was created for Satan and his devil. It doesn't say humans. So it shows you that God.
It says that. It also says that God is just. It says a lot of things that aren't borne out by the facts.
Yes, but in the beginning, hell wasn't created for humans. So wouldn't you think that's how God knows?
It doesn't matter. There's no such thing as God intending two different things. God has only one intention. When he created heaven and hell, if he knew that humans would be going to hell and he chose that future, that means God intended humans to go to hell. God doesn't get to change his mind. He only has one intention.
Because he said he regretted making humans. He said that he regretted making humans.
No, it depends. If God is all-knowing, you can't change what you know. So either
He can't
God...
take
hold on. Either God is all-knowing, or God can change his mind. But it can't be both. God can't be all-knowing and change his mind.
Yeah, I don't think he could change his mind. It's just more like what he says, he puts out, it's done. That's it. Because even in the Bible says that he regrets making humans.
So
And
if God knew humans were going to hell the day he created hell, and he still did it anyways, what that means is God intended humans to go to hell. That's what that means.
No, I think he knew that out of our free will, there were people that would go against him.
Nope, it's definitely true. If he didn't intend people to go to hell, he would have made it so sinners don't go to hell. He could have done that. He could have said, listen, I'm going to make heaven, I'm going to make hell. The wicked angels and demons are going to go to hell, and the humans are going to go somewhere else. He could have done that, right?
But host, you telling me that
he could have
you
done
can make
that,
a
right?
choice and you don't regret it? He could have done that.
Okay, so but
that's
what
not
he chose to do was not make that third alternative. What he chose to do is say, nope, humans are going to hell also, right?
He didn't. It doesn't say that humans are going to hell also when he first created the hell.
Choose? It doesn't matter. God's all-knowing. Whatever you do as an all-knowing being, it doesn't matter what time frame you've done it in. You already know you're going to do it. If I buy a car tomorrow, and I know for a fact that if I'm going to wreck that car, let me rephrase that. If I buy a car tomorrow, and I know for a fact that 2 weeks from now I'm going to wreck that car, I know it. There's nothing that can change my mind because I'm all-knowing. I know if I buy this car, I will absolutely fucking wreck this thing. And I buy that car anyways. What that means is that wreck is intended. I intended to buy this car and also wreck it because I didn't have to choose to buy it. I could have chose to buy the car where I don't get into a wreck. Same thing with hell. If God knew the day he created hell that humans were going there and he could have sent them anywhere else and he chose that anyways, that means God intended from the beginning for humans to go to hell. It also doesn't fucking matter because I don't care if God has two intentions or one intention. The fact that in any point in time, he decided that humans would go to hell. He intended humans to go to hell. I don't care when he determined it.
But he also intended not people to perish. Do you also remember that in 1 Peter?
No, he didn't.
You said you read your Bible, right?
Again, he didn't.
Okay, let me go to First Peter real quick. I'll show you.
Gene, it doesn't matter what First Peter says. If God is all-knowing and he chose the course of events that he took, that means everything that happened as he intended it to happen. God can't be all-knowing and then have multiple intentions. If you're all-knowing and you chose the events that are going to happen, then everything that happens as intended. It's just definitionally true no matter which Bible verse you bring up.
Yeah, and you keep pointing to things that people are saying about God, and then we're showing you things that God does.
I
right?
see.
Hang
I
on,
see.
hang on, Jean. If somebody wrote a book about
It's Gene.
Gene,
Gene, please.
It
yeah.
is Gene. Okay.
Yeah, it's Gene.
All right, I Frenched it up. I'll give you that. So if somebody wrote a book about me and said that I'm a good person, right? But then you see me in real life and I'm walking around and I'm slapping babies and kicking dogs, would you say that I'm a good person?
I wouldn't say that you're a good person, but someone else will look at you.
But someone in the book said I am. But that's
Right.
what you're doing.
But Mac, are you a good person?
I'm all right.
He's desperate to get a gotcha on objective morals. He's
No,
dying
I'm
to
not.
do it.
Why you keep thinking it's a gotcha?
But here's the thing, right? There's none good but God. There's your answer. So if people saying a thing about a being, right, is just them saying it. It's a claim. The claim is borne out by the evidence, and the evidence is the action that the being takes. Right? So if we see a God acting unfairly, imposing punishment, creating hell, knowing people would go there, it doesn't matter if somebody else says his will is that none should perish. It doesn't matter because he shows you what's happening and it happens according to his will. He created hell for Satan and his angels and for people, knowing they would go there. He created vessels for destruction, knowing before they were created what their fate would be. You can't say that his will is none should perish if he also does that.
So are you saying that as believers and people who believe in who's a Christian who follow the Christian belief, right? Are you saying that we're also bad people? Well, because we sided with God because of what we think what he does is right?
No, I think you've been indoctrinated into a horrible belief system. I think most Christians are pretty good people.
Okay.
They believe horrible things, and they generally will ignore the really bad shit. That's generally how it goes. If you're not busy apologizing for it, you're busy ignoring it. Because you couldn't hold this belief if you just accepted it at its face. It's horrific.
Right. But I was gonna say but we could say that for a lot of things, especially example like Trump. There's people who believe that Trump is a good person. There's also people who believe that Trump is a bad person. Same thing with you guys. You believe that God is not a good, well, you don't believe that he's God, but based on the book, you think that he's not a good God. But there's people like me, for example, we believe that he's a loving God.
Do you think it's good to build a torture chamber that lasts for eternity?
No, it's not.
Okay,
but I'm not God.
Then you don't think God does a good thing there?
I'm not saying that God does a good thing. I know why he does it. It makes sense. But who am I, bro?
It doesn't make sense. You're not thinking about it. You're stuck in this binary thinking of that you have to live forever, and you're either going to go to the good place or the bad place.
Because we're
that's
bad
limited
overall.
Thinking. That's not the product of an omniscient mind.
It's not even about that. It's like using our logic to understand that we're bad humans overall. This world will always be at war, and we will always be at war with each other. The acronym for war is "We Are Right," because at the end of the day, we will on our own perspective.
Gene, you've already told us that no human being can be perfect, which means it doesn't matter what you think. We have this sin nature. It's impossible for us to be perfect. And if we're not perfect, God's going to give us this punishment.
But there is a way out. I don't think you
guys fucking matter, Gene. It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter if there's a way out.
Why ignore that part then?
It doesn't matter if there's a way out, because the fact that you're being punished for something you have no control over is the problem.
What do you mean? If a person goes out there and murder, they have control of that.
No,
they have control of.
I didn't say anything about murder. It doesn't matter what sin you commit. It doesn't matter if you lied to your mom. It doesn't matter if you called somebody a bad name. It doesn't matter what fucking sin you commit. If you commit one sin, even if it's just lying to your teacher, That's imperfection. That's something that is going to land you in hell.
Ate a grape at the supermarket.
Correct.
Yeah.
I agree.
Do
But
do you think that eating this is a fucking great example, Mac. I can't believe I've never heard of that. Do you think if I steal a grape and eat it at the supermarket and I die unrepentant as an atheist, I'm going to hell?
do I think you're asking? You're asking personally me, right?
Yeah.
Just want to make that clear. Personally me. I don't think you deserve punishment because of what you just did right there. That's
I
me. That's
didn't
my
ask.
opinion.
I said, am I going to hell?
Are you going to hell? I don't think so. I don't think for what? Stealing a
you
grape
just
to
died for
eat it?
nothing then.
That's one of the 10 Commandments.
What do you mean? So
One of the 10
so you
Commandments is thou shalt not steal.
thou shalt not steal. So out of your intentions,
you can sin and still go to heaven.
I mean, we're all sinners, but one must believe.
To be clear, you can sin and still go to heaven without believing in Jesus.
Yeah, you can sin without believing in Jesus.
Oh
Yeah.
fuck! That Skycarg is useless then. Fuck that guy. I'm out.
because you have no relationship. There's no
we
relationship
don't need Jesus
with
at
that
all. It
God.
doesn't matter. I don't need one. You just said I can go to heaven without it. Cool. All right. Well, glad we got through that. Gene, listen, it's been an hour and 10 minutes, and to be fair, I think you've been fun to talk to, but I don't want to beat the dead horse and bore the audience. But please do come back sometime.
When you host again? When do you host a live again?
Typically Monday, Wednesday, Friday.
All right, then I'll see you then. Thanks for having me, guys.
All right, cheers, man.
Later, man. Yeah, I didn't want to poison the well or whatever you want to call it. But yeah, that's pretty much how it goes with him.
That's wild. Oh, you've talked to Gene before.
I've had a handful of times that it's just like unpenetrable.
To be fair, Jean is a nice way to French up a name. It sounds really good. You know,
I thought he was Haitian, so I'm like,
yeah, it's a fair thing to assume. You know,
I haven't talked to him in a while, but
well, he'll be back. He'll be back. Hey, Skeptic Sam, thank you for the 10 Aussie chat. It says, hey Justin, wanted to update you on my new YouTube page. I'm now Skeptic Sam. Thanks so much for promoting my last TikTok page too. Of course. Love always. Rock hard for Doug, simply wet for Sharon. And did I already subscribe to you on YouTube? Let me double check. I kind of thought that I did, but if not, let's see. Skeptic Sam. If not, I'll get it done.
Is he British?
I don't know actually. Good question.
I think that's the British spelling.
Interesting. Oh, maybe. Yeah. I don't see your handle yet on YouTube. Maybe if I just type it directly into YouTube, it'll pop up. When you get a new channel on YouTube, sometimes it takes a while for it to even come up in searches. It's just one of those situations. Oh yeah, it is Skeptic Sam, and your page is called Sammy Aid. Okay, so this is what for anyone wondering what our new friend our new debater, who is a friend of the community, is up to. This is what the page looks like. Sammy Aid, and it's at Skeptic Sam. So we're looking forward to.
No, it's Skeptic Sam. It's the same Abby. That's not him.
What?
That's not him. This. I'm looking at a guy. It's the guy from the same avatar, and it's Skeptic Sam. Did you spell it with a C?
Did he spell it wrong?
It's British. That's what I think. It's British. I think it's British, because that's how the UK spells it with a C.
But what did I guess I'm fucking lost. What did I type in wrong?
I didn't see what you typed, but if you type it as it is, like in his just right there, Skeptic Sam.
Oh, the first C. I thought you meant the second C. I'm like, I don't remember there being a K at the end of Skeptic.
Yeah. Oh no.
Oh, you're no. Okay, Sam. I could be wrong, my friend, but isn't that how you spell septic?
No, there's no C. There's no first C.
Oh, yeah, you're probably right. Okay. Although it does come up as the British Skeptic. Yeah. Okay. That makes more sense now. Thanks for the clarification.
Yeah, he's British. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Watch his video. Yeah.
I wonder why
Look at all that free advertising you got. All the
Hey,
extra
listen,
time
y'all.
talking about your account.
You know, I always support people in the community.
Oh, yeah,
Dakota,
for sure.
thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says Justin, please remind people that using God as justification for committing atrocities against people groups because they are quote unquote evil is exactly what the colonizers did against my people, Native Americans. Indeed, they did. In fact, we've got like papal bulls and things like that, basically granting them that you can go do this bullshit. Like, hey, if we got to go grab this land and colonize it for the Lord, and that's how you get atrocities.
Got the Doom Diversus in Africa.
Mhm.
You got the Intercatera in like the Americas.
Yeah.
Horrific stuff.
Bad. Not the Bible. Jason says, could you imagine everyone dies just doing squats, just a few inches closer? Help me out with this one. Ever dies doing? You mean like in the gym, like doing squats in the gym?
I'm not sure. That had to be something that was like very context heavy, because I understand what's being said, but I don't get it as a standalone.
I'm not grabbing it either. But the follow-up says the creator of the entire cosmos is also confused and slightly scared of yeast. Yes, scared of fucking yeast and can't handle iron chariots and obsessed with thick skins of mammal species on a tiny galaxy pebble. Am I the only one confused here? You're not. The fact that there's a god that's like bigger than the entire universe and is like looking at like the speck of dust he calls humans and like, oh, the fucking look at what he's doing with his pee over there. That's some crazy stuff. Also, Symphaluette for Sharon, we are absolutely with you. And Martin says, if Christian says you have to understand one more time, I think my head will explode. It is interesting that they use that phrase so often. Like it just inherently assumes that we don't know the theology or we haven't read the book or that we're just stupid. It's wild that Christians can't get up here and debate us honestly without assuming that we're dumb or we just haven't read something. It's a weird, I don't know, weird thing.
Yeah.
Atheist Dude says, ex-Christian here. Thank you, Justin, for your content. Christians are entangled with emotions of Jesus rather than being intellectually honest, and that is the case. To be fair, guys, Christianity, especially when you first convert, it's a very emotional affair. It's a real thing. And when you experience something with deep emotions, it's hard to let that go. So I get it. And not the Bible Jason again says, a gentleman and a scholar, you say. Well, I am sometimes a gentleman, but I will never call myself a scholar until I finish my PhD. In the academic world, I would always be hesitant to use the phrase scholar, even though in the non-academic world, you technically can do it. But also says, why do I have 2 cheat sheets? Because you're subbed on both channels, and hey, I love you for it. Also, Smack says, you said the other day you want to see pups and miscellaneous cute animals. Where do I post pics of my awesome border collie so you'll see them? The best way is to email me. Listen, if you email me photos of your beautiful pets or your newborn baby, that fucking make my day. In fact, I'm pretty sure it lowers blood pressure almost instantly. Berkeley says,
Discord channel.
Yeah, or in the Discord. I'm really backed up on Discord right now, though. We should put a Discord channel together of people's like puppies, kittens, and baby pictures. How great would that be?
Yeah.
All right.
It's free therapy.
Yeah, if we have any mods that are listening right now, if someone can make that thread possible, man, I would really appreciate that. That'd be really cool. Berkeley says, praying has been proven by the Templeton Foundation to not work, or in some cases even reduce positive outcomes for those prayed for. Yeah, not just that, but also like in all other experiments as well. I'm going to read one more super chat, and we're going to get Elizabeth in here. Kyle says, yep, my entire family, friends, church prayed for my mother to be healed of bone cancer, and she died anyways. Yeah, because, listen, it's because this God isn't real. It's either that the God isn't real or the God is a monster. I think the more likely scenario is that the God isn't real. I think believing in
Or your mom took a grape
at
the grocery store.
Fucking grapes at it. I got to steer clear of the produce aisle, I think.
It's too tempting.
They're just right there. Yeah. Welcome in, Elizabeth. Elizabeth? Elizabeth, are you up here by accident, friend?
I see the box lighting up.
I think they're asleep, actually. Okay.
Oh.
No. But enough of that. And do we want to entertain Breezy? It's already almost 11 o'clock at night. How much time do we want to waste on this clown?
Is this the same Breezy?
It always
I wonder
is.
if it's the same one I know.
Yeah. I don't think we want to waste our time with that. Okay. Trey's been waiting for a while. So, I don't know if it's the same Trey that we've talked to before, but there's a Trey that has kind of floated around that a lot of us have talked to. How you doing, Trey?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Let me get up, man. Yes, I'm over 18. Yes, I believe in God.
Okay. And which God do you believe in?
The great I am.
All right, so you're Jewish.
Nope. I'm just an American.
Gotcha. So you're
Can't be Jewish or American.
It's actually fucking crazy. I didn't catch it. That's crazy. To be, not to derail the conversation, Trey, but you know that there are Jewish Americans, right?
Man, I don't know. Doesn't really matter. We're all human, right?
You don't know if there are Jewish Americans?
No, yes, of course there's Jewish Americans. They live in New York and all over the country.
Great. So
and
are you one
there's
of
a
them?
special line. No, I'm not one of them.
Okay. So what God do you believe in?
Wait. A special
the
line?
God of the Bible.
The whole Bible?
The God
or
that
the
is
Hebrew
stated in the Bible.
Okay.
That's what I was raised on it. Just like you said, I've been listening to you
can't
tonight.
just say I'm a Christian. Just say I'm a Christian.
Because the reason I don't say I'm a Christian, bud, I do agree that it is a religion, and Christian was a term that the Roman Empire, threw on us. And a believer and a follower of Christ.
What? The Roman Empire didn't do that. The Book of Acts says that they were called Christians at Antioch.
All right, cool.
A Christian is a person who follows Christ. That's it.
All right, great. Well, I'm a Christian.
Gotcha. Fantastic. Glad we can get that out of the way.
Fantastic.
Okay.
So if God is imaginary, then I'm imaginary as well, Justin.
That's adorable. What do you think is the best evidence or argument for the Christian God being real?
You ever followed orders?
Sometimes I do. Sometimes I don't.
You ever had to follow orders? You ever had to be responsible for actions that
pretty sure
you volunteered to be a part of?
I've had to follow orders before. It seems to be part of.
Have you had to be accountable for things that you have to carry that were against your will? No, obviously you haven't.
Perhaps being on the football team, maybe, but
no, this has nothing to do with football.
In most real life scenarios, like if you're being forced to do something for somebody else, it's because someone's having their way with you. Like you're doing something that you don't want to do.
No, you're told to do it. You're enlisted. You're conscripted.
I mean, I had parents. My parents told me to do things I didn't want to do.
Your viewpoint on Christianity is that you were conscripted and enlisted into it against your will.
That's not my
because
viewpoint.
of your world viewpoint. No, that's how I take it.
That's not my worldview at all. My worldview is that the Christianity is an ultimatum. You're not conscripted. Like God's not going to. When you're conscripted, it means you're taken against your will. God's not taking you to heaven. You talk
like you were taken against your will, Justin. You talk like you were taken against your will.
Certainly don't. Sounds like you're confused.
I'm not.
Yeah,
I think you are, and that's why you have to have this channel so that you can deconstruct your confusion.
I have this channel because I know the Bible is not true, and I can prove it.
Yeah, I've listened.
I don't think you listen very hard.
That's fine. Everybody's entitled to an opinion, right? They're like assholes, right?
You want me to?
I'm not here to prove you wrong because you're going to disagree with me no matter what.
Sounds like you're actually in the wrong place then, because what the background says is prove me wrong. If you didn't come here to prove me wrong, it sounds like you're just stumbling around.
I can't prove someone wrong who will not admit.
Give me the evidence.
That's not true.
If God is imaginary, then so are we.
No.
Okay.
That makes
Then there you
less
go.
than no
So
sense.
then that's where we're at.
It literally
Demonstrate that.
was the dumbest argument I've
Oh, you
ever
just wrote
heard.
that. That was
Well, good. I'm glad I could be
this
that
is now
person,
the
Justin.
2026 dumbest argument. God is real because I said so. That's what you just said.
Nope. I said if God is real,
That's worse
then
than
so are we.
Wrong again. Neither of those two claims are true.
But that's what you just said.
No, it's not. What I said is God is imaginary. When I say God is imaginary, what I'm saying is that you can demonstrate God to exist in your imagination because many people can imagine God. What you can't
What's
do
imagination?
is demonstrate that God to exist outside of your imagination. And that's really the thing that I'm hoping you came prepared to do, is give an argument for why God exists outside of the imagination. I mean, you either
If
can or you can't.
all right, hold on. If you're going to build a house, what do you do prior to building it?
Obviously, you're going to make blueprints. You're going to study the territory and find out whether or not, like, you can even put a house there, or whether or not it's going to, like, sink into a bog. There's all kinds of things. You need some fucking permits, all kinds of things.
That's all conjecture. Depends on where you are on the planet.
If you don't
Are you
do
gonna
those
drive
things,
every nail?
you're an idiot. If you don't, yeah, if you don't get like a permit and like actually do
No, that's only in America, buddy. That's only in America.
Do a survey on the land to make sure that it doesn't sink into the bog.
All right, let's keep this simple. Let's keep it simple and let's not let your words complicate this.
Buddy, I think
so
you've
if you're going to
already
build a house, you have to
demonstrated
plan,
simple.
right? Yeah, good. So if you're going to build a house, you have to plan, right?
I think that's
and you have
exactly
to set
what
things
I just
in motion.
said. Wow, that
you have to set things in motion
the entire time.
When you set things in motion, what happens?
It depends what thing.
For a God?
Yeah,
I
feel
can't
like
hear the other guy.
I think he's going to do an argument from motion. If I had to guess, he's gearing up to do the argument from motion, but he doesn't actually know the argument.
I don't even know what the argument from motion is.
He doesn't even know what the argument from motion is, which makes it even worse.
Yeah,
wild.
Yeah, haughty-minded fuckers. It's impressive to watch you knock and scoff. Like,
here comes the crash out.
All right,
we knew
just
it was
do
coming.
Do the argument from Natty Light.
What's the argument for Natty Light?
You would know it.
I figured that's your level.
Oh,
since motion is haughty.
Motion is haughty. Yeah, I'm not tracking.
Imagine thinking that one of the most common arguments for a god is being haughty. Wild.
I said you're haughty. You're haughty-minded.
Is Thomas Aquinas haughty?
Don't even know who that is, man.
That makes a lot of sense. All right, so what about motion has to do with your god?
When you decide to build a house, you're going to determine whether or not you have to set the plumb line and how you're going to go about accomplishing it. So there's a truth. There has to be an absolute truth, or the building falls, it fails.
No.
No, okay.
So truth isn't a thing that exists. Like, truth doesn't have existence. Truth is what we describe something when our propositions are in accordance with reality. Like if I say that I'm holding a blue pen, if in fact somebody with eyeballs can validate that I'm holding a blue pen, then the proposition becomes true. Truth is a description of things. It's not a thing that has independent existence.
Man, how do I prove you on anything when you don't even believe in proof?
I mean, when you don't know how words work.
Or you define things based upon your own understanding.
No, I could just tell you what
man's understanding.
I could just show you in the dictionary what the word truth
I don't care.
means.
You don't have to show me anything, man. I'm not here to be shown anything. I'm here to prove you. I'm here to prove you that your mocking and scoffing solidifies
I am
prophecy.
Absolutely mocking and scoffing because your God is an absolute sky carcass that fulfilled zero prophecies.
He's your God as well, buddy. Whether you like it or not. I know it upsets you.
The definition of truth is the quality or state of being true. So truth is not a thing that exists. It's a quality or a state of typically propositions. That's why it says that which is true or in accordance with reality.
Well, we don't live in reality, do we?
You don't live in reality, that's for sure.
You definitely don't either.
I certainly do, which is why I can tell you the evidence for my belief system, and you can't tell me the evidence for your belief system.
There's nothing real
Still-
about this reality.
Still waiting
it's all
for the
frequency
evidence.
based. It's sound based.
Oh, there it is.
And
Yeah.
it was spoken into existence, was it not?
Is there sound in outer space?
Sure is.
There's not. What do you need for sound to work?
Prove it. Have you been to outer space?
Do you know? Yeah.
No, you haven't.
I don't need to go to outer space.
Nobody's
to know
been
this.
through the firmament, so don't even.
Oh, you're a fucking flat earther too? Of course he's a fucking flat earther. I gotta put this in my notes. Hold on. Not only is he dumb, but he's also a flurf. There we go. Crazy.
I'm glad to know that you're willing to put that over top of me, even though I did not say
what
I
is
was.
sound?
When I calm up a radio and I ping it off the ionosphere,
Nope,
there is
not
a
a
curvature
radio.
to the
I'm
earth.
asking about sound. What is sound?
It's a good question. I mean, it's determined by the ones who's listening.
No, what is it? If I said a tree fell in the forest and it made a sound, what is sound?
Frequency.
Almost. What is it? What's it made of?
Come on, tell me, buddy. You're the scholar.
It's made in oscillations in the particles in our atmosphere. In order to have sound, you need an atmosphere of particles to oscillate. You don't have that in outer space. Outer space is mostly devoid of any like a particle or atmosphere is probably a better word, is devoid of like the atmosphere that we have on like the planets. That's why for a long time people thought there might be an ether in outer space, and then we did lots of really cool experiments and demonstrated that there actually is no ether in outer space. There's no substrate in outer space like an atmosphere like what we have on the Earth. So you can't even have sound in outer space.
So you believe the truth told you from these institutions of man, but you won't believe in truth from God.
Because we actually did tests to determine the truthfulness of it. So that's the fun thing about tests.
Who's writing the narrative?
The fun thing about tests is like you can reproduce them. So like if I was in like when I was in engineering school and I had to do like tests, like electrical lab tests, I didn't just read a book and be like, oh, well, the book said it must be true. We actually did the tests. We validated that what the book said was actually true. The same is true with physics, with astronomy, with all this stuff. They're not just going to tell you like you have to believe this stuff. They're going to say, here's the stuff. Here's the tests that we did to validate that this thing is true. And here's how you can do the same test. And one of the tests that I would say I've been a part of is I've actually done programming for GPS satellites, which is why I know that the Earth is actually a sphere and that there's no firmament, is actually just an atmosphere up there. And I know for a fact that these calculations only work if in fact you're calculating for a non-flat Earth. The actual trigonometry involved for the trilateralization requires the Earth to not be flat unless you're only doing very short range GPS. But to do long range GPS, you need like actual trigonometry of a sphere.
Yeah, you're the only one saying I said flat Earth. I did not.
Okay, so
I said when I calm up a
what
radio
shape is the
and I
Earth?
bounce that signal off the
What shape is the
ionosphere,
Earth?
it's a sphere.
Okay, and what's the firmament?
It's the waters above and waters below.
Which is what? What does that mean? Because the Bible says that it's
we're
hard.
locked in here. We're locked in this prison together, buddy.
What's the shape?
I don't think we're locked in. I have a mute button and a kick button. You're the one that's locked in.
Yeah, I am locked in, buddy.
What's the shape of the firmament?
I don't know. Go touch it. Let me know.
Well, I mean, your book says it's a dome.
Well, there you go. You answered your own question.
Well, a dome is hemispherical. You can't have a dome over a sphere.
Who says? Are you God? Nope.
That's basic geometry.
Is it? Or is that just what you think it is?
It wouldn't be a dome.
Dude, explain spooky action at a distance.
It would
explain
be
spooky action at a distance. Come on.
It would be concentric spheres, but it wouldn't be a dome. A dome specifically is a half sphere. That's just how words work. And listen, spooky at a distance is just a dumb phrase that Einstein came up with to describe quantum mechanics. And I know for a fact that you don't know anything about quantum mechanics since you think there's a firmament. We're not even going to go there right now. Also, To Mac's point, the Bible describes the firmament as being a hard dome. Do you believe that the firmament's hard?
I believe we never have pierced it, and that your satellites
Do you believe
are
that it's
still
hard?
under it. I believe it's whatever God says it is.
God said it's hard like a molten
There you go.
mirror in the book of Job. That same book, in almost the same chapter, says that the earth is a flat disk. So that it's formed like clay beneath a seal. And in the ancient Near East, clay beneath a seal was a flat disk. I can show it to you. You want to see it?
Go for it.
Yeah.
I've seen the picture.
I bet you have.
Didn't they just get a transmission from Voyager? Like by Pluto or some shit. It's like so far
Yeah, they
away.
can get a transmission and tell you they got one, but it doesn't mean it's real. You
Yeah,
have
it's
choice to
a
believe
fake
whatever you
transmission, I'm
want.
sure. So
There
this
you
is
go.
the seal of Hezekiah. This is what a seal looked like when the Bible was being written. That's what it says the earth looks like. Which is why they thought that the
I don't even know what
firmament
I'm
was a
looking at.
dome.
That's freaking. It looks like a freaking insect.
It's a seal. There's a scarab that is pressed
Scarab,
into the
yeah.
clay seal
Why?
because that's how they made seals.
No, why? Why a scarab out of all bugs?
You have to talk to Hezekiah about that. He's the one that chose this particular imagery. Why he wanted a scarab is irrelevant. What I'm saying is that seals in the ancient world looked like this. So when the Bible says that the earth is formed like clay beneath a seal, this is what that clay looked like.
All right.
Which is
Well,
why
I take
Isaiah
this as
40
back then they could not go further out. There was no conquest across the planet like there has been now.
It has nothing
So,
to
of
do with
course,
what we're
they could-
talking about. We're talking about whether or not the Bible says true things about the planet. So the Bible says that it's
yeah,
a
it
flat
does.
disk. Isaiah 40:22 says the same thing. It says that the earth is it's a flat disk. God sits above the circle of the earth, it says. But that's 2D. That's not a sphere. That's a flat disk. It matches what we find in Job. They could have said ball. Dur in Hebrew is what they could have said for ball. They didn't say that. So according to the Bible, the earth is a flat disk with what Max said, a dome over top of it.
Okay, it doesn't really matter to me because we're still under it and we're all still here together.
Well, except that we're not.
And, oh, we're not?
Yeah, we're not. You know, there are literally reflectors on the moon, right?
What, the Soul Cube?
No.
What are you talking about?
Reflectors, like little reflectors that you can shine a laser at and have it bounce back.
No, I didn't know that.
Yeah, like literally, if you
What-
go
what-
to a university today and you're like studying astronomy or something of that nature, like the University of Maryland literally has placed a reflector on the moon that if you go to University of Maryland, you can shine something at and actually see that reflector. We can measure the distance of the moon using lasers. Are you
Hold on,
aware
you're
of this?
jogging a question. You're jogging a question. So
I didn't
there's-
ask a question.
No, you're making me have a question for you in regards to the moon. When did it come about?
The
Has
moon
it always been there?
The moon hasn't
Shortly
always
after the
been
Earth.
there. Exactly.
What? I missed that. What did you say?
He said shortly
So
after. Earth
shortly
formed.
after the Earth.
Okay. Then you're getting that from where?
From science, not from the Bible.
From science.
Yeah,
Was science around shortly after the Earth?
no, but science is around now.
Oh, it is.
Yeah, that's how science works.
And who
Sometimes we
creates
can
science?
look
Who
at
creates
evidence of
science?
things that happened in the past, and we can say, "Oh my gosh!" Based on these scientific findings,
Do
even
men
though we
lie?
weren't there, we can tell that I
Do
don't know
men lie to
dinosaurs
gain
existed.
profit and power?
Yeah,
Yeah, they
the
do.
religious ones especially.
Oh yeah, the religious ones. I'm not.
Always remember, every time you accuse somebody else, like my mom used to say, if you point a finger at somebody else, you got three pointing back at you. Every time you say something silly like, "Oh, men lie," well, it's fucking true of your men too. That's why these are like nonsensical, like stupid, dumb things to accuse people of.
What? That God's not a liar? and every man
God
is.
doesn't exist. You can't call him truthful or lying
God doesn't
because he
exist
doesn't.
in your
Wait,
conscience. He
Then
exists
prove it,
in
Trey.
mine.
Prove it.
I just
Trey,
did.
You didn't.
Trey,
I
was
did.
God
I
lying?
did
You
prove
certainly
it.
didn't.
If God
Trey.
did not exist, we would not exist.
That's a claim.
Trey,
That's not
Trey-
proof or evidence. I could
Hold on,
easily say.
let
I
this
could
dude
easily
say
say that
something.
if the life-granting unicorn doesn't exist, you don't have life. Does that make the life-granting unicorn true?
It's all conjecture.
So when you say it, it's true. When I say it's conjecture,
I'm not saying it.
Where's
God
the difference?
is the one who says he's real.
Prove that God said it.
God says I'm real.
All right. And the word became flesh, right? In the
Prove
beginning
that
was
that
the word,
came
and the word
from
was with
God.
God, right? Huh?
Prove that that came from God.
Can't do that.
I know you can't. That's my point. Like you're saying that God said these things and that these things prove God. These are literally just words that men wrote on paper. Could men lie about what God said?
Yeah, I get all that, buddy.
Okay, so then you haven't
tracking on
proven
all that
anything
crap.
other than you came up here without a single valid argument, and you thought just being angry that atheists exist was going to be enough to get you through this conversation.
I'm not angry at all. I'm just,
You really are.
I'm
We can
letting
all-
you know
we can all
that
sense
you
it.
confirm prophecy by mocking and
We
scoffing.
certainly didn't confirm any prophecy. What about Jesus'
Because you
failed
don't believe in
prophecy
it.
that he was coming back within the lifetime of his disciples?
Okay, what if you're wrong?
I'm not wrong.
I'm
What if
not
you're wrong?
Oh no.
I'm not wrong.
Oh no, not
I'm
already
Pascal's
on the
wager.
Pascal's wager?
Yeah.
Oh
like,
no.
See, and now
It
we're at
didn't
this.
even.
We're at this.
It
we're
didn't
at this
even take
apex
very
point.
long. How long has he been on
The-
here? Like 5-10 minutes already at Pascal's wager. It's crazy.
The natty light of apologetics?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
This is absolutely
Natty light
natty
of
light.
apologetics.
What if you're wrong about Muhammad?
Well, if I'm wrong about Muhammad, then I have a lot to answer for.
No, there you go.
A lot.
Yeah, so you should
a
probably
lot,
get
because
right with
I
him.
fucked his people up.
Yeah, you better get right with
So-
Muhammad, man.
No, fuck Muhammad.
Well,
I
he's
just
the true-
don't. I
he's
don't
the
know
true
what,
prophet.
what point. What are you trying to prove? By
Actually,
coming on
Muslim
here
hell
and
is
doing
not
this?
just hot. Your skin in Muslim hell, your skin regrows as it burns off, so the pain never goes away.
Great. That's great. Cool.
Well, it's true.
Don't care. Oh, cool. It's true because you
Well,
say it is.
the Quran said it is.
Right, and that was wrote by who?
Well, the same
Man.
people that wrote your book, men.
Yeah, man.
Men. Yeah.
Inspired
So
by
all
God.
of a sudden,
It was divine
all of a
revelation.
sudden, yeah, exactly. All of a sudden, holy books don't count for God's word.
I don't subscribe to other holy books.
And I don't subscribe to yours.
one. Right, but you
Because
did for a
it's-
while.
Because it's full of lies.
Based upon your own
I mean,
predisposition thoughts.
I can just prove it
Like
to you. You want me to prove it to you? I'll just
No,
prove
I
it
don't
to
need
you
you to
since
prove it to me.
since
No, I
you're
don't need you to
you're
prove it to
actually
me, 'cause I
allergic to reading the text. I'm going to force you to read a
You're
passage with
allergic
me, and
to
I know
somebody
for a
being
fact that
against
you've
you.
never actually
Like
read
you-
this. I'm
you
allergic to people
blushed.
being against me, which is why I get up here and ask people to come and disagree with
Exactly.
me.
You cannot
the lack
stand
of
the fact that
logic
there's
in this
people
guy's brain
that
is like
disagree
a
with you.
monumental level. Read this passage
is.
with me. It says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in Ramah, lamentation and bitter weeping. Rachel is weeping for her children. She refused to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy." Now, this is in Jeremiah 31. Knowing what you know about Jeremiah, which it might be nothing, but knowing what you know about Jeremiah, what do you think he's saying in this passage?
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't even listening.
I know, yeah.
I
So
was
being that this is your first time ever hearing Jeremiah, I'll read it again. Jeremiah says, "Thus saith the Lord, a voice is heard in
Save your
Ramah,
breath, man. Save your
lamentation and
breath.
bitter
I was
weeping.
joking with
Rachel
you.
is weeping for her children. She refuses to be comforted for her children because they are no more. Thus saith the Lord, keep your voice from weeping and your eyes from tears, for there is a reward for your work, says the Lord. They shall come back from the land of the enemy." What do you think Jeremiah's talking about?
Occupation. I mean, they got jacked up again.
And what's
Got
going to
jacked
happen?
up a lot.
according to this prediction, what's going to happen?
They're gonna get jacked up again.
And then what's going to happen after the jacking? You can do it.
I don't know, man. Let's hear it.
The words are right on the page. I believe in you. Verse 16, what's going to happen?
What do you want me to say?
The answer to my question, what's going to happen after this getting jacked up?
Well, there's a reward.
Which is going to be what?
I don't know, man.
It's like 9 words. They shall come back from the land of the enemy. What do you think this means?
I really don't need to spell things out to you. Like, I don't need to play this game.
You actually do, because what this is doing is exposing a really big problem, not just the problem that you can't read, but also the problem that Matthew can't read either. So according to the prophecy in Jeremiah is
maybe I just like
the children of Israel. If you think this is squirming, I think you're incredibly confused right now. So in Jeremiah 31, Jeremiah says that after they're taken captive, because remember 2 chapters earlier in 29, he says they're going to be captive for 70 years and then they're going to come back. So in chapter 31, he's repeating it, isn't it? He's saying, hey, after this period, they're going to come back from the land of the enemy, right?
Yep.
Okay, and the land of the enemy is what, Babylon?
Amalekites, Canaanites, Babylon.
Babylon, it's Babylon.
There you go.
Okay, so we agree then, according to Jeremiah 31, this prophecy is about them returning from Babylon, just like it is elsewhere in Jeremiah, right?
Yep.
Cool. And the reason why I ask you that is because all you have to do is flip over to Matthew chapter 2, and we're going to discover a really weird passage that seems to disagree with you. So, when the babies are murdered in Bethlehem by Herod, Matthew says, then what had been spoken through the prophet Jeremiah was fulfilled. A voice was heard in Ramah, wailing in loud lamentation, Rachel weeping for her children. She refused to be consoled because they are no more. But we just read Jeremiah 31 where that was quoted, and that didn't have anything to do with babies being killed in Bethlehem. It was clearly about the children of Israel returning from captivity. So what the fuck is Matthew talking about?
Christ being born.
This doesn't say anything about Christ being born. Try to focus.
Well, that's what Matthew's talking about.
I'm asking you, what does this verse, Matthew 18 and 17, have to do with Jeremiah?
I mean, obviously, she went through some really hard shit.
Who?
Rachel.
Rachel's dead. Rachel is a euphemism for the mother of the Israelites.
Yeah, the Jews. Sure.
Okay. Now, in Jeremiah, what God says through Jeremiah is that it's okay. They're going to come back from the land of the enemy. Now, what we find in Matthew is that they're misusing that prophecy. They're saying when the babies in Bethlehem get murdered, that was fulfilling this prophecy in Jeremiah, but that's not what Jeremiah was about. Matthew's a liar.
Okay.
That's my point.
I mean,
that's why this religion isn't true. Also, I have one
that's why
thing
it's
that I wanted
your
to
point.
It is my point.
It's your point.
So, I want to ask you a really interesting question because it sounds like you're the type of individual who probably did have to serve and take commands, whether they like the command or not.
That's what I said to you. And I asked you, had you ever been in that position?
You didn't tell me whether or not you served. I assumed that you did. Now, so also, I would imagine that you would apply the same logic to God. Like if God gives you a command, like you pretty much have to follow it, right?
Without a doubt.
Sure. So
Yes.
if you're an ancient Israelite and God says, "Listen, I'm using you as my instrument of justice," and
all of them, and don't bring anything back.
Yeah, so if he says, "Listen, I need you to murder these women and murder these
All of
babies
them.
and rape the mothers," you would do it, right?
I am not privy to the raping stuff, but if God commands me, Deuce fault.
Okay, so you would. Okay. Cool. Just making sure. So one of the reasons why we do these live streams is to illustrate that this religion not only is not true, but it also causes what might be otherwise normal individuals to be turned into absolute fucking barbarians that lose their brain at the door on the way in, and then they admit that they would do atrocities like raping women and killing babies, which
Never admitted to that.
which is the kind of brain rot we would expect
Stop
from
saying I
somebody
would
in
rape
this
people.
religion. You just said you would.
I mean,
We-
you said
No,
you would if
I
it was
did not.
commanded. What are you talking?
Yeah, we just watched him fucking do it. I think we're done with him now. I'm not gonna get.
I
my
mean,
live
when you
stream-
brag about when you brag about killing brown people, like
He
I don't
was,
know.
too.
I my expectations for you are pretty fucking low, but you managed to like plunge even deeper.
The second he bragged about murdering the Muslims, I knew I was gonna try to get him on baby killing and rape. I just didn't know when I was gonna bring it up. You knew he was gonna double down on it. He had to.
Yeah, that's his whole like self-image.
Right. Yeah. Real tough guy. Okay. Listen, friends, it's 11:30. Fuck, it's late. I'm going to read what's left of our super chats. I got a bunch of them. I'm sorry. We had a bunch of decent guests tonight, so I really, there's a bunch of super chats left to be read. So, thanks so much for being here and supporting the show. I really appreciate it. I probably got, if I had to make a wager, I probably got like another hour of super chats in the show. So stick around if you like the interaction with the super chats. I think it's fun. I know some people don't like to do it. Like I know on the line only a couple nights a week they read the super chats, but I enjoy it. Like
Oh,
you get
really?
to actually interact with the community. Yeah, like on Sundays they don't read any super chats.
That's interesting.
I think for the sake of time, maybe.
Yeah, I mean, like it's like AXP was like that's like a hard 90, but line is more freeform, right?
Mhm.
And just whatever it is, it is.
Yeah,
But they don't want to be there for 4 hours.
I get it. I get it. Yeah, different business model. Hey, Hank, buddy, thank you for the 501. It says 0930 hours, so 9:30 here in Australia. Time for some cold cans and some roasted hobbypologists. Yeah, we got a couple tonight, actually. You know what? We went through quite a few guests tonight, but we got a couple juicy ones, I think. And
I actually got a couple things I want to run by you. One
yeah,
was a prophecy that I was presented with the other day on my friend Sork's live. It's apocryphal, so it's like already out there. But are you familiar with Wisdom of Solomon?
chapter 2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
So,
what is your? Go ahead.
So most scholars will tell you in Wisdom 2, what they're talking about is the abuse of the Jews by the non-Jews. So the righteous person in Wisdom 2 is the Jewish people. And it's personifying what happened to the Jewish people, which ironically is pretty damn similar to Isaiah 53.
Yeah, honestly, it's this just to me is just like more fuel for the mythicist position, or at least like, if not entirely made up, all the like this, because there are a lot of like tonally it's a not a bad match, right? Like what's written in that chapter is like, okay, yeah, I could see how this, but if you then take that and be like, this is the inspiration I'm going to use for my Jesus character. Like, it makes perfect sense.
I know.
Right? So even if, whether Jesus was a man or not, I don't know. I'm like I said, I'm kind of leaning away from that. But even if he was, like, clearly this stuff didn't happen. Like,
For sure.
Yeah.
So, like, this is the bone that I throw to the mythicists a lot, which is like, even if you're like me, where you believe there probably was a real guy named Jesus, like what we know about him is like nothing. I don't think he did anything in that fucking book at all. Maybe one or two things. Maybe I don't know. Maybe he rode a donkey. Who knows? But like, I'm not willing to believe that what the Jesus we read about is anything close to the Jesus of history. So like, yeah,
It can't be. Like, it fed upwards of 9,000 people and not a peep outside of the gospel.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like,
it's
don't know.
preposterous. Yeah. And not only did the guy do all these things, but it just so happened that his most verbose and vociferous apologist, Paul, disagreed with him on all kinds of shit. What a crazy thing to believe in.
Yeah. Oh, it might come out of me later, but I had the one apologize a day or two ago that was just like the whole fulfillment of the law thing and stuff, and how Jesus said it's permanent. Paul said it's temporary, but somehow they agreed. I can't remember what his logic was, but it was obviously tortured. But
I would say the argument for Matthew 5:17-19 that I want to say it works the best, or maybe it's the most annoying to talk about, is when they say, no, the law is still eternal. It hasn't gone anywhere. It's still there. You just don't have to follow it anymore. That's such a bullshit apologetic, but I understand, like, if you are a Christian, I can see why that would be a tantalizing solution.
Yeah, really. It's like, if you don't really care about like honesty of things, I think maybe that's where he's going, like spiritual fulfillment or something. Anyway, but if you don't care about being like honest, like what's the purpose of a law with no teeth at all, no consequence? It might as well be
right.
No law.
Yeah, exactly. What's the point of saying, okay, the law is still there, but you don't have to follow it? At that point, you might as well. There's no fucking law. It's useless to you. It's not doing anything. It's like, what a dumb. But the Christians don't have a lot of tools in their toolbox. They're just working with what they got. Oh well. Just some guy says the classic B-dubs argument. Oh yeah, with the wings. This fucking crazy guy too, by the way. Also, from Just Some Guy, says sounds like his God should record spicy audiobooks. You know what? I'd go for, actually Hadassah does that. I don't know if you guys know Hadassah. If you don't, look up Hadassah, but she writes God
Are they
porn.
on audio?
You know what?
Did she do readings?
I don't know.
Or is it just?
You know what? If she did the audiobook, like she actually read it, I'd buy it. I'm just saying.
Yeah, honestly, she doesn't have a bad delivery. Like, it wouldn't be a terrible listen.
It'd be entertaining. I'd do it for sure. Not the Bible J says, if only I had actual nuns as teachers. I did. Actually, the nuns I had growing up, I actually kind of liked. They were fucking funny, really funny. But yeah, I understand that some people had really bad experiences with nuns. My mother didn't have a good time. E Boogie says my mom has my mom has MS. Still believes it fucking kills me. Ugh, listen, it's hard for me to conceive of a God that would allow MS to be real. It just is preposterous. And Percy says buffalo horse wings is my Muhammad joke. Sorry. Oh, is that? Is that an Islamist joke?
I don't know. It says buffalo. Well, because he ascended on it, but it was a donkey, I think, wasn't it?
Yeah. Well, I don't know if it's clear.
Or was it a horse with it had the face of a man and it had wings, so he ascended on it. But
yeah, because the Quran isn't very clear about it. You have to read the Hadith to get the additional information. Yeah. Well. Brizzy says, it's my wife's B-day today. We love this channel. Can you shout out Shannon for her? Stay rock hard, Brug. Shannon, happy fucking birthday. Huge W for surviving another year around the sun. Hope you enjoyed tonight's barbecue. We tried to get some barbecue going. And I should remind everyone, since you're still here, if you haven't followed Mackluster on TikTok, you're doing TikTok wrong. Mackluster is a member in this community. And he's on a lot of people's live streams. So he's out here just kicking ass, taking names.
Yeah, I'm actually being forced into hosting my own live tomorrow night.
As you should.
Yeah. Kicking and screaming, 7:00.
I love it. Actually, you've got a really good voice for live streaming. I think sometimes you just need a louder mic a little bit. Like you're...
Yeah, I don't know. Like I've got this... That's a good... I don't know. Who knows with these mics? I don't have like the $300 mic or anything, but yeah, probably I feel like it's gotten worse over time. I might just have to re-up.
Well, the one that I sent to Dalton to use is in the same family as yours. It's made by Fifine. but
Oh,
it's
okay.
got the output on it is much higher, and so
Oh, okay.
yeah, that's definitely a good replacement. Also, are you using the USB or the XLR?
USB
Okay, yeah,
directly
that
into the phone.
that should be loudest. Okay, yeah, I would just
Okay.
switch to the other Fi-Fi mic. It's only like 48 or $49.
Oh, well, I mean that's pretty much what this one was.
Yeah, it's about the
Yeah.
same price.
Yeah.
Anyways, Daniel De La Nocha says improving eye function can happen naturalistically. That actually is the case, by the way. That is something that can happen naturalistically. In fact, I had a friend who thought that his eyesight was fixed after being prayed for, and he didn't remain a Christian, which means he had an explanation for it as well at some point.
Yeah, I think a really clever way to do that is to just convince someone to pretend to be blind.
Yeah.
Just that old scam.
Yep.
I'm healed. You know,
Easy to do.
It's modern. It's the same thing they do today. If it ain't broke, don't fix
Yep.
it.
Show up at the hospital and see who gets healed in the hospital. I don't care what's happening in these prosperity churches.
Yeah.
Space Lord, thank you for being here. Thank you for the super chat. It says irony is your church asking you to give them money to solve church problems, but advising you to pray to solve yours. Oh yeah. The fact that the church needs your money, but when you need money, the church is like, hey, you gotta pray for that. Also, why is Yehoash crashing out in my comments on TikTok repeatedly saying the same thing? Yehoash, you know you're gonna get fucking muted. Are you like, is something wrong with your brain? Like, why do you think that I'm going to let you spam my comments without just muting you for the rest of the live? These people are not bright. Anyways, Simeon
It's weird.
says, don't have anything to say, but I changed my PFP to just show off my dog to y'all. Well, we appreciate that. He's got his best sweater and bow tie on in the photo. What just a handsome fucking devil you got there. Give your dog some pets and scratches for me tonight. Huge W. And Bugat says, caller, how do I get a hold of you? Justin, look at the link trees. Fucking amazing. +1 to look at the trees counter. Amazing. I can't believe I never put that together. That's good. That's good stuff. Hey, Roy, thank you for the $2 super thanks. And Mike, thank you for the $2 super chat. It says, damn you to hell, supercharged Apple check. Apple check? Oh, you mean spell check. I see what happened. Yeah, spell check. fucking spell check. When you need it, it's never there. When you don't need it, it's fucking your life up. Dr. Fudge says, just tell people who want to talk about abiogenesis that there's no point unless they can point to anything that life does that isn't chemistry. That's a fair point, but you know what? When you tell them that life is chemistry, I don't know if they grab it. Like, I don't know if it sinks in what you're saying. I feel like you need somebody a little bit like Scientific Snitch that can explain it. But then if somebody really does explain it in detail, then it's fucking over their head and it's still no good. Like there's nothing.
Well, it's that thing where, like, you know, you have to be a biochemist and an astrophysicist and, you know, a million different things. And you also have to just accept their answer if God did it.
Every time. And then also, like, not only do you have to know all these fields, but when you regurgitate the valuable information to them, they're going to say something stupid like, nuh-uh. Like, valuable retort. They really did a whole lot to tear apart my argument. The nuh-uh being deployed is a Christian's best friend, probably. Mr. Rogue says, bring back the schism. Wait, what schism? There was a schism? I don't remember no schism. Hail the great Gretchen, blamed blipped, palate cleanser, rock hard for luck, simply wet for Sharon, gay for Justin, Delta G, that God? Delta God equals NFE, Volta and Faraday. Oh, what's the N for? Is that just a variable? Interesting. Equals negative. I'll have to work this formula out. This is actually a pretty curious formula. I do like this. Also, I did finally, I don't know if I haven't used it yet because we haven't got anybody in the in the woo category, but I did finally work on getting a spreadsheet or a formula put together from the quantum woo spreadsheet put together by our friend Carnage Asada. In fact, here's what I worked out with the scientific woo spreadsheet that she created. I did plug in a formula for the unified quantum woo equation. So now, I haven't put this on the cheat sheet yet, but now we can plug in people's woo variables like the quantum consciousness quota and the transcendent energy vibes. And we can actually come up with a mathematical figure for their MSRI value, the Mysterium Solar Resonance Index value. And we can put, I think we can put this to use in the community. I will, friends, I'll get this put together in the cheat sheet here this week so that y'all can access this and really, I think maybe have some meaningful conversations with people that are on the woo spectrum. I think it'll be important. Rock hard for Doug. I'm sorry, Piranha says rock hard for Doug. If you're into horror, check out Mandela Catalog. Oh, interesting. In its universe, the angel Gabriel is replaced by a demon who tries to enslave humanity. Oh, fuck. Really? That's a thing. Okay, now I gotta look at this up. Mandela. That sounds good. That definitely sounds like the type of movie I would watch. All right, I'll give it a look. Thank you. Merciful says burning bush miracle equals syphilis. Don't request photo evidence. The jerk commandment number 3, see a doctor and get rid of it. Yep. If you're having a burning bush experience, you probably need some sort of cream or application for that. Hey, I'm the Big Cheese. Good to see you. It says, if Genesis didn't literally happen, then Jesus is pointless. There's no reason to follow him. Couldn't agree more. Like the New Testament demands that the Old Testament is literal, or else nothing in the story actually makes sense. Like the flood of Noah. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I like to ask him, like, when does it become not allegory? Like, when in the genealogy does it not become not allegory?
Yeah, that's a good point. Where's the cutoff between allegory and real genealogy? Is it King David or what? Moses?
Was it before Noah? Was Noah real? Like,
right?
Seth. Obviously after Seth, but like, how far down?
I mean, that's the question that needs answered for sure. Mixtress Monica says, can we get a body count of how many people the God in the Bible unalived versus the devil? I'm pretty sure God did more unaliving, but who knows? So there is a fun chart on the internet about that. People killed by God versus people killed by the devil. The last one I saw was something like 6 million. But it's really based on a guesstimation of how many people would have been on the planet when the flood happened.
Yeah. I've seen like 3 to 30. And lot of them say 10 for Satan, but they forget the servants.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, some of the servants were killed by God.
Well, yeah. I mean, yeah, sure. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not wrong if I would just say God's kill count is 100%, because the fact that people could even die is still on God's plate. God made it so that they can die, which means every person who dies only dies because God said humans would die, right?
Yeah, and I mean, Job 42 says that God brought the evil upon Job, so.
Right.
Yeah. His own story blames him.
Cyber, my friend, thank you for the super chat, says, Rocky, the only chipped one of Doug and Sharon will be heading your way shortly. Well, thank you, Rocky. I appreciate that. One of the members, the third member of the Quadrinity, is soon on the way to join Doug and Sharon here on the shelf. So a big W to Cyber Deconstruction for making that happen. And KGIS Custody, interesting. Did you watch the Buttercream Gang yet? I did not. I apologize. Hold on. I have so many recommendations to view and watch things that it's just one of those situations where the reality is I'm never going to be able to watch all of these things. I as much as I would love to, I certainly would love to, but it's just, you have to prioritize things, and typically like running this business is kind of my priority, and my son. Dez says dairy is worst of animal agriculture research. What, dairy? Like my forefathers owned a pretty massive farm in Virginia where we did dairy. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't. What's wrong with collecting milk? I don't.
Yeah, I think like anything, there are more and less ethical ways. So,
That
I'm sure
maybe.
there's some pretty horrendous dairy practices out there. When you think
There
about how
probably
much
is.
milk has to get consumed and don't they like basically trick them into being pregnant? Like, you know, and or not trick them into like being pregnant, but like hormonally, don't they like make them lactate?
Maybe I don't
Or is
really
it
know.
just that they make them have calves? Maybe I don't know.
I'll
I don't know
have to
enough
check
about the
into
industry,
it.
but
I
know it
do
gets pretty
know
bad.
that the when you have a dairy farm, the male calves often will just be murdered on the spot, and they only keep the females because they want it, they want them for milk, and the
It's like
males,
that with chickens too.
yeah, if I remember correctly, so that's pretty fucking horrific. But then again, they do. You can source these things ethically through local ethical farms. Kyle, my man, good to see you tonight. Says Matthew 16:28. Someone says that is talking about the verse here later in Matthew 7:14, the transfiguration. That's wrong. How can this be proven wrong? Well, easy, because just read the verse carefully. In the verse, it says that Jesus is coming from somewhere, and then he's going to judge people for what they've done. None of this happened at the transfiguration. Also, it says that some of you will still be standing here, which means some of them will be dead, but nobody died in the 6 days between that and the transfiguration. There's just nothing in the end of chapter 16 that would lead you to believe it's about the transfiguration, other than Christians wanting it to be about the transfiguration, because otherwise they don't have an answer.
Yeah, that one's a fun one. The second reason he gave, because then you get to get into them pretending they don't know what the word "some" means.
Yeah, isn't that crazy? That every
Yeah.
time you get a Christian up here and you start pinning them down, all of a sudden words just have no fucking meaning anymore. And I don't know what "some" means. I don't know what "come" versus "go" means. Crazy. But
Yeah,
if you're experiencing cognitive dissonance and your choice is A, just be truthful with what's in front of your eyes, or B, I refuse to be truthful, well, you don't have too many options. At that point, you have to start making up lies, don't you?
Yeah. A lot of choices.
Game Guy says, did you know that members can use the Google Sheets app to view the cheat sheet in a mobile-friendly format? So there is a way to view the cheat sheet on your phone, and a couple different ways to do it. I've done it a few times before. Whether or not there's a designated phone layout, I actually don't know, but I have used it on my phone quite a bit. In fact, probably multiple times a week, I typically add something to it or modify it from my phone. So Gargo says, no explanation required. It's a fucking unicorn. I know. He fucking wanted to debate me on whether or not my fictitious unicorn was a real fictitious unicorn.
Yeah,
I won't.
That's pretty desperate.
I'll never understand some of these people. House 70, though, good to see. It says confusing energy and entropy, then isotopes and ions, but wants to teach physics online. Isn't that crazy? That we've got these people that have learned these scientific buzzwords and have completely misused them, and they just can't bring themselves to believe that their nonsense is nonsense. But I mean, to be fair, it's I guess for what I'm doing, it's job security. There's no shortage of dumb know-it-alls out there.
Yeah, the isotopes one got me. That was funny that he had to go Google it and come back with it.
Yeah, the minute he brought up
don't have the
isotopes,
boots.
I was like, we are not fucking doing isotopes. We're not doing this. I'm like, there's no way this guy knows isotopes. Oh, well. Hey, Game Guy, thank you for the super chat, says, real presence desperately wants something, anything, to be smoother than his brain. And the reality is, I don't know if there is anything smoother than his brain. Even a freshly polished bowling ball might give him a run for the money. Enu says, if I ever have the balls to tell an electrical engineer they are wrong about electricity, send me to the hospital. I've had a stroke. I know, it's crazy to me. People will literally get up here and tell an electrical engineer that I fundamentally misunderstand what energy is. Okay. All right, sure thing. Lynn, thank you for the $5 super chat. Says Justin, Kraken may be good, but apple teenies are the way to go. Listen, here's the deal. Apple teenies are fucking really good. They are really good. If I was going to do a division, though, I would say Kraken in the winter, apple teenies in the summer. Apple teenies kind of crisp and refreshing. You want that in the summer. In the winter, you want something like thick and cozy, warming. And that's where Kraken comes in. Love you. Love your work. You have given substance to my conclusion. There is no God. Rock hard for Justin. Well, thank you, Lynn. I appreciate that. One of the things I want to do with my live streams, one of the things I hoped I would do with my live stream is to give people the tools they need to feel validated in their disbelief and then also be able to articulate it to others. And Jay says, Jesus whispered in my ear that he loved me, wants to come inside my heart. I said, okay, but you've got to wear protection. I mean, that's fair. That is fair. Valid. And House 70 says, taking shots every time he said energy. Now I need a new liver. In fact, not only that, that's been like 2 hours ago. I assume at this point you're hospitalized. If you're still there, send word. We'll make sure a hospital or a emergency vehicle gets you to the hospital. And Bend Over says, a stick of TNT can blow your hand off. If lit, otherwise, it's just a stick. Agreed. Potential energy is not the same thing as actualized energy. Come on. Hey, Flustered, thank you for the super chat. Says, sorry for the duplicate. Praise Doug. No worries. Duplicates are perfectly fine here. Fuck people who prey on others. I appreciate how you share your knowledge. Time to really take bad peeps down. Well, thank you. And I agree. One of the reasons why I feel so passionately about deconstructing believers is because I think when you deconstruct from Christianity, you start to deconstruct from other harmful ideologies. Like horrible, like some of the horrible right-wing ideologies. But certainly there are others. And Adam says, nothing to say. Detox soon. Well, best luck at detox. Hope it will help this time. Keep cooking. Rock hard for Sharon. Sometimes it takes more than once. I've had families that have really struggled with addiction, and it's hard. It's one of the hardest things you're ever going to do. Sometimes you got to detox more than once. So it is what it is. Heart goes out to you. Best of luck to you, Adam. Let us know if you need anything. Amazing, bro. Thank you for the super chat. Says a lot of Christians say only the Bible has eyewitnesses.
Eyewitnesses.
Oh, eyewitnesses of the resurrection because everybody who saw it became Christians. So that's why there's no outside sources. Oh, that's an interesting apologetic. I've actually never heard of that. Have you?
No, like the greatness of it pulled everybody in.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
That's crazy.
There's some contorting going on. Desperate times.
That is pretty desperate, actually. So, that's weird that there are so many opponents of Christianity early on. If it was so powerful, everyone who witnessed it converted.
Well, they were jealous. They got left out.
That's what it is. Definitely jealousy. Beryllian says, so you made up your own morals then, caller. Doesn't sound biblical at all. I know most of these people really do have their own made up moral code. They just can't bring themselves to kind of admit that. And Chip says, yay, another session of Christians splaining the Old Testament despite never having read the Old Testament. Isn't that the fucking craziest thing, Chip? Christians will get on here and tell you that they know what is in this book and they know what it means. And then you read it to them and they've never fucking seen this passage before. Because these people, they're insane. I'll never understand why somebody can get on a live stream with this many people, make definitive claims about something that they know they haven't read. I Am the Big Chief says, God unsaid that the Jewish God is epistemically different than Christian God or even the Father alone. It is annoying how people lump them together. I mean, it does seem to be the case that the Bible is putting Jesus up as being fundamentally a separate being from God. But I get it. If you're a Christian and you're reading the book, it'd be easy to think otherwise.
Man, I gotta tell you, I had the best time like an hour or so before I came up here. I just was like, this live popped up on my For You. I went and checked it out, and it was a Christian live, but he's a Unitarian. and he's just debating Unitarian versus Trinitarian, and what he was doing to those Trinitarians was some of the. It was just poetry.
Oh, was it Mike?
He's a weird little guy. No,
Okay.
I don't think it's Mike. I don't remember the guy's name. It was like God's friend or something. I think his name was.
Okay.
And it was just, but it was so they did like they couldn't answer, but then he couldn't quite drive it all the way home, so then he just kicked him. But I'm telling you, if you need entertainment, just go stand in the hallway of a Christian live where they're like infighting. It's so good. Oh, his name was Jesse, I guess. Okay, thanks, babe.
I'll have to check him out.
Yeah, they get so good. And then my favorite subgenre is when a Muslim goes up and does the same thing on a Christian live.
I love it. I love
It's
watching
so
the Muslims and the Christians debate each other.
Yeah.
Because it's funny too, because every argument that a Muslim makes against a Christian, an atheist can use. Every argument that a Christian makes against a Muslim, an atheist can use. So when we watch these two religions fight each other, like we can just sit here and take notes. Oh, these fucking arguments
That's
work.
exactly what I did today. I got a little spreadsheet going with like key verses of what the Unitarian, because like, because I don't know, I would probably be that too, like a Unitarian more than Trinity. I don't think there's a lot of evidence for the Trinity.
No.
I think it's all just shoehorning and conjecture.
It really is. Yeah. Chris, hey, thank you for the super chat. Cute Kitty says, I've been told stoning of the... Oh, there's a space there. I've been told stoning of the children passage are overstatements. Are there extra biblical sources that confirm this was ever carried out? Well, it's kind of irrelevant. And first of all, yes, there are passages of individuals getting stoned in Jewish literature and in other ancient literature as well. Fuck, people are they're doing it right now in Muslim countries. They're stoning people.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
but I mean, like, isn't all of this an exaggeration? Like, isn't like this kingdom of Israel like a huge fucking exaggeration? And like, you know, these laws that I mean, in reality, do these laws really even have an effect on anybody? Or is it like somebody's like fantasy, like utopia writing?
yeah.
Like,
So that is the problem. We know, like, obviously these laws weren't given by God, right? But the only way that we can address it is as though that it all is true according to what it said. The minute you start going back and say, well, they didn't actually do it, the law wasn't actually important, these weren't actually laws that God wanted them to follow. Well, at that point, like, you can't be a Christian anymore. You can't be a Jew anymore because, like, according to the book, this is what the book says. So if the book is saying things that are not true, then it's not doing anything for you. Just get rid of the book, get rid of the religion, and just be a generic theist and call it a day.
yeah, I've been finding myself asking believers if the Bible is true a lot lately, because it's just a good way to like ground them. Be like, no, you're leaving your text, right? So if you tell me this, you're telling me your book is lying. It actually works pretty well. Like, it's not like some, you know, game changer, like, you know, mic drop thing, but it's like it will kind of reel them back in to, like, you know, stop just making up this shit and say, look, you're arguing with your book, not me. Is this book true? And then you can get back on course. Just like a little thing.
Lahir says, why debate the morality issue when Christians don't even have any? Just say, sorry, no need to be moral at all. End of debate. I mean, to be fair, like, if they believe in divine command theory, they don't really have a moral system. They just have flat obedience, which is, I think we demonstrated pretty well with that last guy. And I'm the Big Cheese. Thank you for the follow-up. Says, to be Christian because it makes you feel better is literally hedonistic. It's just more socially acceptable hedonism. I never fucking considered that. That is an interesting point. If losing God leads you to hedonism, but you believe in a God because it makes you feel a particular way, that's just fucking hedonism. Like, that's the same bullshit.
Yeah, there's so many like little like paradoxes like that.
That's wild.
Like when they tell you they believe, but they're not scared of hell. I gotta say you believe because you're scared of hell. They say I'm not scared of hell. And you say, yeah, because you have Jesus, right? But that's like saying I'm not scared of the dark because of a flashlight, right? But you got the flashlight because you're scared of the dark.
Precisely.
It's
yeah.
It's all the same thing.
These people are wild. Hey, amazing, bro. Thank you for the $5 super chat. It says 1 Samuel 15:3. That's the killing of the Amalekites. It says if Tag says God grounds truth, how do Christians rule out Descartes' demon? I don't know Descartes' demon. Maybe God lied in Titus 1:2 about his nature and actually loves dead babies. That's a fair point. Like, listen, if the God of the Bible determines what is good just by uttering it, then wouldn't it make more sense that we just accept that murdering babies in war is good? Like, isn't that the logical conclusion of this particular like moral philosophy? It seems like that's the logical extension of it.
Yeah, or is it limited to like the great 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 grandchildren of people who did something?
Right. Yeah. 400 years later is fucking wild. Hey, Space Lord, thank you so much for the super chat. Says Eusebius was such a fibber that if he wore breeches, they would still be on fire 1700 years later. I agree. I think Eusebius was essentially paid by the church to write propaganda. Knowing what I know now about the early church, based on like what I knew when I was younger, it seems like this was purposeful propaganda, because Constantine and those who came shortly after him they made a concerted effort to root out any texts that disagree with their message. They were murdering people. They were defacing Greek statues, like of Greek philosophers. They were defacing them. They were burning Greek philosophy, other philosophy, trying to get rid of anyone with dissenting opinions. If you've got an empire that is trying to rid the world of dissenting opinions, and then you have somebody write your own history, I don't have a good reason to believe that history is going to be legitimate. It's got to be propaganda at best. Not the Bible Jason says, tell the story about why you had to stop asking Christians if their God is demonstrable. Oh my God. No goofball. It doesn't sound... It doesn't mean
that.
Demon's Table. I hate my timeline. Yeah, okay. So a long time ago when I first started streaming, before I was even on YouTube, maybe when I first started on YouTube, but when people came in, I used to ask them, if you believe in God, and I said, is your God demonstrable? And nobody fucking knew what that word meant. You remember that, Mac, right?
I do. I remember one was like seared in my brain where like, no, he's not talking about demons.
It's just
like, it was crazy. Like you never, that's something you could never in your mind see coming.
No.
Or it's like, I'm going to say the word demonstrable and you're going to think demonic. Stribble, I guess. I don't know. Like, but yeah, it occupies so much of their brain, I guess, the demons and stuff.
When I first started doing the streaming, I never thought that my biggest hurdle as a debater would be to get English speakers to understand their own language. I didn't know that was going to be the thing, but fucking here we are. Farrell, thank you for the super chat. From all the way from Canada, by the way. It says, when they swear God is good, let's make a chart. Ask them to list his good acts from the Bible, not just where someone claims he's good, but actions. Interesting. That's a fair point. You know what they'll typically say? They'll say, well, he gave us life. Okay, then sure. That makes him good, huh? The fact that he murders babies, it's okay because he gave us life. Blonde Nightmare, thank you for the super chat, says, every time someone says, so imagine you come upon a watch. Oh my God. Yeah, I just roll my eyes and think, here we go again, sigh. The watchmaker argument and the painter needs a painter, builder needs a designer, all those classifications. Every time I hear it, I know immediately, without a shadow of a doubt, that this is a person that hasn't spent even 5 fucking minutes thinking about these things, and that they just heard briefly a snippet of like a Stephen Turek video or a Cliff Connectley video, and then there's like, oh, that's fucking got him. We got him now. But, I don't know.
Yeah, that's the YouTube short theology. And
it really is.
Right there.
Hey, Dr. Fudge, thank you for the super chat. It says, buildings need builders, lives need livers, flowers need flowers, flows need flowers, cats need catters, needs.
That's some fun wordplay.
Really rolls off the tongue too.
Flowers need flowerers.
Is that a word? Flowerer?
I don't think so.
Because it could be, because the word deflower is a word, it's a verb, a deflower. So that means a deflowerer could exist, right?
Well, I guess you could say like a plant could be a flowerer.
Oh, yeah. There's some English quandaries we have to take a look at. Ekipo says building and a builder, 20-year-old arguments again. Is this their first day in internet? It is. That's what I said. Whenever you hear a building needs a builder, this kind of nonsense, it's Christians' first apologetic, like baby's first lesson 101, right? Apologetics, first argument. And Slow TDI says, who's going to tell him about the sun expanding? Listen, these people only have capacity for so much information. Facts about our solar universe or our solar existence might be over their heads. Fucking literally too. Apheria says, how can agape love, or is it agape, love and hell exist at the same time? Well, to be fair, like I agree. This is the classic problem, right? Is the problem of evil. How can an all-loving God still create these atrocities? It seems like there's some incongruency here. You could just admit that God is not all good, or maybe he's not all powerful, or maybe he doesn't fucking know what's about to happen. So he's kind of been caught unawares. Brian says Jeffrey Dahmer, the people Dahmer. Oh fuck, that's wild. Jeffrey Dahmer, the people Dahmer is not a rhyme I expected to hear, but it is the rhyme that I'm most enjoying in this moment. That was pretty good. And Mr. V-Ball, thank you for the super chat, says these callers not seeming to understand the concept of justice are probably the same ones yelling at the refs on TV for making an unfair call. Shake my head. Yes. I will never understand why Christians, while I know they struggle with definitions, they can't understand the concept of justice. This is basic. Like little children and even primates understand the concept of justice. Space Lord says, for every mental, brutal
I said
image...
this today on Xena's Live today. There was this guy who was just being like, I was explaining, like trying to talk to him was like trying to clean up a puddle with your hands. Like just trying to push the water, and then it just goes back to where you was, right? You're not doing anything. Like anything you'd say to the guy, it's just like it's gone, like the rinse water. And it got to the point where, he suddenly didn't know what the word prosper means.
No.
And I said, I bet you every day of his adult life, he could tell you what the word prosper was until today. Because that's what they do. They come in and I'm just the dumbest person on the planet when I need to be. Yeah, it was just really frustrating. But yeah, it's the same thing. It's just it's not ignorance as much as it is dishonesty, but using the ignorance as like the way to levy that.
It's such a weird, well, like you said, it's such a weird thing that immediately when they start considering their religion, all of a sudden they just don't know how words work. Like it's like it's crazy.
It's a protection measure, right?
Right.
It's just preservation.
Right. Yeah, self-preservation for sure. Space Lord says, for a very metal, brutal image of hell, I suggest Sinners in the Hands of God. In the Hands of an Angry God by J. Edwards. I thought that was a famous line from Soren Kierkegaard, right? Hold on.
Maybe.
Maybe I'm wrong. It's showing right now that it's from, is that Jonathan Edwards?
Yeah.
Edwards. I must have I got the wrong guy then. I got the wrong guy. Thanks for the clarification, Space Lord. Insane sermon like a death metal song. I'll have to check it out. Actually, I've never read it. I've heard of it. I'll definitely give it a read. I don't know how long it is, but it can't be that bad. It can't be that bad. It'd probably be fun. And Slow TDI says, how would you make the world proceeds to not listen to a damn thing Come the fuck on, guy. Are you with us right now? No, that guy was not. Absolutely not. And it's amazing that like you'll criticize the God of the Bible and be like, well, how would you do it? And then expect that they didn't have an answer. Like, would you honestly think that I didn't have an answer to that question? Yeah, I'll tell you exactly how I would fucking do it. No baby cancer whatsoever.
I think they think people think like them. Like, I know that's like the other mind's problem is, it's a real son of a bitch. But like, because like you don't know. Like, I always wonder, like, are people's brains constantly like puttering around, or are people mostly just like pretty docile, or like what's the mix? What are people's like? What's it like in somebody else's brain? You don't know, but I think they think a lot of people just see things and accept it, and that's it. Put it away.
Yeah, I think you're right. Yeah, they don't think very deeply on it. So TDI says, we are not bad people. You may be, but we, fuck no. I agree. That guy we're talking to, that was bad people. We're the ones fighting for the good stuff here. And Flogan Fire says, it's not an ultimatum. It's just wild to me how you can provide a logical analogy, but when it's applied to God, suddenly logic doesn't apply now. Isn't that crazy? We walked him right into multiple conclusions that he agreed to. And then when we restated the conclusion for him, he's like, no, like, you just fucking agreed to it. What do you mean, no?
Yeah, but then I saw what it meant.
Yeah. Well, once I realized that what I agreed to was problematic, I had to take it back. I was like, okay. These people are wild. Ocean says, sacrifice without consequence is meaningless. Oh, that's a fair point. Jesus came back to life according to the story. Yeah, Jesus actually didn't make a sacrifice. He knew he wasn't losing his life. Mm-hmm. He knew he couldn't actually be killed because he's a god. He knew he would live forever in eternity after he did the thing. Fuck, if I knew all those things, I'd do it right now. If someone said, Justin, like God said, Justin, I will bring you right back to life after I torture you this weekend, and then you got to be dead for like 2 days. But it's fine. I'll bring you right back to life. And in doing so, it'll make it so nobody else ever has to go to hell or be tortured. But fuck, do it right now. Don't even wait for the weekend. Let's fucking go. Jesus just had a bad fucking weekend. I mean, it's crazy. Also, it's interesting. All these arguments too, like, it's funny, like how long these arguments have been around. I've been reading. I'm almost finished with all of the early church apologists, or not apologists, critics. So I did Porphyry and Julian, and I'm still working through Celsus because Celsus is fucking gigantic. But like both of them are pointing at the same thing. Like, how do you hurt a god? How do you kill a god? Either Jesus was a god or he wasn't a god. If it's human, you can kill a human, but how do you kill a god? And so these are very real like criticisms that have been around for a long time because they're logical.
I think you didn't read the last one.
Oh, yeah. Dr. Fudge says, I really want to know if he thinks he's doing well. Oh my gosh. You know what? Yes. Yeah.
They think they're cooking so bad.
No doubt, both Gene and Trey, I guarantee you they're going to go tell some people tonight that they cooked Deconstruction Zone. I know it. And I hope they come and watch this video. It'd be fun. Zen, hey, thank you for the $20 super chat, friend. That's huge. It says, just to show my appreciation for all that you do to help newcomers in the deconstruction community. You're the bestest. Rock hard for Doug. Well, thank you, Zen. And y'all know my philosophy. Like, we're all in this fight together. And like, I don't view the other people in this field as being like competition with me, because we work together and we're friends. And when they're successful, we're all successful. When we deconvert people from these toxic religions, we all fucking win. And if one day there's so many people doing it that I get put out of business, I'll fucking go back and be an electrical engineer again. It's going to be fine. I promise. We'll all be good. Martin, hey, thanks for the super chat. Says W. John Cohen. I agree. John's brilliant. I checked out his videos and they're really good. He's really good. Actually, he has a pretty good flair too for his video editing. I find a lot of times that like he'll say stuff I've already heard 1,000 times, but for some reason when he says it and how he says it and the way the video is edited, I just want to hear it. Like he's really engaging. Not the Bible. Jason says the first one was the Goldilocks zone argument roast. If only an inch closer, get it doing squats and dying because of the distance. Sigh, mods timed me out. I still don't understand the joke. Am I stupid, Mac?
No, no. Sorry, sorry, not the Bible. I like no. There's nothing there. Like, appreciate you.
I feel like when you say doing squats, it must mean something that's going over my head. Like
Well, I
it
feel like
means something.
yeah, like
I don't know
maybe
what.
you squatted outside of that zone where you're safe, and so you like I'm not getting the correlation between squatting and distance from the sun.
Right. Yeah. I'm getting lost in here somewhere. But the follow up says you have to be a cowboy baby. I know that song actually. Hey, didn't he?
Is that Kid Rock?
Yeah, didn't he just kind of get shamed for his lip singing?
Yeah, and just being awful.
Genuinely awful. Not the Bible Jason again with another super chat. Thank you so much. Says that's not only in America, goofball. LL. He doesn't know other continents exist with cities with engineering and brain power. Maybe he should just follow orders at this point. I agree. That type of individual probably
I
shouldn't be on
remember
his
that
own.
this is about because he was saying like when you said like what do you need to do to build a house and you like pull a permit or whatever, he's like that's only in America. I was like, are you fucking heard of like Europe for one? They're so much more strict there. Like it's crazy. Like
That's
you can't do
crazy.
that. You can't just build anywhere. Like what do you think the world is?
I feel like Trey is one of the poster children for the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is that like it was clear that this individual knew absolutely nothing about anything, which is probably why he's happy taking orders. But the problem is he came in with so much negative energy and so much bravado that's like you could only get to this position by literally knowing nothing and having a mom that told you were very special. I don't see any other way to get there.
Yeah.
Peace, love, and cake. I can agree with this, actually. This is a sentiment I'm 100% down with. W Cake. Thank you for the $10 super chat. It says, your channel and knowledge have been pivotal. I can't say that. Pivotal in my deconstruction, and I'm very grateful. Well, I'm happy for that, Peace. That's what I did the channel for. Also, I just read all of Job for the first time, and 42:11 is some pretty damning evidence against God's good nature. I forget what's in
That's the one
42:11.
where his friends consoled him for the evil that God brought upon him. That's the one I referenced earlier.
Okay. Says then there came to him. Then there came to him all his brothers and sisters and all who had known him before, and they ate bread with him in his house, and they showed him sympathy and comforted him for all the evil the Lord had brought upon him, and each of them gave him a piece of money and a gold ring. Wait, what?
It's just saying like God did all this shit. That's basically the crux of that one.
Oh, that's a fair point, because even the restoration that was given to him wasn't actually by God. Like, he had to assume another wife and new kids, and
Well, it's the wife thing's unclear, right? Because like she's presumably still alive, and he had made her have 10 more kids.
yeah. But after all those kids, you think she's going to have all the extra kids? Maybe she could, but I was
It doesn't
assuming
say
it
he
was
had
a
a
second
new
wife.
It said he got new hot kids.
True.
His kids were the fairest in the land. That's the upgrade. See, people think he got double, but his kids were just twice as hot.
Oh no.
That's the
Yeah, because his wife is last mentioned in chapter 31, verse 10. Let me see what it says. It says, if my heart has been enticed by a woman and I have lain in wait at my neighbor's door, then let my wife grind for another and let other men kneel over her. Oh, that's an erotic fantasy. Okay, interesting. But yeah, we're not, I don't think we're told at all that there's another wife at hand. Maybe it is the same wife. Maybe. Zena May, beautiful kitty, good to see you tonight. Hope you're doing well. It says, love the show. I always learn so much. Trying to be like you one day. Can you ask Mac to be my Valentine's? Whoop, whoop, whoop. What do you think, Mac?
Yeah, I'll be your Valentine when I see you on Friday.
Damn. Hey, Zen's shooting the shot. I like it. I like that a lot. Big W.
Thank you,
Zen,
Zeno.
Zen's
Xena, man.
channel is on TikTok. Xena is Xena gonna be on YouTube yet?
I don't know. Oh yes, that's a yes.
Okay.
Or maybe that was the yes to being the Valentine. That was a little.
Oh
too
no,
quick.
she's here in the chat. Awesome.
Yeah. I don't know. We talked about doing some stuff. I know I'm supposed to shoot some videos for her coming up.
Awesome.
I don't know about. I guess it would end up on YouTube, but not much of a YouTube presence at the moment.
Because I tuned into Xena May's TikTok channel, but I haven't seen her on YouTube, so I'm assuming she's not doing anything on YouTube just yet.
Yeah, not yet.
Okay.
Might have
But
to
in
go
the
that way,
future.
the way that TikTok is acting.
Yeah. Yeah. TikTok it's got some problems right now. Dr. Fudge, thank you for the additional super chat. Says Trey just asked, "Were you military?" So creepy. It is weird. And for anyone who might be curious, no, I've never been in the military. I've got nothing against the military. It's just that I'm pretty damn close to being a pacifist. I don't know if you ever could have talked me into actually joining the military where we like purposely have to go to war and harm people. But I get it. Sometimes you have to do it in self-defense. I just happen to believe that our military is more or less not doing things in self-defense. I think our government is having the military do awful things.
I was thinking about that. I'm like,
Less
there
not
hasn't
doing
been a
things in
war.
self-defense. I think our government
Like-
is having the military do awful things.
Oh, what happened?
Right?
I was thinking about that. I'm like,
Less
there
not
hasn't
doing
been a
things.
war.
When was the last time we actually went to a war? And it was like a justified war. It's been a bit.
Are we still in a loop? Because I heard a loop.
Oh, sorry. That was I opened up Twitch to
Oh.
make sure the Twitch stream was still going and the audio was turned on. It should be gone by now, right?
Yeah. Yeah, like that's what I was actually having that thought to myself when you guys were talking. I'm like, there hasn't been like a war to protect American freedom since like the first one.
Right.
And not the first World War, but the first American War. Like it's just not. It's empire building.
Yeah.
It's world policing, it's conquest. I mean, World War One, we weren't affected by World War One.
No, not really.
Or two. Like Russia did so much of the grunt work and the heavy. It was like 85-90% of the casualties in that were on the Eastern Front.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was just a bloodbath over there. But they say like Americans came in and saved the day. It's like
Right. True. But that's one of the reasons why we were able to push back Russia in so many fronts was because they already had weakened themselves. You know, they were at the forefront of the fighting. You know, Dave, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says the word woke is similar to the word sin. It's an over-encompassing gaslighting term used by people who want others to hate something they don't like without having to explain why, and that is the case. It's a blanket term for badness. You're a sinner. You're woke. You know, it's a way of using coded language, insider coded language to say that person bad, very bad. Archibald Watt, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Says if God isn't real, how come there's a Christian Baal but not an atheist Baal? Oh fuck! I think you got me. Checkmate, atheist. This is a better argument than what Mr. Conscription has come up with. That is the case. Mr. Conscription did not come up with much, like at all. That dude was.
It was terrible.
To be fair, though, I am impressed he actually knew the word conscription.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, probably heard it a bunch of times.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
It's so funny when they try to like big dog you. It's so,
pretty wild.
It'll never not be funny to me. Just like, dude, what are you doing? You're on a computer right now. Like, what are you doing?
But it's such a funny thing. Like, I'll never understand internet tough guys. It boggles my mind that people think that trying to intimidate somebody physically over the internet is like a sensible solution to anything.
Drop your address.
Although Hank, I think, has nailed it. Hank says ICE rejected this guy for being too dumb.
Oh no. That's tough.
Absolutely. Absolutely nailed it. Gentleman Viking says Trey thinks Justin is a hottie. Oh, maybe. Oh, do you think he was crushing on me?
Yeah, I think you use big words, so you're a hottie. Yeah. That's how that conversation went.
I don't think Trey was my type.
Complex terms.
I like somebody with a little more intelligence. Not really into the dumb grunt types. But I don't know. He could rehabilitate his image and shoot his shot sometime in the future. We'll see. Kenneth says he's a troll. Please drop him. Boring. Kenneth, the funny thing is, like, I can understand why you might think he's a troll, but I actually don't think he was a troll. I think that dude was dead serious. I just think that he was.
I think he
dumb.
I think he turned it up, right? I don't think he like not trolling in the sense like I don't believe anything I'm saying, but he was definitely like posturing.
Yeah, he did a little bit of playing dumb as well, for sure. Bad social skills. Hey, don't worry. Welcome to the club. Thank you for the super chat. Says the taco behind you looks like she is wearing boxing gloves. Overs. You go, little taco. Actually, it's true. Actually, by the way.
Yeah, those feet.
Those are feet, but they look like boxing gloves. Yeah. Taco's fucking fighting for love over here with the hot sauce, which hot sauce can be scary. Mr. Demo, thank you for the super chat, says, if God lives or is outside of space and time, is God still omnipresent? They got to pick a lane. Listen, I've been saying this forever. You can't say God lives outside of something because, first of all, if God's omnipresent, then there's nowhere where he isn't. Also, when you say that God is outside of something, what you're saying is that he's in space. Like, you can't say outside of space because outside of space is still a space. It's a space outside of space. So like, you haven't really done much for your argument. You're just saying, well, there's a different space outside of our space that God lives in. Okay. And Chip says, I don't believe in science. Says the doofus using a smartphone wireless data transfer. Yes. Could you imagine these people who rely on cell phone and computer technology come up here and say that, well, you just believe because science told you. No, because fucking science works. Like we know it works. And Verlian says, I guess Trey proved God isn't imagination. Trey is void of any imagination or thinking. To be fair. To be fair, I think that might be the case. It's crazy that he literally thought, he literally said with a straight face, I proved God real. And his proof was, if I'm real, God is real. Are you out of your goddamn mind, Trey? Crazy.
Inversely, if God's imaginary, we're imaginary.
Yeah.
He also said that, and I'm like, okay. Just a little pat on the head.
He really thought he was cooking too. Yeah, you're right. That's really what he deserves. Is the pat of the head. Okay, kiddo. All right. Go take a nap. Archibald, thank you for the 20-hour super chat. Says, and ontology. You look at an okay painting. You are told it was done by a disabled person. Suddenly, the painting looks better. Beautiful even. Earth has problems, but people say it's beautiful. Ipso facto, God is disabled. Oh, fuck. This is a fair point. If God is disabled, then theoretically, based on how we view things relatively, well, you could say, well, fuck, maybe the Earth is a masterpiece for someone who's intellectually challenged. Maybe.
Yeah,
that could fly.
Find a better way to make your point, though.
Yeah,
that's kind of icky for me. Like,
it's borderline troublesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. Mr. McDizzle says, favorite line tonight from Justin. And then what's going to happen after the jacking? Oh, I think.
Listen, that's everybody's concern.
I think we all know. Rock hard for talking game for Justin. Mr. McDizzle, I think you can use your imagination. And not the Bible Jason coming in again says, F you, UK that guy. Wait, F you. Hold on.
It's just a long fuck.
It's a long fuck. Yeah. Fuck that guy is what not the Bible Jason said. We agree. Fuck that guy. And also, thank you for the follow up. I summoned the prophet Hadassah. She has a master's in English, almost the same as underwater cosmetology. To be fair, she does have a
English majors catching strays.
I know. Right? Do you think she has a real English degree, or do you think it's from like DeVry or something? Like, what's the situation?
Correspondence.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's like TV VCR and English.
Oral Roberts School of Ministry English degree. Hard to say. Not the Baba Jason also coming in and says bushes are out in 2026. Smooth time. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I get it. I'm not.
Okay.
Some of these you have to be in the moment. Like,
Oh fuck! Sorry, it took me a second to get it. Now I get it. Yeah,
I get it, but like all Bible discussions, I'm lacking context.
So bushes are out. Smooth is in. Obviously, is talking about keeping the
Moses,
the runway manicured. But yeah,
I'm trying to figure out like in the discussion. I'm trying.
Yeah,
to, like,
in the discussion. I don't know actually. Someone did mention burning bushes at some point a while ago.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I throwing us a lot of curveballs tonight.
Definitely some curveballs. Also, with another follow, thank you, friend. Says Sharon would never stand for that. Show the Sharon mortal form. It's on top of the Discord DMs. I'll drop weird cash. This is the friends. This is the Sharon form right here. On the this is our goddess Sharon Stone right here. This is the only form Sharon has. If you need something beyond that, I don't know if I can help you, but praise Sharon Stone. And also, JMR, thank you so much for the additional super chat. It says, I miss Grandma and Grandpa Dust. I think this is in reference to the what human beings are made out of, but I think I've lost track of this one. But
This is
not to fear.
This is a Rosetta Stone.
This really
like
is
years
the
from now.
Rosetta.
People are going to decode this. What's that
Well,
movie, Mr. Police? I gave you all the clues.
There's one more. JMR, thank you so much, not the Bible Jason, for the $50 super chat. Let's see if we can make sense of this. It says, okay, Mr. Justin, do you know the argument they say if the Earth was only an inch closer or farther away, everything would die? Okay, now imagine doing squats, and we are all dying from the inches difference. If I have to explain this again, I'm a fucking step. Inches different in what?
So it is what I said. It is what I said. Like if you go too low on a squat, but like you're trying to get as low as you can, but then you go a little bit too low, then the consequence is you die. That's what that would be like.
Are we
Thank
talking about
you
like
so much for that gift?
Like squats in the gym?
Yes, doing
So
squats.
if I okay, let's see if I can work this one out. Okay, doing squats, we are all dying from the inches difference. Inches difference between what? Like your bum in the ground?
Yeah, like you want to what's the range of motion, right? In the rep, and then like you try to push it to like the extreme range of motion, and then you die. Look, I'm sweating over here working on this one.
So like, you'll definitely get some bodily injury for sure. I've actually seen somebody snap a ligament doing squats before. It's pretty gruesome. But like, I don't know.
Oh, I've seen
how you're dying.
You ever see the one where the guy like loads up the sled, and like his knee goes the other way?
That one's the most painful to look at. There's another one of a girl doing it. It looks like a scrawny girl, must have been no older than 20 or 20 something, but like just almost immediately after she pushes it, one of them just gone.
I feel like I saw that.
Hard to watch, man.
Yeah, the guy had like two G's on there, like plates on plates, and then stacked like all over the back, like 6 deep on the back. I mean, to get to that much weight, you have to have.
It's not worth
it. You gotta have like over 40 plates.
Yeah. It's never, no matter how much you think you can lift, it's never worth it to lift a dangerous amount, because if you make the wrong calculation, you never get to lift again. You're done.
Yeah. And for what the range of motion is like 8 inches on those max. Like they don't do a full rep.
You actually get a much better workout by lowering the weight and trying to do a full range of motion. Go all the way in and all the way out. Make sure you stretch all the muscles real good. Like, and you don't have to like, Yeah, you don't have to go crazy. You don't have to like hurt yourself to get stronger. There's a lot of bodybuilders, you'd be surprised, are lifting less than people that are even smaller than them. Yeah, it's just one of those things. If you really want to get the benefit from working out, you don't have to kill yourself, friends. Then please, by all means, don't hurt yourself working out. I'm a big fan of going to the gym and working out, but like hurting yourself it's never worth it. Like career's over, you know.
Somebody say they gave an explanation. Distance to the sun. Yeah,
Oh,
no,
there's
we understand. We understand now. Somebody said they had an explanation in the comments, but I'm not. I'll look
didn't
at
see
that.
one.
You can keep rolling.
Dynamite Poop, thank you for the super chat. Says, seeing that Jesus is cited as describing an apocalypse, does it make sense that Romans would persecute them for causing panic that the world is ending? And this is fair. That certainly is something. It seemed to be that the thing the Romans were most upset with were the fact that these people, it would have been considered Jews, but they're like a sect of the Jews, were running around saying that there's another king other than Caesar. We even see this in the book of Acts, like chapter 17, I think. So like, this idea that like, oh, there's another king. Well, now there's competition for the actual ruling body. And they're like, no, we're going to stop that shit right now. So I think that's what they're worried about. I don't think they're worried about apocalypses. Apocalyptical cults were pretty popular even back then. Like, if you read like the Sibylline oracles, you'll kind of catch a flavor of it. So like, I don't know if the Roman government would worry too much about that, but a direct threat like another king, yeah, they're coming to fuck some people up. Drago says, to quote the Orange Mussolini, aka POTUS, orange ass clown. It took me a second to grab that one. They're not sending their best. That is the case, aka the Christians. Indeed. Well, it could be more disturbing, actually, Dragos. It could be that God is sending his best, and this is just the best that he's got. And that might make it worse. And I'm inclined to believe that this might really be the case. Simply up for sharing. Keep up the good work. Thank you, Justin and mods. Definitely big W out to the mods. Also, I did activate on Nightbot on DZ debates. I did activate Nightbot to give me some commands. Let me see if any of them work. To give responses is the right word. So if I type in the word cheat sheet, it's supposed to spit out a link to where you can get the cheat sheet. I don't think it works. I don't see anything. Oh, no, it did. To get access to the Deconstruction cheat sheet, use one of the following links. Fuck! All right, I got to get more Nightbot commands plugged in so we can actually automate some of this stuff, like, or like how to find episodes, like all the questions that people ask me. I'm going to see if I can program them into Nightbot so people can get stuff. Cool. Not a robot, I swear. I believe you. You don't have to convince me. Thank you for the super chat. It says, guests clearly don't pay attention while they wait in queue. Then they try the same stupid talking points like they're the first to think of them. That's the thing that really surprises me, is that they're up here not paying attention at all to the conversation, and they think when it's their turn, they're like really just going to like knock my socks off. Mac, are you reading the chit chat, the TikTok explanation? Does it make sense?
No. I mean,
okay.
Yeah, the joke is no.
Yeah. Joom, thank you for the super chat. Says, does anyone know that PP birthed Sharon and Doug? What do you mean Planet Peterson? Well, who's PP?
I have no idea.
I don't know. Joom, I actually don't know
I
the
think
answer
Planned
to the question.
Parenthood, but that wouldn't make sense.
Yeah, that
It'd
doesn't
be
make
the
sense at
opposite.
all. Yeah. Hey, Kyle, thank you for the additional super chat. Good to see you again. It says, thank you for helping people see the lies in this book, for helping people see the truth, me included. Kyle, you know I got your back, friend. And I know you had deconstructed not that long ago, but big W for actually doing the work. It is tough. You know. And Saint, thank you for the additional super chat. It says, working super late and messaging, so I will have a motive to stay awake to hear my shout out. Also, Trump support of any kind is grossly immoral. I agree. And here's the thing. You guys know, like, I don't really run a quote unquote political live stream. And I do that for a reason because I try not to divide my audience if I can help it. But if there's one thing that I would say is that Trump is a fucking menace to society. And if you support this pedophilia maniac, I have no pity for you. Whatever Trump does to the economy, I hope it affects you worse. And I hope you step on every single Lego. That guy is an absolute criminal pedophile clown, has no idea what he's doing and should never have been in office. And if you can't recognize that by now, I don't know what to tell you. Even if I was still a Republican, I would say the same shit. When I was Republican, I denounced Bush for all the horrible things he did. If you're a Republican right now and you can't denounce Trump for what he is, I don't know what to tell you. I'm not saying you have to be a bleeding heart liberal like I am. What I'm saying is if you can't see Trump for what he is, I think you're just as blind as the Christians. I'm sorry that I have to say it, but the guy's a fucking menace. 15 blows. Thank you for the $5 super chat. Says, I hope you got your battery fixed. I prayed to EV Jeebus about it. Well, I appreciate that. And the answer is yes, I did get it fixed. It sucked huge fucking balls. I had to pay out of pocket, but I'm told by my insurance company that they're going to be reimbursing me this week. Finally, it's taken like 2 or 3 weeks to do it. I don't know how long, 2 weeks maybe. But yes, they're supposed to be taking care of it this week. Thank goodness. But for a minute there, I thought they weren't. I thought they were going to fucking make me pay for it. I was like, you people, the only reason why I have insurance is so when these things happen, you'll fucking pay for it. I'll just cancel my insurance and pay out of pocket then if we're going to do this. I ain't going to waste all my money buying insurance through you guys. Carrie, thank you for the $10 super chat. Says, guys, this is killing me. Japan attacked the U.S. and Germany, declared war days later. The U.S. didn't just decide to fight. Also, the Soviets were brutal and conquered Eastern European countries. Well, this is true. The Soviets were pretty fucking
I
brutal.
wouldn't say they were heroes.
Right. No.
They did the heavy lifting in the war. I mean,
right.
They did
for sure.
Much more damage to Germany.
Also, to be fair, Japan was. I love Japan today, but back then Japan was out of fucking control. They were so far out of control that like I can see why our government was like, I don't know, fucking maybe we nuke them. What they were doing was crazy. They were doing crazy like Nazi Germany stuff. It was wild what was happening over there. Check out like Unit 731. Is that what they called it? Hold on. Unit 7.
Yeah, but look at what they were doing in China as well.
Yeah, y'all just tonight go to YouTube and type in Unit 731. It's fucking insane. They were doing the same thing that the Nazis were doing, but to a lot of times they're sort of their own people. Anyways, Taco Joe, hey, good to see you, friend. Says, if all gods of all galaxies gathered, Yahweh would get his underwear pulled up his butt and laughed out of the place. Indeed. Well, we already saw Marduk fucked him up pretty bad. And he didn't seem to do very well against Ashur, the god of the Assyrians. So, like, he seems like a fucking... He's a bitch-ass punk, Taco Joe. That's just the facts of the matter. I think Faraday would take him out. Aaron Fellers, thank you for the $10 Canadian chat, says, the joke about squatting is in regard to the argument theists make about intelligent design, saying, if the Earth was 1 inch away or closer, we would burn or freeze. If you squatted, you would die. I don't know what you mean.
Okay, so...
you mean...
Okay, so you standing on the surface, if you squatted, you would be further from the sun and be cold.
Yeah.
And freeze to death.
There we go. That does add up a little bit. Yeah.
And I guess if you jumped, you would burn.
Right, exactly. If the 1 inch is the difference between the sun doing what it's doing and not doing what it's doing, then yeah, anytime you climbed a ladder or squatted, jumped or anything, yeah, the sun would either fuck you up or it would leave you altogether. That's a fair point.
I think that joke was over $100 in the telling, at least.
It gets worse, Mac. Hold on. It gets worse. the last super chat from Not the Bible Jason is $100 fucking. Thank you so much, Not the Bible Jason. I really appreciate and love you for supporting our stream so much. I really do.
That's amazing.
But that was a puzzle. You really gave us a puzzle to put together, and we did finally put it together with the help of the audience and Mac and I having to put our heads together to get it taken care of. But I think we finally got to the finish line. And to be fair, despite being a little bit of a puzzle, is a really good fucking point. If somebody says if the Earth was like a foot or an inch or some measurement away different, then we would all be fucked. Well, I mean, then literally, like anything we do here on Earth is going to fuck that up. It's the craziest thing. It's a really, really good point. Not the Bible, Jason. I just think it was communicating it was a little bit of a difficult journey, but we got there together, friend. Did we not? And thank you so much for being here. I really appreciate it. Hey, Mac, who's live right now that we can go raid?
I think I saw Mezzo. Let me see if the Empress is live. Love her lives. Yeah, I see Empress and Mezzo.
Oh, actually, not the Bible. Jason had to up the ante with another super chat. Thank you, my friend.
Wow.
So that was a $275 joke. Now it's
and worth every penny.
Now it's $325. Shit, man. JMR is paying for my battery pack replacement. Thank you.
All right, you're gonna have to slip me like $50 for playing dumb and milking that.
I got you, buddy. Thank you so much, Not the Bible, Jason. You're as always a fucking blast. Okay, so if you said Mezzo or Joel is live, they're basically the same, aren't they?
Yeah, it's a package deal. Mezzo is live, but you can check out the Empress too. She does really good lives.
Yeah, let me check out the Empress because I don't think I recognize that name just yet. I'm gonna find who the Empress is. Let's see. How do I mute this tab?
Screen name.
There's the live button.
Okay.
1 second. I feel like I've heard the name the Empress, but I can't put my finger on it. But no, I don't think I'm following the Empress yet.
Well, you know what? Maybe. Oh, that's expired. She's not. She ended her live.
Oh, okay. All right. You have to send me a link to that profile so I can follow it.
All right. Yeah, no problem.
But let me see who is live right now that we can raid. Let's see. Oh, Disciple Derek's alive right now doing his bullshit. Oh my gosh. I wish he would come to my live stream. He's been avoiding me. But you know who is live right now? He's the guy that thinks Trump is the Antichrist and the world's about to end. Yeah. But you know who's live? Christ Before Jesus. Christ Before Jesus is almost never live at this time. This is the first time ever I've actually been able to raid his live stream because he's always live before me. Friends, we're going to go raid Christ Before Jesus. And if you're on YouTube, go over to TikTok and follow Christ Before Jesus. This is Jaren's account. He's brilliant. He's incredibly smart. He's a mythicist, but like he's fucking insanely smart. If somebody's ever going to win me over, I know, right? Is he sick today?
I don't know.
If there's somebody that can convert me to mythicism, it's probably Jaren. But anyways, friends, run over, tell him Mac Luster and Deconstruction Zone sent you. I'll pop over and say hi. I want to know what he's doing live this late too. I'm curious now, but thank you so much for being here. And Mac, thank you so much for hanging out with me. I really do love and appreciate everyone that supports the channel. Like it's such an amazing thing that we can get on the internet, do these live streams, build community, and also fucking combat these religions that are toxic and crazy that people don't need to believe in anymore. It's wild that we have such a community effort now, getting these things out of society. And I think we're going to keep making progress. I think we're going to get to a point where we see religion keep dropping every single year, and people are coming in from no, don't fucking go raid me. No, don't, Jaren, don't send people over to my place. I'm ending. All right, I got to go. Love you guys.